Hey Insomniacs, before we begin, let me know what time it is and where you're tuning in from. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's begin. The Quiet of Clover Hill. Rachel Mitchell's hands wouldn't stop shaking. The makeup artist had given up trying to apply her usual camera-ready foundation 15 minutes ago, leaving her clutching a paper cup of rapidly cooling coffee in the green room of Boston's highest-rated news network. The cup trembled so violently that ripples formed perfect concentric circles on the surface of the dark liquid, like a stone dropped in still water, spreading outward, disturbing everything in its path. 3 minutes, Ms. Mitchell. The production assistant didn't look up from her clipboard. Rachel nodded, though no one was watching for her acknowledgement. 3 minutes until she interviewed the Treasury Secretary. 3 minutes before she returned to the desk where, exactly 72 hours earlier, she had imploded on live television in front of 1.2 million viewers. She set down the coffee cup and reached for her phone, opening Twitter against her better judgment. The hashtag # Rachel Mitchell meltdown still trended, though it had mercifully dropped from 1st to 7th place. The most widely shared clip, viewed over 8 million times now, showed the precise moment when, mid-question about federal interest rates, her voice had faltered. Then came the visible flush creeping up her neck, the sudden inability to form words, and finally her desperate gasp for breath that the microphone had captured with cruel precision. 1 minute. Her editor Gail appeared in the doorway, arms crossed. You don't have to do this today. Yes, I do. Rachel stood, smoothing her skirt with clammy palms. The network psychologist recommended 6 weeks minimum. It's only been... I'm fine. The lights of the studio felt hotter than usual as Rachel took her seat. Across from her, Treasury Secretary Wilkins offered a professionally sympathetic smile. The red recording light blinked on. Rachel opened her mouth to deliver her carefully rehearsed introduction. Nothing emerged except a thin wheeze. The familiar tightness returned to her chest, an iron band constricting, squeezing the air from her lungs. Secretary Wilkins' face blurred before her as sweat beaded along her hairline. I apologize, she managed before the world tilted sideways. 3 days later, Rachel stood in Gail's office staring at a medical leave form requiring her signature. 3 months is excessive, she said. Gail, 20 years her senior and impervious to tantrums after raising 4 children, didn't look up from her computer. The network mental health policy is non-negotiable. It was just anxiety. It was your second on-air panic attack this year, and this one made national news. The New York Times ran an op-ed about burnout culture using your freeze frame as the header image. Rachel winced. I haven't taken a day off in 7 years. Precisely the problem. Gail finally looked up. The network psychologist called it acute stress response precipitated by chronic overwork and perfectionism. So I take a few days off, do some yoga. 3 months, Rachel. Paid leave. Go somewhere without Wi-Fi. Learn to knit. Fall in love. Whatever people do when they're not working themselves to death. Gail slid the form across her desk. Or I can make it 6 months. Your choice. That night, fueled by expensive Cabernet and spite, Rachel scrolled through remote cabin rentals. She bypassed charming cottages in the Berkshires, too many weekend tourists from Boston who might recognise her, and lake houses in Maine, her ex-husband's territory now. When she found the listing for a restored logger's cabin deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains of western North Carolina, minimum internet connectivity, maximum tranquility, she clicked book now before she could reconsider. The confirmation email arrived seconds later. 3 months in a place called Clover Hill. Population 1,842. The sort of town where nothing ever happened and no one would know or care about Rachel Mitchell's professional implosion. Perfect. The cabin looked nothing like the listing photos. Those had been taken in summer, with wildflowers softening the rugged edges and sunlight dappling through the trees. In late October, the property had a skeletal quality. Branches bare, garden dormant, the wooden structure itself looking somehow smaller and more vulnerable than advertised. Rachel killed the engine of her rented SUV and sat for a moment, listening to the ticking as it cooled. The silence that followed was absolute. No traffic, no sirens, no neighbours, just wind through trees and the distant sound of running water from a creek she couldn't see. The key waited under a ceramic toad, exactly as promised. Inside, the cabin smelled of pine and wood smoke. Someone had arranged kindling and logs in the stone fireplace ready to light. A handwritten note sat on the kitchen counter. "Welcome to Clover Hill. Wood stacked on east side. Market in town open Tuesday to Saturday. Honey in fridge for your tea. Martha, property manager." Rachel opened the refrigerator. A single jar of honey glowed amber under the light. Nothing else. By the time she'd unloaded her suitcases and brought in groceries from town, where the only coffee available was pre-ground Folgers, night had fallen completely. She pulled her sweater tighter and stepped onto the porch. The darkness was thick enough to touch, offset only by stars so numerous and bright they seemed artificial. In Boston, Rachel rarely noticed stars. Here, they demanded acknowledgement, sprawling across the sky in reckless abundance. She felt suddenly insignificant beneath them. Her career, her breakdown, her reputation, microscopic concerns in a universe unaware of interest rates and news cycles. Sleep came reluctantly in the strange bed. The quiet pressed against her ears like cotton wool, and every creak of the settling cabin jolted her awake. When her phone showed 3:17 a.m, Rachel admitted defeat and reached for her laptop, opening the draft of her memoir that publishers had been pursuing for years. Chapter 1. Breaking the Glass Ceiling. The cursor blinked accusingly. She deleted the title. Chapter 1. Breaking down on national television. She deleted that too, slamming the laptop closed. Outside, dawn was beginning to lighten the sky when Rachel noticed movement on the property line. A figure in white moved deliberately among what appeared to be wooden boxes arranged in neat rows. She pressed her face to the window, squinting through early morning mist. A beekeeper. The white was a protective suit and the boxes were hives. Curious despite her exhaustion, Rachel pulled on boots and a jacket. She picked her way down the sloping yard, stopping at a respectful distance as the figure, a man she could now see, worked with methodical patience. He moved with such gentleness that even through the protective netting of his hood, she could sense a profound attentiveness. "Hello," she called, immediately regretting the intrusion when he startled slightly. "Sorry, I'm renting the cabin. I didn't know there were bees on the property." He turned slowly, lifting his hood. His face was unexpectedly young, tanned from outdoor work, with kind eyes that crinkled slightly at the corners. When he didn't immediately speak, Rachel filled the silence. "I'm Rachel. Just arrived yesterday." Eli, he finally said, the name catching twice before emerging. "Welcome to C. Clover Hill." His stutter was pronounced, his voice soft. Rachel felt her journalistic instinct to ask questions recede beneath a stronger urge to escape the awkward interaction. "Well, sorry to disturb you. I'll let you get back to your bees." They were waking up. Eli gestured toward the nearest hive. "Morning inspection. You can watch if you want." Something in his manner, an openness without expectation, made her pause. Rachel glanced at her watch. She had nowhere to be, no segment to prepare, no emails demanding immediate attention. "Okay," she heard herself say, "I'd like that." Eli's smile transformed his entire face, erasing the careful reserve. He turned back to the hives, and Rachel stood in the grass still wet with dew, watching as the first light of day illuminated thousands of bees beginning their ancient work, guided by hands that moved with a grace she found oddly soothing. For the first time in what felt like years, Rachel Mitchell forgot to count the seconds as they passed. Clover Hill's farmers' market occupied the town square every Saturday, rain or shine. After 2 weeks of cabin isolation punctuated only by Martha's occasional check-ins, Rachel decided to venture into town properly. The market wasn't what she expected. Instead of quaint artisanal booths selling overpriced jam to tourists, Clover Hill's market was thoroughly practical, a place where locals bought actual groceries. Card tables held pyramids of October apples and the last tomatoes of the season. Pickup trucks with handwritten signs offered bushels of potatoes. An elderly woman sold eggs by the dozen, each carton featuring a Sharpie-drawn happy face. Rachel felt conspicuous in her city clothes, dark jeans and a cashmere sweater that suddenly seemed pretentious. She'd tied her hair back and worn minimal makeup, but several people glanced at her with a frank curiosity reserved for outsiders. She was inspecting a bunch of carrots when she noticed Eli at a small table at the market's edge. Before him sat dozens of honey jars arranged by colour from pale gold to deep amber. A hand-painted sign read, "Clover Hill Apiary, raw honey, $8. No elaborate marketing, no Instagram-worthy packaging, just honey in simple glass jars." Rachel hesitated, then approached his table. "Good morning." Recognition flickered in his eyes. "Morning, Rachel." He remembered her name. "I didn't realise you were a commercial beekeeper." "Small scale," he said, gesturing to his modest display. "Just local." An awkward silence followed. Rachel, who interviewed presidents and prime ministers for a living, found herself uncharacteristically at a loss for words. A woman in line behind her sighed pointedly. "I'll take one," Rachel said quickly, pulling out her wallet. "Which do you recommend?" Eli considered the jars with serious attention, finally selecting one with honey the colour of burnished copper. "Wildflower from the R Ridge above your sea cabin. Best for TT." As he carefully wrapped the jar in paper, Rachel noticed his hands, strong but gentle, with a small burn scar across the left knuckles. Working hands. Nothing like the manicured hands of the men she typically encountered in Boston media circles. "Thank you." She accepted the jar, their fingers brushing momentarily. "You don't sleep much," he said suddenly. Rachel blinked. "Excuse me?" "Your L lights, on most N nights, till morning sometimes." She wasn't sure whether to be touched by his observation or disturbed. "Occupational hazard," she said finally. "I'm a journalist. Was American. On leave." His eyes, a clear hazel she hadn't properly noticed before, held no judgment, only quiet interest. Words are tricky things sometimes. Coming from anyone else, it might have sounded condescending. From Eli, with his careful stutter, it felt like genuine empathy. The woman behind Rachel cleared her throat loudly. "Enjoy the honey," Eli said, already turning his attention to the next customer. Rachel nodded and stepped away, clutching the jar. Only when she was halfway across the square did she realise she'd just paid $8 for honey, identical to the complimentary jar already in her refrigerator. The honey tasted like nothing Rachel had ever experienced, complex with notes of something almost citrusy, then deepening to a flavour reminiscent of caramelised sugar. She found herself rationing it, using tiny amounts each morning, making it last. October slipped toward November. The mountains burned with fall colours, then faded to brown. Rachel struggled to adjust to the rhythm of a life without deadlines. She took long walks, attempted to read novels that had sat on her nightstand in Boston for years, and half-heartedly practiced meditation techniques recommended by the network therapist. Each morning she found herself unconsciously timing her coffee to coincide with Eli's arrival at the hives. She would watch from her porch as he worked. Sometimes he noticed her and waved. Twice he invited her to observe more closely, showing her how to identify the queen or explaining why he was applying a particular herbal treatment to a hive showing signs of distress. She found his slow, deliberate speech soothing rather than frustrating. Unlike the rapid-fire debates of her Boston life, conversations with Eli contained comfortable pauses, spaces for thought. "Have you always been a beekeeper?" she asked one morning, surprising herself by initiating conversation. Eli was carefully scraping excess wax from a frame. "Since I was 12, my grandfather kept bees." "And you took over his operation?" "Nanumma started my own. One hive, then to 2. He smiled slightly. "Now to 28. "That's impressive." "Patient work, like most worthwhile things." Rachel thought about her own career. The relentless climb, always rushing to the next breaking story, the next exclusive interview. When had she last built something slowly, with care? "Why journalism?" Eli asked, turning the conversation unexpectedly toward her. Rachel gave him the answer she always gave. "I believe people deserve the truth." He nodded thoughtfully, removing his gloves. "And what truth are you looking for here?" The question caught her off guard. "I'm not working right now." "Everyone's working on something," he said quietly, "even when they're resting." Before she could respond, fat raindrops began falling, quickly intensifying. Eli efficiently packed his tools. "Storm coming," he said, glancing at clouds darkening the western sky. "The big one. Will the bees be okay?" "They know what to do. Go inside together. Key cluster for warmth." He smiled again, a brief illumination. "See smarter than people that way." Rachel watched him walk away through the increasing rain, a solitary figure crossing the meadow toward a small house partially hidden by pines. A home she hadn't even noticed before, though she'd been living less than half a mile away for nearly a month. That night the promised storm arrived with theatrical fury. Wind screamed around the cabin's corners. Rain lashed the windows with such force Rachel feared the glass might shatter. Lightning transformed the room into stark moments of brightness, followed by deeper darkness. Well after midnight, a particularly violent gust was followed by a splintering crack. Rachel rushed to the window in time to see the massive oak beside her cabin slowly toppling, as if surrendering with dignity to a superior force. It fell across her driveway rather than onto the cabin itself, but the power went out immediately, plunging the cabin into perfect darkness. Rachel fumbled for her phone, illuminating the suddenly unfamiliar space. The temperature was already dropping without the heating system. She pulled on extra layers and huddled under blankets, listening to the storm's continued assault. By morning, the rain had softened to a gentle patter, but the oak remained across her driveway and the power stubbornly refused to return. The temperature inside the cabin had dropped to an uncomfortable chill. Her phone showed no signal, the cell tower presumably affected by the same outage. When a knock came at her door mid-morning, Rachel expected to find Martha checking on her welfare. Instead, Eli stood on her porch, rain dripping from his jacket. "Your drive is blocked," he said unnecessarily, gesturing toward the fallen oak. "Yes. I was going to call about that, but there's no signal. Town's without power. Might be days," he hesitated. "The hives on the East Ridge were de-damaged. I need to move them. Could use a help." Rachel glanced down at her increasingly cold cabin, then back at Eli's steady gaze. "I don't know the first thing about bees." "You can learn." Something about his quiet confidence made refusal seem impossible. "Let me get my boots." Rachel had never worn a beekeeper's suit before. The white canvas felt simultaneously restrictive and protective as she followed Eli up the rocky path to the damaged apiary. 3 hives had been partially crushed by fallen branches. "Won't they be angry?" Rachel asked through her protective veil, eyeing the buzzing insects warily. "Disturbed," Eli corrected. "Not angry. They're protecting their home." He handed her a frame holder. "Hold this steady." For the next 2 hours they worked together, salvaging what they could, transferring intact frames to new boxes Eli had carried up the path. Rachel's city soft hands grew blistered and sweat trickled uncomfortably down her back despite the November chill. Yet she found the work oddly satisfying, immediate, necessary, concrete, in a way that television journalism rarely was. Eli worked with methodical focus, speaking little except to offer instruction. Rachel found herself watching his hands, the economy of motion, the way the bees seemed to sense his calm and respond in kind. "Why aren't they stinging us?" she asked during a brief water break. "They would if they felt threatened," he replied, lifting his veil to drink. "But we're moving slowly, with purpose." He glanced at her. "They respond to energy, for fear makes them defensive." "Like people," Rachel observed. "Exactly like people." By afternoon, they'd successfully relocated the surviving colonies. Rachel's muscles ached pleasantly from unaccustomed labour. As they packed up the equipment, fat snowflakes began drifting down, the storm's cold tail. "First snow," Eli noted. "Early this year." Rachel shivered, suddenly aware of how quickly the temperature was dropping. "I should get back to the cabin, see if I can get the fireplace going." Eli shook his head. "Your dew wood will be soaked from the rain, and that oak needs a chainsaw to clear." He hesitated. "My house has a dew wood stove and generator. You can stay until they clear your D drive." The offer hung between them, unexpectedly intimate. Rachel thought briefly of how this would look in Boston, accepting hospitality from a man she barely knew, a near stranger. But this wasn't Boston, and Eli wasn't a stranger exactly. Something about him inspired trust in a way she couldn't articulate. "If it's not an imposition," she said finally. His house surprised her. From the outside, it appeared to be a simple mountain cabin similar to her rental. Inside, however, was a revelation, built entirely by hand, with evident care and craftsmanship. Exposed beams framed a great room with a massive stone fireplace. Handcrafted shelves lined every available wall, filled with books arranged not alphabetically, but by some private organisational system Rachel couldn't immediately discern. "Did you build this yourself?" she asked, running her fingers along a perfectly smooth oak banister. Eli nodded. "It took 7 years. Worked on it when I could afford materials. It's beautiful. It's her home." He moved to the wood stove, efficiently building a fire. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll make tea." Rachel wandered to the bookshelves, scanning titles with increasing amazement. Philosophy, physics, literature classics, modern poetry, botany, astronomy. The collection would have been impressive in a university professor's home. Here, in this remote mountain cabin belonging to a man the town apparently considered simple, it was extraordinary. "You've read all these?" she asked when Eli returned with 2 steaming mugs. "Most of them. Some multiple times." He handed her a mug. "Words on a page, just don't care if you read them slowly." Rachel accepted the tea, noticing he'd added honey, his own of course. "The townspeople, they don't see you clearly, do they?" Something guarded crossed his expression. "They see what they expect, which is simple man, slow mind." No bitterness coloured his voice, just matter-of-fact acceptance. "People hear my speech and make assumptions." Rachel felt a rush of indignation on his behalf. "That's horribly unfair." "Is it?" He settled into an armchair across from her. "You made the same assumption at first." The observation stung with its accuracy. She had indeed initially viewed him through the lens of his disability, categorising him as somehow less complex, less complete than herself. "I'm sorry," she said sincerely. "And no need. It's human nature to sort and classify, your J-job especially." "How do you mean?" "Journalism. You could categorise people into stories." His gaze was direct, unflinching. "The victims and villains, heroes and fools." Rachel opened her mouth to protest, then closed it, recognising uncomfortable truth in his assessment. How often had she reduced complex individuals to convenient narratives that fit her segment's time constraints? Sometimes I think that's why I... She stopped, unsure how to continue. Had a panic attack on national tea television? Eli finished mildly. Rachel nearly spilled her tea. You know about that? I have satellite internet, and I recognised you, a small smile. Your face was everywhere for a while. Mortification washed over her. All this time, as she'd been observing him, categorising him, he'd known exactly who she was, had seen her most vulnerable, humiliating moment. It's why I'm here, she admitted. Mandatory leave. 3 months of rest and reflection. Is it helping? Rachel considered the question. I'm sleeping better, sometimes, and the panic attacks are less frequent. But I don't know who I am without the work. The confession emerged unbidden. I've been Rachel Mitchell, award-winning journalist for so long, I'm not sure what's left if you take that away. The fire crackled in the silence that followed. Outside, snow continued falling, blanketing the world in hushed whiteness. Sometimes, Eli finally said, we need to let the noise fade to hear what's underneath. They talked until well after midnight, the longest conversation Rachel could remember having in years that wasn't an interview or about work. Eli spoke of his childhood with a harsh father who viewed his stutter as weakness, his discovery of beekeeping as sanctuary, his gradual self-education through library books and determination. Rachel found herself sharing things she'd never told anyone. Not her therapist, not even Gail. Her fear that she'd built her career by becoming what the network wanted, rather than following her own journalistic instincts. Her growing suspicion that the panic attacks weren't just from overwork, but from a deeper disconnection from her own voice. I've spent 15 years asking other people questions, she said, watching flames dance in the wood stove. I never stopped to ask myself any. When she finally dozed off on Eli's comfortable couch, wrapped in a handmade quilt, the storm howling outside seemed suddenly remote and unimportant. In the morning, Rachel woke to the scent of coffee and the sound of Eli speaking on the phone, his stutter noticeably more pronounced as he arranged for someone to clear her driveway. She kept her eyes closed, listening to the cadence of his voice, realizing she'd stopped noticing the stutter altogether during their long conversation. It was, she reflected, the first time in years she'd truly listened to another person without simultaneously formulating her next question. December transformed Clover Hill into a snow globe version of itself. White-dusted pines, smoke curling from chimneys, holiday lights twinkling in shop windows. Rachel's 3-month exile had reached its midpoint, and she'd fallen into an unexpected rhythm. Mornings writing at her cabin, afternoons often spent with Eli maintaining his winter hives, evenings alternating between solitude and shared meals at his home, where their conversations range from bee colony dynamics to quantum physics to the nature of truth itself. She'd begun writing again, not her memoir, but something entirely different, a series of personal essays exploring silence, attention, and the art of listening. The words came without strain, unlike the forced professionalism of her earlier attempts. On impulse, she sent the first completed essay to Gail with a brief note. Not for publication, just sharing. Gail's response came within hours. This is the most honest writing I've ever seen from you. Send more. So Rachel did, surprised by how little she cared about Gail's professional opinion compared to the simple joy of expressing something authentic. The pieces weren't polished or perfect, but they were undeniably hers. One snowy afternoon, she sat at Eli's kitchen table while he prepared their now customary tea. Something about the domesticity of the moment struck her suddenly. How comfortable this had become. How natural. "What will you do when you go back?" Eli asked, setting a steaming mug before her. The question caught Rachel off guard. She hadn't thought concretely about returning to Boston in weeks. "Resume my career, I suppose." The same way as before? No, she said with surprising certainty. Not the same way. His eyes held hers briefly before he turned to take honey from the shelf. In that moment, Rachel faced a truth she'd been avoiding. She'd begun to care for this quiet, thoughtful man in a way that complicated her inevitable departure. There's an exhibition at the T-Town Gallery tonight, Eli said, changing the subject. Local artists. Would you like to go? Rachel hesitated. She deliberately avoided becoming part of Clover Hill's social fabric, fearing the small-town gossip that would inevitably accompany the revelation of her identity. People will talk, she said, about us, together. Does that matter? The question was genuinely curious rather than challenging. It shouldn't, she admitted, but I've spent my entire career managing public perception. Hard habit to break. He stirred honey into his tea. But this isn't Boston. People here mind their own business mostly. That evening they walked the short distance to the gallery through gently falling snow. The exhibition occupied a converted warehouse space with surprisingly sophisticated lighting. Local artists displayed pottery, weavings, landscape paintings and woodwork. Rachel relaxed when no one seemed particularly interested in her presence. A few people greeted Eli warmly, but most simply nodded respectfully as they passed. You're well liked here, she observed. Respected, maybe. For my honey. He shrugged slightly. Not the same as being known. In the gallery's back room, they encountered a series of stunning macro photographs. Extreme close-ups of bees in flight, delicate wing structures captured with crystalline precision, intimate portraits of insects most people never pause to truly see. Rachel leaned closer to read the artist placard. Apis mellifera, portraits of the overlooked photographs by Elijah Watson. She turned to Eli, who was studying one of his own images with critical detachment. These are yours. He nodded. Hobby. Started with a microscope when I was 14. Now I use a digital camera with special L lenses. They're extraordinary, Eli. They're just honest. The gallery owner approached, a stylish woman in her 60s with silver hair and artist's hands. Eli, there you are. National Geographic called again about featuring your work in their Pollinator series. Rachel watched in astonishment as Eli engaged in a detailed technical discussion about photography techniques, his stutter noticeably lessening as he spoke about something that clearly passionate him. The gallery owner treated him not with condescension, but with professional respect. You never mentioned your photography, Rachel said later as they walked home under starlight, snow crunching beneath their boots. You never asked. The gentle rebuke landed precisely. How easily she'd constructed a narrative about him based on partial information, just as she did with interview subjects. How rarely she'd ask questions that didn't confirm her assumptions. At his front door, Eli paused. Would you like to see my dark room? The invitation felt significant somehow. Rachel nodded. His dark room occupied a small backspace off the main house, meticulously organised. Photographs hung drying on lines. Not just bees this time, but birds, wildflowers, dewdrops on spider webs. Each image revealed the extraordinary in the ordinary, the complexity within simplicity. You see things others don't, Rachel said softly. I just did take time to look. Eli carefully adjusted one of the hanging prints. Most people are too busy to notice. I was too busy, she admitted, for years. He turned to face her. They stood close in the small space, the chemical smell of developing solution sharp in the air between them. And now, he asked, now I'm learning to see. The kiss happened without conscious decision, a natural culmination rather than a beginning. His lips were warm, slightly chapped from winter air. His hands, when they came to rest lightly at her waist, were steady and sure. When they separated, Rachel felt none of the awkwardness she'd expected. Instead, a sense of rightness settled over her, as if something that had been slightly misaligned in her world had finally clicked into proper position. Later, sitting before the wood stove watching snow accumulate on the windowsills, Eli showed her his journals, dozens of them, filled with observations, sketches and reflections spanning 20 years. His written words contained no stutter, flowing with a poetic precision that took her breath away. "Why do you stay here?" she asked, turning pages filled with his elegant handwriting. "With your talent, you could be anywhere." "This is where I belong," he answered simply. "Where my ball bees are, where I can hear myself think." "Don't you ever feel isolated, cut off from the world?" "I'm more connected to the actual woo world here than most people ever are." He gazed into the fire. "The internet bee brings me what I need from elsewhere. But the fundamental things, they're right here." Rachel thought about her Boston life. The constant noise, the performative busyness, the endless striving for the next achievement. She'd always believed she was at the centre of important events, privy to significant truths. Now she wondered if she'd been skimming the surface of existence rather than diving into its depths. "I envy your clarity," she said finally. "It came at a cost." His expression grew distant. "Years of being misunderstood, dismissed. My father called me broken." He met her eyes directly. "You learn what matters when the superficial is denied you." His words resonated with a truth Rachel was only beginning to understand. All her life she'd been praised for qualities that came easily. Her articulate speech, her quick mind, her polished appearance. She'd built her identity on these gifts without questioning their true value. Now, watching snow blanket the world in hushed simplicity, Rachel wondered what she might discover about herself if she stopped performing and started simply being. The realization was terrifying and strangely liberating. January arrived with bitter cold and a phone call from Gail. "The network wants you back," her editor said without preamble. "Your replacement is tanking in the ratings, and your personal essays have generated serious buzz." Rachel stood at her cabin window watching Eli work with his winter hives in the distance. "I have another month of leave." They're offering the anchor desk. Prime time, your own segment. A year ago, this news would have sent Rachel into paroxysms of professional ecstasy. Now she felt a curious detachment, as if the offer concerned someone else entirely. "I need to think about it," she said. Gail's silence radiated disbelief through the connection. "Rachel Mitchell needs to think about the anchor desk. Who are you, and what have you done with my most ambitious reporter?" "I've changed, Gail. Clearly. Your writing certainly has. These essays, they're vulnerable in a way your reporting never was. People are responding to that authenticity." Gail paused. "But television pays better than literary essays, and your contractual obligation with the network doesn't end for another 2 years. The reminder landed like a stone. Rachel had conveniently forgotten the binding contract she'd signed in her last negotiation. Exclusive rights to her professional services through 2026. "When do they want me back?" "Next Monday. They're already promoting your return. Rachel Mitchell, stronger than ever. PR has drafted a statement about your journey through burnout to resilience." After disconnecting, Rachel stood motionless, phone still clutched in her hand. The career she'd spent 15 years building now lay directly before her. Not just recovered, but enhanced. Yet instead of excitement, she felt a hollow ache spreading beneath her ribs. She hadn't told Eli about her looming departure date. Their relationship had evolved with careful, deliberate intimacy. Shared meals, long conversations, tentative physical affection that never rushed toward conclusion. They existed in a pocket of time that felt somehow separate from the world's demands. She'd allowed herself to ignore the temporary nature of their connection. That evening, when he arrived at her cabin with a jar of fresh honeycomb and plans to teach her how to make mead, Rachel struggled to match his relaxed demeanour. "Something's wrong," he said immediately, setting down his offerings. His perception always unnerved her. "I got a call from my editor today. They want me back in Boston next week." Eli absorbed this without visible reaction. Earlier than P planned. Yes, the anchor P position. She shouldn't have been surprised that he'd intuited her career trajectory. Yes. He nodded slowly. You've been waiting for this your whole career. I thought I was... The silence between them held the weight of unspoken questions. Rachel broke it first. I have to go back, Eli. I'm under contract. But what we've found here is complicated by distance. His eyes held hers steadily. And different worlds. Is that what you think? That we're from different worlds? Aren't we? His question contained no self-pity, only pragmatism. You belong in places where things here happen. I belong here, with my bees. You're oversimplifying. Am I? His smile held gentle challenge. I've watched you these months, Rachel. When you talk about your work, even the parts that broke you, your eyes still light up. He was right, and this recognition pierced her. Despite everything, she still hungered for the work itself. Not the trappings or status, but the fundamental act of bringing important stories to light. I don't want to lose this, she said finally, gesturing between them. You haven't even decided what this is yet. He picked up the honeycomb, busying himself with unwrapping it. Let's make mead, talk about the rest later. For her final week in Clover Hill, Rachel moved through days with hyper-conscious awareness, memorizing the quality of light through pine branches, the smell of Eli's workshop, the specific rhythm of his footsteps approaching across snow. They didn't discuss her departure again, instead filling time with ordinary moments rendered precious by their finitude. On her last evening, a national nature magazine arrived to interview Eli about his conservation work with native bee species. The reporter, a fashionably dishevelled young man from Washington, spoke to Eli with the exaggerated patience one might use with a child, frequently cutting him off mid-sentence. Rachel, observing from the kitchen, felt increasing indignation until she could no longer remain silent. Perhaps, she interrupted icily, you could allow Mr. Watson to complete his thoughts. His expertise on this subject is unparalleled. The reporter blinked in confusion, then recognition dawned. You're Rachel Mitchell? What are you doing here? Before she could respond, Eli laid a gentle hand on her arm. I appreciate your concern, Rachel, but I'm quite capable of handling this interview. He turned to the reporter with perfect composure. Now, about those neonicotinoid pesticides. Rachel retreated, chastened and impressed. Eli needed neither her protection nor her advocacy. His quiet dignity was entirely self-contained. Later, after the reporter departed, Eli found her packing the last of her belongings. You don't need to defend me, he said, leaning against the doorframe. I know, I'm sorry. Don't be. It was kind. He watched her fold a sweater with unnecessary precision. But it shows what you're worried about. What do you mean? You're worried people will treat me as less than I am. That they'll see the stutter, not the man. His gaze was steady. And that's why you haven't told me about us yet. The accuracy of his perception startled her. That's not true, isn't it? You haven't decided if I'm someone you build a life with or just a pleasant sabbatical story? No accusation coloured his tone, only calm assessment. I knew who you were from the beginning, Rachel. I've always seen you clearly. The truth of his words silenced her protests. She'd been holding back, not just from practical considerations of distance, but from an unexamined fear of what integrating Eli into her Boston life might mean. I'm not ashamed of you, she finally said. I know. His smile held genuine warmth. But you're not sure of yourself yet. What you want. Who you are now. I care about you, she insisted. Or I care about you too. Enough to let you go without demands or expectations. He approached, taking the sweater from her hands and setting it aside. Find your own truth first, then decide about us. That night they slept side by side in her cabin's narrow bed. not making love but simply holding each other in the dark. Rachel memorized the rhythm of his breathing, the solid warmth of him against her back, the way his hand curled protectively around her waist. In the morning she left Clover Hill with the taste of his goodbye kiss still on her lips and a single jar of his honey in her luggage. Boston assaulted Rachel's senses. The noise, the pace, the sheer density of human activity after months of mountain quiet. Her apartment felt simultaneously familiar and alien, its sleek surfaces and urban views no longer registering as home. The network welcomed her back with promotional fanfare, manufacturing a narrative of resilience and triumph from her breakdown. Rachel smiled through interviews about her restorative time away, carefully avoiding details about where she'd been or with whom. Her first broadcast earned the network's highest ratings in 5 years. Viewers and critics alike praised her newly authentic approach and compelling vulnerability. Rachel delivered the news with the same professional polish as before, but now she paused occasionally, allowing space between words, listening more attentively to interview subjects. She kept Eli's honey jar on her nightstand unopened. 3 weeks after her return, news broke about an unprecedented bee colony collapse affecting commercial apiaries nationwide. Agricultural experts predicted potential food shortages if pollination services couldn't be maintained. Rachel immediately requested the assignment, leveraging her new status to secure a 3-part special investigating the crisis. Her producer initially balked at her insistence on including independent researchers and small-scale beekeepers rather than just agricultural corporations and government officials. This isn't just about economic impact, Rachel argued. It's about sustainable solutions. Some smaller operations have developed resistant colonies and preventative practices that big commercial outfits ignore. Her conviction won the day. The network approved her expanded focus, provided she could deliver compelling content. That evening, Rachel finally opened her laptop to the last email Eli had sent, a brief note wishing her well, accompanied by links to his published research on bee health and resilience. His methods, she realized as she read through the scientific papers, directly addressed the problems now threatening commercial beekeeping. The organic treatments he'd developed, the selective breeding for disease resistance, the habitat diversity he maintained, all offered potential pathways through the current crisis. Rachel's hands trembled slightly as she dialed his number. When his voicemail answered, she hesitated before speaking. "Eli, it's Rachel. I'm working on a story about colony collapse disorder. Your research could help a lot of people understand what's happening. Call me if you're willing to talk. And I miss you." He didn't call back, but the next morning an email arrived containing detailed notes on his conservation practices, links to additional research, and contact information for other independent beekeepers using similar methods. The message was informative, helpful, and entirely professional. No mention of missing her or their time together. Rachel channeled her disappointment into work, producing a series that garnered critical acclaim and caught the attention of agricultural policymakers. She featured Eli's research prominently, though never mentioning their personal connection. When the final segment aired, showing close-up footage of bees that she'd licensed from his photography collection, Rachel found herself watching his images with an ache of recognition. That night she made a decision. After confirming details with her lawyer regarding her contract obligations, she drafted a proposal for a new position, special correspondent focusing on environmental and rural American issues, requiring only weekly in-studio appearances with the majority of her time spent in the field. Gail regarded the proposal with narrowed eyes. This wouldn't have anything to do with wherever you spent your leave, would it? It has everything to do with becoming the journalist I want to be, Rachel answered honestly. 2 weeks of negotiations later, the network reluctantly agreed to her terms, not wanting to lose their newly popular anchor to competitors. Rachel signed the amended contract on a Friday morning, By afternoon, she was driving south toward the Blue Ridge Mountains, uncertainty and hope battling for dominance in her chest. Clover Hill welcomed her with early spring sunshine, the first wildflowers pushing through melting snow. She drove directly to Eli's property, rehearsing words that dissolved into meaninglessness as his house came into view. His truck wasn't in the drive. Beehives stood in neat rows, but no white-suited figure moved among them. Rachel sat in her car, uncertainty mounting. Finally, she approached the house and knocked. No answer. She was turning to leave when she noticed activity on the hillside above. Not Eli, but several people in research gear examining hives and taking samples. She recognized the logo on their jackets. University of North Carolina Agricultural Extension. One of the researchers noticed her and waved. "Can we help you?" "I'm looking for Eli Watson." "Dr. Watson's down at the community centre. They're doing a training session for new beekeepers today." Dr. Watson. The title surprised her, though it shouldn't have given his evident expertise. The Clover Hill Community Centre bustled with activity. At least 30 people crowded into the main room, where Eli stood calmly demonstrating how to check a hive for disease. He wore no protective gear, handling the bees with his characteristic gentle confidence. His stutter was present but less pronounced as he answered questions with authority. Rachel stood at the back, watching him in his element, respected, engaged, clearly valued by his community. When his eyes found hers across the room, his brief pause was the only indication of surprise. The session continued another 40 minutes. Rachel remained standing, unwilling to draw attention by trying to find a seat. When the crowd finally dispersed, Eli approached her with unhurried steps. "You didn't mention you were coming." "I didn't know until yesterday." Around them, people packed up equipment and engaged in conversations about queen bees and honey production. A normal day in a world where Rachel had briefly belonged. "Your segments on colony collapse were excellent," Eli said. "You made C-complex issues understandable." "I had good sources," Rachel took a breath. "I've renegotiated my contract with the network. I'll be working as a special correspondent, focusing on environmental issues in rural America." She forced herself to meet his eyes directly. "I'll still be based in Boston officially, but I'll only need to be there 1 or 2 days a week for studio appearances." Understanding dawned in his expression. "And the rest of the time?" "That depends." Her heart hammered against her ribs. "Is there still a cabin for rent near here? Preferably one near a good apiary." "The cabin situation might be complicated," he said slowly, "but I know a beekeeper with a spare room, if you're interested." "I am." Rachel took a step closer. "Very interested." His smile transformed his face just as it had the first morning they met. "Welcome back to Clover Hill." Later, walking hand in hand toward his home, now humming with research activity, Rachel felt a sense of rightness settle into her bones. She would build this new life deliberately, with the same patience Eli brought to his bees and hives. Not rushing, not forcing, but allowing something beautiful to develop at its natural pace. "The university tea team has been documenting my methods," Eli explained as they approached the busy researchers. "They think we can help commercial operations become more R-resistant to collapse." "I'd like to follow the story," Rachel said, "if you're comfortable with that." He considered this thoughtfully. "Only if you tell the whole story, not just about the bees, but about how we see them, what they teach us about patience and attention." "That's exactly the story I want to tell," she squeezed his hand. "I've learned something about those qualities myself recently." 1 year later, Rachel Mitchell broadcasted her environmental segment from their shared property, now officially recognized as a research station for sustainable beekeeping practices. She had finally found the voice that had eluded her throughout her career. Authentic, measured, more concerned with depth than speed. When her producer complained about the persistent hum of bees in the background audio, Rachel smiled and adjusted her microphone. The hum is the whole point, she explained. It's the sound of things working as they should. Behind the camera, Eli stood in his beekeeper's gear, watchful and patient as always. As the segment wrapped, he handed her a protective suit. Ready to check the new hives? Rachel nodded, slipping the white canvas over her broadcast clothes, a perfect metaphor for the life she was building. Not either or, but both and. The public voice that reached millions and the private self that had found home in this unlikely place. Together they walked among the flowering clover, surrounded by the gentle hum that had become, for both of them, the sound of love. Undercover playlist. Ely Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he'd moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. "Watch it!" Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. Some of us actually have responsibilities. Sorry. Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. Let me. Don't. She snatched the papers away. I've got it. He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it back. The Soundpost entry number 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. "You're new," she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. "Transfer?" "Yeah, Eli Carter. You're Maya?" She frowned. "How do you know that?" It's on your papers." "Right." She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. "Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive." She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. "Dude, you already met the Bowen. That's either very lucky or very cursed." "The Bowen?" "Maya Bowen. Runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than The Economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe." Tyler grinned. "Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So, you're screwed." If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. "Analysing indie pop evolution," she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. "I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade." "I actually know a bit about music," Eli offered. "Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain." Something like that. She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres, but specific producers on the track she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. "Huh," she said. Maybe you're not completely hopeless. It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway, a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. "This is incredible," Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. "You've documented everything." "Music is memory," Maya said simply. "People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie." She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. "Want to hear something?" What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. "You play?" Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. "A little." They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. "Not bad, Carter," Maya said, and for the first time he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. "Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one." He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. "Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship. Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all," Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent, making noise in Tyler's garage. "Bro, you're holding back," Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. "You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird." "Just trying to fit in." "Yeah, about that." Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. "Where'd you get this?" "Music store." "They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage." Tyler studied him. "You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, we could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats." That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. "Question," Maya said, suddenly serious. "Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound?" "No," Eli answered without thinking. "I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing. Even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise you're not really creating anymore. You're just maintaining a brand." Maya looked at him for a long moment. "You know what, Carter? You might actually get music." She started packing up her violin, and Eli realized with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. "Same time Monday?" "Definitely." Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. "Dude, I know who you are." His blood went cold. "Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated." "Very complicated," Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, "Not bad, Carter," about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent light seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. "I didn't sleep," Tyler announced without preamble. "I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes." "Keep your voice down. Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me." Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. "And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read." Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. "It's not like that." "Then what's it like?" The question followed him through the morning. What was it like exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things. Normal things. Things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from Anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. "Maya Bowen," she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. "We need to discuss your love life." "What love life?" Maya didn't look up from her notebook. "The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles." "Sophia!" "Maya?" Sophia turned to Eli. "What are your intentions with my best friend?" "We're doing a project." Projects. That's what they call it these days." Maya kicked Sophia under the table. "Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance." "Everything is romance," Sophia declared. "Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the vampire show?" Eli nearly choked on his water. "Where did you hear that?" Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. "Entertainment tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste. Someone who could challenge him creatively." The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. "Want to go somewhere other than the library today?" "Sure." She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. "My parents died here," she said without preamble. "Car accident 3 years ago." Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. "I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am." She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. You know? "Yeah," he said quietly. "I know. Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame?" She glanced at him. "Do you think that's fair?" The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. "I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing, maybe not." "How do you tell the difference?" "You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise." "Music is never just background noise," he said without thinking, then caught himself. "I mean, to people who really care about it." "Exactly." She smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings. That's not embarrassing. That's beautiful. Really? Really. Music as emotional cartography? That's brilliant. The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feeling started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. "Take it," Maya said. "I'll wait." Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. "Progress report," his father said without greeting. "Everything's fine." "Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents?" "No incidents." "Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos." "Dad? This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted. But don't forget what's real." "What's real?" Eli looked back at Maya, sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. "I understand," he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. "Work stuff?" she asked. "Family stuff. Everything okay?" "Yeah." She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. "I wrote something. For the project. But also, not for the project." The paper contained lyrics. Simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. "Maya, this is incredible." "It's stupid." "It's not." He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. "Do you have a melody for it?" "Maybe. Want to work on it together?" Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. "Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics." "Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter." High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. "Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you?" "Yeah. What are you going to do?" Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. "I don't know. Want some advice?" "Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow." The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. "You're getting better," Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognize his style. "Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity." "I'd know mediocrity. This is something else." She studied him like she studied music, searching for the truth beneath the performance. Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go. Music or life? The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway, the rare ones with his signature, which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on." Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pick 3 days ago. "So what?" Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. "Maybe someone's just a collector." But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. "You need to be more careful." "I lost one guitar pick. People lose things." "Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before..." "Before what? Maya's smart enough to figure it out." "Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realizes you've been lying to her face for weeks." That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics, in my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog posts from Anonymous Melody intensified. What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognize? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters? Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM, "You make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger." Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something." "Symptoms of friendship." In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that." "It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. "Your son?" "Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name." Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. "Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you." "What did you tell her?" "I told her she was overthinking things. But Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect?" The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. "I know your secret." She held up a printed page. "I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them." Eli's heart stopped. You're moonlighting as Static Noises guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good. Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. Yeah, he said carefully, just trying to keep a low profile. Well, your secret's safe with me, though ... She glanced at Tyler. I might want to interview the band for the paper. That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the Static Noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer. But she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. You really don't sing? Maya asked during a break. I leave that to others, Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. Pity. You have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain. How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. Can I tell you something weird? Always. Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow, like I've heard them in a dream or something. Maybe you're just that intuitive about music, or maybe you're just that intuitive about me. The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment, the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. I should go, Maya said, but she didn't move. Yeah, me too. Neither of them moved. Tomorrow? Maya asked, a library or the memorial? Let's go somewhere new. Okay, somewhere new. She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travel to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter. Some secrets, Eli realized, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. You're punctual, she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. That's something. Mrs. Bowen. Grace, and I'll be direct. She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the Soundpost, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge. Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognise patterns. Patterns like famous people's children hiding in plain sight. Like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary. Like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening. She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son. Wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not. The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me. Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time. Enough to stop lying to her? The question landed like a physical weight. I want to. I'm just... God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her? That you're proof her hypothesis was wrong, Grace smiled slightly. Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits. She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. 2 people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along. She traced the edge of the photo. We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be. What happened to the band? Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects. Grace tucked the photo away, but the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does, if you let it. They sat in silence for a moment. She's planning something for your birthday, Grace said finally. Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend. After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? I found something I want to show you. The something turned out to be an old music room forgotten in the renovations that had modernized the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. How did you find this place? Eli asked. I'm good at finding hidden things. Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity. She turned to face him, something determined in her expression. I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening. Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think, she took a breath, I think I'm falling for you anyway. The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. What if, he said carefully, what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff. Then I'd want to know, all of it. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there breathless and triumphant. Maya, you need to come with me. Now there's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about... She noticed Eli skidded to a stop. Oh, sorry, but Maya, this can't wait. Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary. After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. To be continued? Yeah, definitely continued. But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface, it was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal, something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real. But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. Eli, we have a problem. Actually several problems. Sophia knows. She actually knows. And she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself, or she's going to do it for you. How did she... Does it matter? Man, this is spiralling fast. Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. Sophia found these in the computer lab printer, Maya said without preamble. Someone forgot to collect them yesterday. Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. Maya, I can explain. Can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison, who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives. Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. Please, can we go somewhere private? She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. The music room. 5 minutes. The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist. Maya's expression remained carefully blank. At first, I just wanted to get through it, to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you, and decided to lie to me for months, and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction? I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you. Not Eli, but Jackson. To Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died. The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. It was real, he said quietly. Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life. She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. How am I supposed to believe anything you say now? The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathing hard, with Tyler right behind her. Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak, Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot. Tyler added, and Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus. Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. Congratulations, your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself. She walked toward the door, paused. For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good, better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been. She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. Eli, Tyler said gently, we need to get you out of here. But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to anonymous. Melody. Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye. The final word felt like a door closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving. Dad, wait. You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school, a girlfriend who's been publicly criticizing your work. Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected. At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me. He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that. The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. That was quite a performance, she said. Wasn't meant to be a performance, just the truth. Finally. The truth, she repeated, testing the word. You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And? I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep. They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. I'm leaving, Eli said. My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates, but I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya was quiet for a long moment. What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know? She smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous melody, as you. All of me? All of you? 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone, and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin, because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, if some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. Letters to the Moon. Leah Aguilar's fingers traced the granite edge of Maya's headstone, the cold stone a stark contrast to the warm September air. 1 year. The word seemed impossible, hollow and meaningless against the enormity of Maya's absence. "I brought you something," Leah whispered, pulling out a pale blue envelope from her messenger bag. The paper was already soft at the edges from being handled too much, her indecision about coming here today evident in its worn creases. She propped the letter against a small potted succulent she'd brought last month. It had survived somehow, unlike Maya. "I don't know why I'm still writing these," Leah admitted to the silence. "Mum says it's unhealthy. Parker thinks I need therapy." She laughed, the sound brittle in the cemetery's hush. "They're probably right." A breeze picked up, rustling the pages of her letter. For a moment, Leah imagined Maya's fingers reaching for it, eager as always to devour her words. They had been writing letters to each other since they were 9, when Maya's family moved in next door. 2 shy girls who found it easier to pass notes through their bedroom windows than to speak aloud the tender thoughts of growing hearts. "Remember when we decided email was for cowards?" Leah smiled, brushing a leaf from the stone. "You said handwriting was like fingerprints for the soul." The memory pulled her back 17 years, to Maya standing in Leah's bedroom, her wild curls escaping an attempted ponytail, her eyes wide with conviction. "Writing by hand is an act of love, Leah," she had declared, 11 years old and already so certain about everything. "When you type, your thoughts go through a machine first. When you write, they go straight from your heart to the page." They had made a pact that day, swearing on Maya's dog-eared copy of The Secret Garden that they would always write real letters, no matter what, even if they lived next door to each other forever. "I kept my promise," Leah whispered, tears finally spilling, "even now." She stood, brushing grass from her jeans, her body heavy with the familiar weight of grief. The 1-year milestone felt both significant and meaningless. Time after loss wasn't linear. It folded in on itself, some days feeling like Maya had just left, others like she'd been gone forever. Leah walked back to her car, not noticing the slender figure watching from beneath a distant oak tree. A week later, Leah's keys clattered against the ceramic dish by her front door, the sound echoing in her quiet apartment. Parker had left for a business trip that morning, his goodbye kiss distracted, his eyes already focused on the day ahead. Their relationship had settled into something comfortable if unexciting, a port in the storm after Maya's death. She shuffled through the mail automatically, bill, advertisement, credit card offer. Then her fingers froze on a pale yellow envelope. Her name was written in a familiar looping script that made her heart stutter. Maya's handwriting. "No," she whispered, her keys dropping forgotten to the floor. "That's not possible." Hand shaking, she tore open the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper. "Dear Leah, do you remember the lunar eclipse when we were 14? How we snuck onto your roof with those awful lime popsicles and watched the moon disappear? You said something that night I've never forgotten. You said, 'The moon isn't gone just because we can't see it.' I think about that wisdom often these days. I miss you. I miss the way you see the world, always finding the extraordinary in the ordinary. That's your gift, Leah. Don't lose it because I'm not there to remind you. Look up tonight. The moon will be full. Love always, Maya." Leah sank to the floor, the letter clutched to her chest, her breath coming in short, painful gasps. She knew every curve and slant of Maya's handwriting, had a box full of her letters spanning nearly 2 decades. This wasn't a cruel joke. This was Maya's handwriting, Maya's voice, Maya's soul on paper. But Maya had been dead for a year and 1 week. Leah read the letter again, searching for clues. The paper was Maya's preferred stationery, the pale yellow parchment she special ordered from that little shop in San Francisco. The ink was the precise shade of blue-black that Maya's fountain pen produced. Even the slight indentation where Maya pressed too hard on her Y's was there. She scrambled for her phone, dialing with trembling fingers. "Daniel? It's Leah. I need to see you. Now." Daniel Santos's bookstore smelled of vanilla and aged paper, a scent that had always reminded Leah of Maya. The siblings shared that, a love for the physicality of books, the texture and smell and weight of them. Where Maya had been a hurricane of energy and words, Daniel was the quiet eye of the storm, observing more than speaking. He'd taken over the family bookstore after college, transforming the struggling business into a beloved community haven. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said quietly as Leah burst through the door, the small bell overhead jingling in protest. "I think I have." She thrust the letter at him. "Daniel, look at this." His face remained carefully neutral as he read, but Leah caught the slight widening of his eyes, the infinitesimal tightening of his jaw. He knew something. "This is Maya's handwriting," she said. "Tell me how this is possible." Daniel handed the letter back, his movements deliberate. "Leah, maybe you should sit down." "I don't want to sit down. I want to know why I'm getting letters from my dead best friend." The few customers browsing the shelves looked up, startled. Daniel gently took her elbow, guiding her toward the back room where Maya had once spent hours reading manuscripts, dreaming of publishing her own poetry someday. "I don't know what to tell you," he said once they were alone. "It looks like her writing, yes, but nothing, Daniel. This is from Maya. The handwriting, the stationery, the..." Leah's voice caught. "The memory. No one else knew about that night. We never told anyone." Daniel ran a hand through his dark hair, so similar to Maya's it made Leah's heart ache. "Maybe you mentioned it and don't remember." "To Parker, maybe." Leah shook her head firmly. "Never." She studied his face, looking for answers in the familiar contours. Daniel had always been kind to her, especially since Maya's death, checking in regularly, bringing her coffee and pastries from the cafe next to his bookstore, lending her books he thought might help with her grief. But now there was something guarded in his expression. "You know something," she accused. "Tell me." I don't, he insisted, but his eyes flickered away. Maybe it's just someone trying to, I don't know, help you. By pretending to be Maya? That's not help, Daniel. That's cruel. She turned away, missing the conflict that crossed his face. Outside the small window, the afternoon sun caught on the wind chimes Maya had given him for the store. Little bronze moons and stars that tinkled softly in the breeze. I'm going to find out who's doing this, Leah said, her voice hardening with determination. And why? As she left, letter clutched in her hand like a talisman. She didn't see Daniel reach for his phone, didn't hear him whisper urgently to someone on the other end. Mum, we need to talk. She got the first letter. Another week, another letter. This one arrived on Wednesday, just as Leah was finishing an illustration for a children's book about a little girl who could talk to the moon. She'd taken the commission months ago, but hadn't been able to make progress until recently. Now, with Maya's inexplicable letter fueling her imagination, the pages were finally coming alive with colour. She recognised the pale yellow envelope immediately, her heart lurching at the sight of it nestled between a water bill and a takeout menu. This time she didn't hesitate, tearing it open with an urgency that surprised her. Dear Leah, do you still have the shell collection we gathered at Half Moon Bay? I was thinking about that trip yesterday, how you insisted on saving that broken sand dollar because it had lived a full life and deserved to be remembered. That's so you, finding beauty in the damaged things. I had a dream about the ocean last night. In it, you were standing at the edge of the water trying to count waves. I told you it was impossible, and you said, so is forgetting you, but I'm still trying. Don't try so hard, Leah. Some things aren't meant to be forgotten. Remember our bucket list? The one we wrote when we were 17 and drunk on my mum's sangria? I think it's time you crossed something off. Start with number 8. You know which one I mean. Love always, Maya. Number 8. Leah closed her eyes, the memory surfacing immediately. 8. Spend a night in the lighthouse at Point Reyes. They had added it to their list after watching some romantic movie where the heroine found clarity at a lighthouse. Maya had been obsessed with the symbolism, a beacon in the darkness, guiding lost souls home. This is insane, Leah muttered, but she was already reaching for her laptop, already searching for information about the Point Reyes lighthouse. It wasn't open to overnight visitors, of course, but there were historic keepers' quarters nearby that could be rented. Before she could question herself, she had booked a reservation for the coming weekend. Only afterward did she realise she'd need to cancel plans with Parker. Again. He had been increasingly frustrated with her distraction over the past week, her obsession with the first letter. This wouldn't help matters. As predicted, their phone call that evening was tense. So let me get this straight, Parker said, his voice tight with controlled irritation. You're cancelling our dinner with my boss, a dinner we've had planned for a month, so you can chase some ghost at a lighthouse? It's not like that, Leah protested, though it was exactly like that. It's something I need to do, something Maya and I always planned. Maya is gone, Leah. I'm sorry, but she is, and I'm here, trying to build something with you, but you're still living in the past. The truth of his words stung. That's not fair. Isn't it? You've spent the last year frozen in place, and now these letters, which are obviously from someone trying to help you move on, have you chasing shadows instead of living your life? You think the letters are a good thing? This surprised her. Parker sighed, running a hand through his meticulously styled hair. The gesture reminded Leah of when they'd first met at that gallery opening. His passion for architecture had sparked something in her, his structured approach to life a counterbalance to her artistic chaos. Before grief had made her rigid, she'd needed his steadiness. I think someone cares enough about you to try to break through your walls, he said finally. Maybe it's her family. Maybe it's a friend. Does it matter? If it gets you out of your apartment and doing things again, I'm all for it. Leah hadn't considered this perspective. Could the letters be a well-intentioned intervention? But that didn't explain the handwriting, the intimate knowledge of moments only she and Maya had shared. "I need to do this, Parker. I'm sorry about dinner." The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken frustrations. Finally he said, "Do what you need to do, Leah. I'll make your excuses to everyone." The call ended with a hollow beep, leaving Leah alone with her thoughts and Maya's letter. She traced the handwriting with her fingertip, feeling the slight indentations in the paper. Whoever was writing these knew exactly how to echo Maya's voice, how to tap into memories Leah had kept sacred. If not Maya, and it couldn't be Maya, then who? The Point Reyes lighthouse stood stark against the darkening sky, its beam already cutting through the early evening fog. Leah pulled her jacket tighter around herself as she made her way along the path to the keeper's quarters, the wind off the Pacific sharp with salt and secrets. The small cottage was rustic but comfortable, with windows facing the churning ocean below. Leah placed Maya's letters, now 2, on the wooden table by the largest window, anchoring them with a smooth stone she'd picked up on her walk. Then she unpacked her sketchbook and charcoals, setting them beside the letters like offerings. She hadn't drawn just for herself since before Maya died. Commercial illustrations paid the bills, but her personal art had dried up along with her tears. Now, as she watched the lighthouse beam sweep across the darkening water, she felt an urge to capture the moment. Her hand moved across the paper with unexpected surety, charcoal smudging her fingers as the scene emerged. The lighthouse, the roiling sea, and, surprising herself, a figure standing at the edge of the cliff. A woman with wild curls blowing in the wind, her face turned toward the horizon. Maya. A knock at the door startled her so badly she dropped her charcoal, leaving a dark streak across the drawing. For a wild moment she thought it might be Maya herself, somehow alive and following her here. But when she opened the door, it was Daniel who stood on the threshold, his dark hair damp from the misting rain, his expression apologetic. "What are you doing here?" Leah demanded, shock giving way to suspicion. "How did you know where I was?" "I called 4 lighthouses before I found the right one," he admitted. "Can I come in?" "It's freezing out here." Reluctantly, she stepped aside. Daniel entered, bringing with him the scent of rain and something familiar, the sandalwood cologne he'd worn since college. He spotted the letters immediately, his gaze lingering on them before shifting to a half-finished drawing. "You're drawing again," he said softly. "That's good." "Daniel, why are you here?" He sighed, running a hand through his wet hair. "I was worried about you, taking off on your own, chasing these letters." "I didn't tell you about the second letter," Leah realized, narrowing her eyes. "Or about coming here." Daniel looked trapped. "Parker mentioned you'd cancelled plans to visit Point Reyes. He's worried about you, Leah. We all are." "So you drove 3 hours to check on me? That seems excessive, even for you." The silence between them hummed with unspoken questions. Daniel moved to the window, looking out at the lighthouse, its beams sweeping steadily across the night. "Maya loved lighthouses," he said finally. "She used to say they were proof that humans would go to extraordinary lengths just to help each other find their way home." Something in his voice made Leah's suspicions sharpen. "Daniel, do you know who's sending the letters?" He turned back to her, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "What would you do if you found out?" "I don't know," she admitted. "Be angry, maybe, or grateful, probably both." "Maybe some mysteries are better left unsolved," he suggested, moving toward her drawing. "This is beautiful, Leah. You've captured her perfectly." The way he said it, like he could see Maya in the rough charcoal sketch, like he recognized her from just a silhouette, made Leah's heart race. "You know something," she accused again. "Tell me the truth, Daniel." Instead of answering, he reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope, the same pale yellow as the others. "This was in my mailbox this morning. It's addressed to you." Leah stared at the envelope, at her name written in that painfully familiar script. "You're part of this," she whispered. You're helping whoever's sending these. It's not what you think, Leah. Then what is it? She grabbed the envelope from his hand. Because it looks like someone is playing a cruel game with my grief, and you're helping them. Daniel's expression softened with such genuine compassion that Leah's anger faltered. Read the letter, he said gently. Then we'll talk. With trembling hands, she opened the third letter, aware of Daniel watching her, of the lighthouse beams sweeping rhythmically past the window, of her heart thundering in her chest. Dear Leah, if you're reading this at Point Reyes, then you're already braver than you think. The Leah who used to fear the ocean is facing it alone tonight. I'm proud of you. Do you remember what we promised each other on our 21st birthday? That no matter what happened, we'd never stop pushing each other toward joy. I haven't forgotten my promise, even if I had to find an unconventional way to keep it. There's a journal in the drawer of the nightstand. It's been waiting for you. Love always, Maya. Leah's gaze shot to the small wooden nightstand by the bed. How could the letter know about a drawer in a lighthouse keeper's quarters she'd rented on impulse? Unless someone had placed it there deliberately. She crossed the room in 3 quick strides and yanked open the drawer. Inside was a worn leather journal she recognized instantly. Maya's poetry journal, the one she'd carried everywhere their last year together. The one that had been missing since her death. Leah turned to Daniel, the journal clutched to her chest. How? She demanded, tears blurring her vision. How is this possible? Daniel moved toward her slowly as if approaching a wounded animal. My mother found a box in Maya's closet after the funeral, he said quietly. It was filled with letters, dozens of them, all addressed to you. The journal's leather cover was soft against Leah's fingertips, worn smooth by Maya's hands. For a moment she couldn't breathe, couldn't think past the enormity of what Daniel had just revealed. Letters, she repeated, the word hollow in her mouth. Maya wrote letters to me before she died. Daniel nodded, his eyes never leaving her face. She'd been writing them for years, apparently. Letters to be sent on specific dates, for specific occasions. He hesitated. For after she was gone. That's impossible. Maya didn't know she was going to die. The words came out sharper than Leah intended, edged with a year's worth of rage at the senselessness of it all. A rainy night, a drunk driver, a moment's distraction. No, she didn't, Daniel agreed, moving to sit at the small wooden table. But Maya always said life was uncertain. Remember how she used to joke that her imagination was her backup plan for everything? Leah did remember. Maya had been obsessed with contingencies, with ensuring nothing was left unsaid, undone, unfelt. It was why she wrote poetry, to capture moments before they slipped away. The letters weren't just for if she died, Daniel continued. There were letters for if she moved away, for if you two had a falling out, for your 30th birthday, for when you published your first children's book. He smiled sadly. She had this whole system, organised by date and circumstance. But how? Leah's voice caught. How did she know about the lighthouse? About me coming here this weekend? She didn't. That was me. Daniel looked apologetic. I've been helping my mother send the letters. When you booked the lighthouse, I brought the journal. Maya always said it was where you two would find clarity. Leah sank onto the edge of the bed, the journal heavy in her hands. So you've been reading my letters? The invasion of privacy stung, even as she understood the intention behind it. No, Daniel said firmly. Mum and I never opened them. Maya sealed each one and labelled the envelopes with instructions. For Leah, 1 year after I'm gone. For Leah, when she needs to remember joy. For Leah, when she visits the lighthouse. He shrugged. We've just been following her instructions. But the second letter, it mentioned a dream about me trying to count waves. How could she have known that? Daniel's expression softened. You told me about that dream, Leah, last month, when we had coffee. You said you dreamed about Maya and the ocean. He looked slightly embarrassed. When you mentioned the lighthouse yesterday, I was surprised. It seemed like such a perfect coincidence. That's when I thought of bringing the journal here. The memory surfaced slowly. A rainy afternoon at the cafe next to Daniel's bookstore. Her hands wrapped around a mug of chamomile tea, confessing to Daniel that Maya still visited her dreams. You added that detail, she realised. You and your mother have been customizing the letters. Just a little, he admitted. Maya left so many, with so many different scenarios in mind. We've been choosing the ones that seem to fit what you're going through, adding small details to make them feel more immediate. He looked down at his hands. We thought it would help you remember her, but also help you move forward. Leah didn't know whether to feel betrayed or touched. The letters had felt so authentic, so present, as if Maya were reaching across the divide of death to speak directly to her heart. Now she learned they were a collaboration between Maya's foresight and her family's intervention. Why didn't you just tell me? She asked. Why the mystery? Would you have accepted them if we had? Daniel's question was gentle but pointed. Or would you have seen them as a reminder of your loss, put them away somewhere dark and continued to shut yourself off from the world? The truth of his words landed with the precision of an arrow. Leah had spent the past year in a holding pattern, unable to move forward, unwilling to let go. Her relationship with Parker had stagnated, her art had withered, her spark had faded to embers. Only the letters, with their impossible connection to Maya, had awakened her from this suspended animation. No, she admitted, I probably wouldn't have accepted them. Daniel nodded, unsurprised. Maya knew you better than anyone. She knew how you'd respond to loss. He gestured to the journal in her hands. Read it. She wrote it for you. Leah looked down at the journal, tracing the pressed flower on its cover. A forget-me-not, preserved between the leather and a thin sheet of resin. She and Maya had picked the flowers on a hike in the Marin Headlands, pressing them between the pages of their respective journals. I'll give you some privacy, Daniel said, standing. I've got a room at the inn down the road. Take all the time you need. As he reached the door, Leah called after him, Daniel? When he turned, she asked the question that had been forming since his arrival. Why are you doing this? Driving up and down the coast, planting journals, mailing letters. Why? Something vulnerable flashed across his face before he composed it into a small smile. Because Maya asked me to, and because... He paused, seeming to weigh his words carefully. Because you matter to me, Leah. You always have. With that, he slipped out the door, leaving Leah alone with Maya's journal and the rhythmic sweep of the lighthouse beam across the darkening water. The journal's pages were filled with Maya's distinctive handwriting. Poems, sketches, observations about life and love and loss. Leah read late into the night, the beam from the lighthouse periodically illuminating the pages, as if Maya herself were pointing out passages she wanted Leah to see. Midway through, she found a section addressed directly to her. Leah, if you're reading this, something has separated us. Distance, disagreement, or something more permanent. I've always been a planner, always preparing for contingencies. You used to tease me about it, remember? Maya, not everything needs a backup plan, you'd say, but now I'm glad I ignored you. Here's what I know. Whatever has come between us, it doesn't change what we are to each other. Soul friends, heart twins, the kind of connection that transcends ordinary friendship. I've left you letters because words are how I make sense of the world, how I organise my heart. By the time you read this, my mother will have found them. She'll know what to do. Mum, if you're reading this first, the letters are in the blue hat box in my closet. You know the one. But letters aren't enough. I need you to know that whatever life has thrown at us, whatever has changed, you were loved. Completely. Imperfectly. Eternally. You've always been afraid of being forgotten, Leah. It's why you draw, isn't it? To leave a mark that says, I was here, I felt this, I saw beauty. I promise you, my fierce friend, you will never be forgotten. Not by me, not by those who love you, including my brother. Yes, I'm talking about Daniel. Don't roll your eyes. I see you doing it. He's loved you since we were teenagers, you know. Too loyal to me to ever say anything. Too gentle to push past your obliviousness. But I've seen how he looks at you when you're not watching. Like you're a rare first edition he's discovered on a dusty shelf. Maybe if I'm gone, you'll finally see him. Really see him. And maybe if I'm very lucky, you'll find in each other a new kind of joy that honours what we shared rather than replaces it. That's my final backup plan, Leah. Not just the letters, but the people who will carry my love for you forward. Forever yours, Maya. Leah closed the journal, her vision blurred with tears. Daniel. Quiet, steady Daniel, who had been checking on her weekly since Maya's death. Who brought her coffee exactly how she liked it. Who remembered her favourite authors and set aside books he thought might interest her. Daniel, who had driven 3 hours on a moment's notice because he was worried about her. Daniel, who loved her, if Maya was to be believed. And Maya was rarely wrong about matters of the heart. The realisation settled over Leah like a warm blanket. Not shocking, not earth-shattering, but somehow right. As if a puzzle piece she hadn't known was missing had finally slid into place. Outside, the fog had lifted, revealing a sky scattered with stars. The lighthouse beam cut through the darkness, steady and sure, guiding lost souls home, just as Maya had intended her letters to do for Leah. She picked up her phone, noting the late hour but dialing anyway. Daniel answered on the second ring, his voice alert despite the time. "Leah, is everything okay?" "I read the journal," she said simply. "All of it." A pause, then, and I think I'd like some company, if you're still offering." His reply was immediate. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. As she waited, Leah returned to her abandoned drawing, adding details to the lighthouse, to the churning sea below, to the figure on the cliff. But now she added a second figure, standing just behind the first, watching over her. Not Maya, as she had initially thought, but Daniel. Patient, steadfast Daniel, who had been there all along. Daniel arrived with 2 cups of steaming tea and a paper bag of still-warm pastries. "The inn has a 24-hour bakery," he explained, setting everything on the table. Strange but convenient. Leah accepted the tea gratefully, wrapping her hands around the warmth. The night had grown chilly, the kind of bone-deep coastal cold that seemed to seep through walls. Or perhaps it was the emotional toll of the evening that left her feeling so drained. "Thank you," she said, gesturing vaguely at the tea, the pastries, his presence, "for all of this." Daniel nodded, his eyes moving to the open journal on the bed, then back to her face. "You've been crying," he observed softly. "Good tears," Leah assured him. "Mostly." They fell into a comfortable silence, sipping tea and sharing a blueberry scone. Leah studied Daniel over the rim of her cup, seeing him with new eyes, not just as Maya's brother, not just as a friend, but as a man who had carried quiet devotion for her alongside his own grief. "Why didn't you ever say anything?" she asked finally. "About your feelings?" Daniel didn't pretend to misunderstand. "At first, because of Maya. You were her best friend. It would have been complicated. And after?" He looked down, absently breaking off a piece of scone. "After she died, you were devastated. Then you started dating Parker. The timing never seemed right." He glanced up, a wry smile playing at his lips. "And I was afraid of ruining what we had. Your friendship has been important to me." "Maya knew," Leah said, "about your feelings. She wrote about it in her journal." "Of course she did," Daniel laughed softly. "Maya knew everything. She used to tease me about it, said I was painfully obvious to everyone except you." "I wish she'd told me," Leah admitted. "It might have saved us some time." "Would it have made a difference? Before, I mean?" Leah considered this, remembering herself before Maya's death. Ambitious, confident, laser-focused on her career. "I don't know," she answered honestly. "I was different then. We both were." Daniel nodded, accepting this. "And now?" he asked, his voice careful, neutral. "Now I'm discovering that the Daniel who's been bringing me coffee and checking on me and mailing me letters from my dead best friend is someone I'd like to know better." She smiled, surprising herself with how natural it felt. Much better. The tension in his shoulders eased visibly. "I'd like that," he said simply. Leah stood, moving to the window where the lighthouse beam continued its steady rotation. "There's something I don't understand," she said. "That first letter, it mentioned the lunar eclipse when Maya and I were 14. About how I said the moon isn't gone just because we can't see it. I never told you or anyone else about that night. How did Maya know to include that specific memory in a letter meant for after her death?" Daniel joined her at the window, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. "Maya kept journals her whole life," he explained. "She recorded everything, conversations, dreams, moments that might seem insignificant to anyone else. After she died, Mum found dozens of them. The letters she wrote to you were filled with those memories, those small moments she'd preserved." So she wasn't just writing letters for hypothetical futures, Leah realised. She was creating a map of our past. Exactly. A constellation of memories only you two shared, bright enough to guide you forward even in her absence. It was such a Maya thing to do, practical and poetic simultaneously. Leah could almost hear her friend's voice. "See, Leah? I told you my obsessive journaling would come in handy someday." "There's more," Daniel said. "Letters, I mean. Many more. Mum and I have been sending them sparingly, trying to gauge your reaction. But they're yours, whenever you want them." The thought of more letters, more pieces of Maya, more of her voice and heart, filled Leah with a bittersweet longing. "I'd like that," she said. "But maybe not all at once. Maybe just as I need them." Daniel nodded. That's what she would have wanted, I think. For the letters to find you when you needed them most. "Like breadcrumbs," Leah murmured, "leading me out of the dark." "Maya always did have a flair for the dramatic," Daniel said with affection. "Even her absence is somehow theatrical." This startled a laugh from Leah, the first genuine laugh she had experienced in months. "God, you're right. She's directing this whole thing from beyond, isn't she? Pushing us together, making me visit lighthouses, probably cackling about it somewhere." Daniel's answering laugh was warm, intimate. Definitely cackling. Probably saying, "I told you so" to anyone who will listen. The shared moment of humour, of remembering Maya not with grief but with joy, felt like a small miracle. For the first time since her death, Leah felt the weight of loss lifting, just enough to glimpse a future where Maya's memory wasn't a burden but a blessing. Outside, the first hints of dawn were lightening the horizon, turning the Black Sea to deep indigo. They had talked through the night, sharing tea and memories and tentative hopes. "Stay," Leah said impulsively. "Watch the sunrise with me. Maya and I always said we'd do that here, but we never made it." Daniel's smile was gentle. "I'd like that." They moved to the small porch that faced the ocean, bringing blankets from the bed. Huddled together against the morning chill, they watched as the sky transitioned from indigo to lavender, to the softest pink, like the inside of a seashell. "Maya would have written a poem about this," Leah said. Her voice hushed in the dawn stillness. "She did, actually." Daniel reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was in one of her journals. I copied it before I came. He handed it to Leah, who unfolded it with reverent fingers. Maya's handwriting danced across the page. Dawn at Point Reyes. The light arrives in increments so small they're imperceptible until suddenly, darkness has surrendered completely. This is how healing happens. Not in grand gestures or epiphanies, but in moments so slight they pass unnoticed until one morning you wake to find the weight has lifted from your chest, and you can breathe again. The lighthouse, having guided ships through darkness, rests in the daylight, its purpose not diminished by the sun's return, but temporarily paused. We're all lighthouses in our way, illuminating paths for each other, burning brightest when the world is darkest. Today, at the edge of the continent where land surrenders to sea, I watched the birth of light with my friend and understood nothing truly ends. It only changes form, like darkness into dawn, like ocean into mist, like absence into presence. She never showed me this, Leah whispered, tears blurring the words. When did she write it? The date says June last year, 3 weeks before the accident. Daniel's voice was soft with wonder. It's like she knew somehow. Not about dying, maybe, but about how you would heal. Leah leaned against him, the poem clutched to her chest, the rising sun warming their faces. Below them, the Pacific stretched endlessly, a living entity breathing against the shore. The lighthouse stood sentinel against the brightening sky, its beam no longer visible, but its presence no less powerful. I think I'm ready, she said after a long moment. For what? To stop counting waves. She smiled, remembering the dream mentioned in Maya's second letter. To start living again. Daniel's arm tightened around her shoulders, and in that simple gesture, not possessive, not demanding, just present, Leah felt the first stirrings of something new. Not replacing what she'd lost, but growing alongside it, like wildflowers beside a grave. As the sun cleared the horizon, casting long golden fingers across the water, Leah thought of Maya's words. Nothing truly ends. Perhaps that was the greatest gift her friend had given her. Not just the letters, but the permission to find joy again without betraying her memory. Thank you, she said, both to Daniel and to the friend who had orchestrated this moment from beyond the veil of death, for helping me remember how to see beauty again. Daniel smiled, his eyes reflecting the sunrise. Maya did the hard part. I just delivered the mail. Leah laughed, the sound carrying out over the cliffs, mingling with the cry of seagulls and the rhythm of waves. For the first time in a year, the sound held no edges, no hidden grief, just simple, uncomplicated joy. And somewhere, Leah liked to think, Maya was laughing too. 3 months later, Leah stood in her studio surveying the completed illustrations for her new children's book. Watercolour moons in various phases adorned the walls, alongside sketches of a young girl sending paper boats across a starlit pond. The book had practically written itself once she'd returned from Point Reyes, pouring out of her like water from a broken dam. Letters to the Moon, her first author-illustrator project, would be published in the spring. Her agent had practically wept when she'd submitted the manuscript, declaring it Leah's breakthrough work. Privately, Leah knew the real breakthrough had little to do with her career. These are beautiful, Daniel said from the doorway, 2 cups of coffee in hand. He'd taken to spending weekends at her apartment, their relationship unfolding with a gentle inevitability that felt both new and familiar, like returning to a place she'd only visited in dreams. Do you think kids will like a story about grief? Leah asked, accepting the coffee gratefully. Kids understand more than we give them credit for, Daniel replied, studying a particularly evocative illustration of the young protagonist sending a letter tied to a balloon. They know about loss, about missing people. He smiled at her over his cup. Besides, it's also a story about finding your way back to joy. That's universal. Leah nodded, leaning into him slightly. Their relationship had progressed with deliberate slowness, neither of them wanting to rush what felt precious and unexpected. Parker had been surprisingly understanding when she'd ended things, admitting that they'd been drifting apart long before the mysterious letters arrived. Mum called, Daniel said, changing the subject. She wants us to come for dinner tomorrow, says she has something for you. Mrs. Santos had become a more significant presence in Leah's life since the revelation of the letters. What could have been awkward, Daniel's mother playing such an intimate role in Leah's grief journey, had instead deepened into a relationship that honoured Maya's memory while creating something new. "Did she say what it is?" Leah asked, already suspecting the answer. Daniel shook his head. "But it's been 3 months since the last letter. If she's following Maya's instructions." Another letter. The thought still sent a thrill of anticipation through Leah, though the letters no longer arrived with their initial mystique. Knowing their source didn't diminish their power. If anything, understanding the love and foresight that had created them made each one more precious. "I'll pick you up at 6, Daniel said, kissing her lightly before heading to the bookstore for his Saturday shift. After he left, Leah returned to her illustrations, making minor adjustments to the colour balance on a particularly difficult spread. The protagonist, a girl with wild curls who bore a striking resemblance to Maya, was sitting on a rooftop watching a lunar eclipse with her friend. "Some things are still there, even when hidden from view," read the text beneath the illustration. A gentler version of those words from that long-ago night, preserved in Maya's journal, now immortalised in a book that would reach children she would never meet. Leah smiled, thinking of how Maya would have loved that, her words living on, offering comfort to strangers. It was the kind of immortality her poet's heart would have valued most. Mrs. Santos's home smelled of garlic and cilantro when they arrived the next evening, the familiar scents of her legendary paella filling the small house. She greeted Leah with a fierce hug, holding her at arm's length afterward to study her face. "You look well," she declared, satisfaction evident in her tone. "Happy?" "I am," Leah admitted, realising the truth of it with a sense of wonder. Happiness had crept up on her so gradually she hadn't noticed its return until recently. Mrs. Santos nodded, as if this confirmed something important. Good. Maya would be pleased. She led them into the dining room, where the table was set with her best dishes, the ones reserved for special occasions. "We're celebrating tonight." "What are we celebrating?" Daniel asked, helping his mother bring the steaming paella to the table. "Life," Mrs. Santos said simply, continuing, changing. She looked pointedly at Leah and Daniel's intertwined hands, growing. The meal was filled with reminiscences about Maya, funny stories, embarrassing moments, the kind of memories that had once been too painful to revisit, but now brought smiles rather than tears. Mrs. Santos was in rare form, describing teenage Maya's disastrous attempt to dye her hair blue before prom, a story that had Daniel wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "She looked like a Smurf had exploded on her head," he gasped. Mum was furious. "I was not furious," Mrs. Santos protested, though her eyes twinkled. "I was concerned about the bathtub stains." Leah laughed, picturing 16-year-old Maya with her blue-streaked curls, defiant and beautiful. She wore that colour with such confidence that by the end of prom, 3 other girls were asking where she got it done. "That was Maya," Mrs. Santos agreed fondly, making disasters look deliberate. After dinner, as Daniel cleared the dishes, Mrs. Santos disappeared into her bedroom, returning with a pale yellow envelope and a small box. "It's time for this one," she said, handing both to Leah. Maya was very specific about the timing. The envelope bore the now familiar instruction, "For Leah, when she starts to live again." Leah ran her fingers over the words, Maya's handwriting as intimate as a touch. "Go ahead," Mrs. Santos encouraged, settling back in her chair. "I promised Maya I'd be here when you read this one." With careful fingers, Leah opened the envelope. "My dearest Leah, if you're reading this, something extraordinary has happened. You've begun to heal. Mum promised she'd know when it was time to give you this letter. She's uncanny that way, always sensing what others need before they know it themselves. Thanks, Mum. I told you she'd get there eventually. I've written so many versions of this letter over the years, each one imagining a different reason for my absence. But the truth is, whatever separated us, I always knew you'd find your way back to joy. It's who you are, a person who sees beauty even in broken things. There's a box with this letter. Inside is the necklace my grandmother gave me before she died, the silver moon with the tiny diamond star. Remember how I used to joke it was my backup light source, in case the moon ever failed to show up for work? I want you to have it now, not as a reminder of loss, but as a symbol of what we both know to be true. Light always returns, even after the darkest night. I have one last request, my friend. One final item for our bucket list. Find the place where we buried our time capsule on my 16th birthday. You remember, under the oak tree in Watershed Park, where we carved our initials. Dig it up. There's something inside, I added later, something meant for this moment in your life. I don't know who you are now as you read this. I don't know what paths you've taken or what joy you've found, but I know who you were, and I know the heart at your centre doesn't change. That's the part of you I've loved since we were 9 years old, passing notes between bedroom windows. Keep writing your own story, Leah. Make it beautiful and messy and completely yours. Just promise me one thing. Don't skip the love chapters. They're the best part. Forever and always, Maya. P.S. If my annoying brother is still mooning over you, pun absolutely intended, maybe give the poor guy a chance. He's not half bad once you get past the book nerd exterior, and he's loved you almost as long as I have. Leah looked up, tears streaming silently down her face, to find Mrs. Santos smiling at her with such tender understanding that it nearly broke her heart all over again. She knew, Leah whispered, about Daniel and me. She knew before we did. Mrs. Santos nodded, unsurprised. Maya always saw the patterns before they formed, like constellations only she could recognize. She reached across the table to squeeze Leah's hand. Open the box, querida. Inside was the necklace Maya had worn nearly every day of her adult life, a delicate silver crescent moon with a tiny diamond star nestled in its curve. Mrs. Santos stood, taking the necklace from the box and moving behind Leah to fasten it around her neck. There, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Now you carry a piece of her light with you. Daniel returned from the kitchen, stopping in the doorway when he saw the scene before him. His mother standing behind Leah, both women with tears on their faces, Maya's necklace glinting at Leah's throat. The time capsule, Leah said, looking up at him. Do you remember where we buried it? Daniel smiled, recognition dawning in his eyes. Of course. The oak tree at Watershed Park. He glanced at his watch. It's not too late. We could go now if you want. Mrs. Santos shooed them toward the door. Go, go, Maya's waiting. The park was deserted at this hour, the old oak tree a massive silhouette against the night sky. Leah ran her fingers over the bark until she found what she was looking for, the carved M+L inside a rough heart, now nearly grown over with new bark but still discernible. Here, she said, it should be about 3 feet down directly beneath. Daniel had brought a small shovel from his mother's garden shed. They took turns digging, the physical labour a welcome counterpoint to the emotional weight of the evening. Finally, the shovel struck something solid. A metal cookie tin painted with stars, its paint now flaking and rusted. I remember this, Daniel said, brushing dirt from the lid. Maya stole it from the kitchen. Mum was looking for it for months. Together they opened the time capsule. Inside were the expected treasures of 16-year-old girls, friendship bracelets, notes passed in class, a CD of songs they'd loved that summer, ticket stubs from a concert, photos of them with their arms around each other, smiling with the boundless confidence of youth. But nestled beneath these artifacts was a small velvet pouch Leah didn't recognize, with a note attached. For Leah, when she's ready to write a new story. With trembling fingers, Leah opened the pouch. Inside was a fountain pen, vintage, elegant, its barrel a deep blue with tiny flecks of gold, like a night sky filled with stars. It's beautiful, she breathed, turning it in her hands. That was her grandfather's pen, Daniel said, surprised. He was a writer. She treasured it. Leah looked at him, understanding dawning. She left her necklace and her pen, the moon, and the means to write about it. That sounds like Maya, Daniel agreed, his voice soft with affection and grief and pride. Under the oak tree where they had buried childhood treasures, beneath a sky scattered with stars, Leah felt the circle completing itself. Maya had given her final gifts, permission to find new joy, tools to create new stories, and a heart ready to receive both. As if responding to this realization, a cool breeze stirred the leaves overhead, sending moonlight dappling across their faces like a blessing. "You know what this means," Leah said, closing her hand around the pen. "I have to write her story. Our story." "I think that's exactly what she intended," Daniel replied, helping her gather the time capsule's contents. They stood together under the oak tree, the metal tin between them like a shared treasure. Daniel brushed a leaf from Leah's hair, his touch gentle against her temple. "Ready to go home?" She nodded, suddenly certain of something she hadn't been able to name until now. "Yes, I'm ready." They walked back through the darkened park, Maya's necklace cool against Leah's skin, the fountain pen a comfortable weight in her pocket. Above them, the moon hung like a silver pendant in the velvet sky, not full, not empty, but waxing toward completion, its light illuminating the path ahead. Those we love are never truly lost, Leah thought. They remain in the stories we tell, in the words we write, in how we choose to live with their memory. And in that knowledge there was peace, the end. The last bus to Odessa. The bus smelled like 18 years of spilled coffee and broken dreams. Kimberly Ramirez pressed her fingers against her temple, willing away the headache that had been building since O'Hare. She'd specifically chosen the last bus to Odessa because she thought it would be empty, a chance to decompress before facing her family's inevitable questions about why she was arriving at her sister's wedding alone. Again. "Ladies and gentlemen," the driver's voice crackled through the intercom, "we're experiencing some mechanical difficulties. We'll be pulling into Cedar Falls for emergency repairs." Through the frost-laced window, Kimberly watched the landscape transform from urban sprawl to endless Iowa farmland, now being swallowed by what the weather app euphemistically called winter precipitation. She counted exactly one other passenger, a guy in his late 20s wearing a thrift store sweater, hunched over a notebook like it contained state secrets. When the bus lurched into the station, a glorified shack with peeling paint, she finally got a better look at him. Scruffy brown hair that definitely hadn't seen a professional in months, wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew, and the kind of expression her divorce clients wore when they still believed in happy endings. "Folks, I'm afraid we're looking at an overnight stay," the driver announced, his voice carrying the weariness of someone who'd delivered this news too many times. "There's a waiting room inside. Heat works most of the time." The poet, she'd decided to call him that based on his notebook, bounded off the bus with an optimism that made her teeth ache. He held the door open for her, offering a smile that was either genuine or insane. In her experience, the two often overlapped. "Thanks," she muttered, pulling her coat tighter. The wind hit like a personal insult. Inside the depot, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sickly green tint. The poet claimed a bench near an ancient space heater, while Kimberly chose the opposite corner, maximising distance and minimising the chance of conversation. Her phone displayed 17 missed calls from her mother and a text from her sister. "Where are you?" "Could be worse," the poet called out, apparently mistaking her visible distress for an invitation to chat. "At least we're not camping." Kimberly studied him over her phone. Up close she noticed Flower dusting his sweater cuffs, and a callus on his middle finger that spoke of excessive pen use. You do this often? Get stranded in Iowa? First time, actually. I usually fly, but he gestured vaguely at his notebook. Writer's retreat in Nebraska got cancelled. Decided to turn the trip into material. Ah, a writer. She loaded the word with all the disdain 8 years of family law had equipped her with. In her experience, artists and alimony rarely mixed well. Jake Morrison, he offered, extending a hand she didn't take. Kimberly? The lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied, as if the building was gathering courage for what came next. So, Jake said, apparently immune to social cues, what's your story? Business trip? Family obligation? Secret rendezvous? Wedding. Sisters. Tomorrow. She punctuated each word like separate sentences, hoping he'd get the hint. Ah, the classic wedding anxiety. Been there. Well, not to my sisters. I don't have one, but weddings in general. Emotional minefields. Her phone battery dropped to 15%. Perfect. Look, she said, turning to face him properly for the first time. I'm not great at small talk. I'm going to sit here, try to figure out how to explain to my sister why I'll probably miss her wedding, and generally contemplate my life choices. You're welcome to do whatever poets do in blizzards. He blinked, then laughed. Not the nervous kind she expected, but something genuine and warm. Fair enough, though for the record, poets in blizzards mostly think about how snow is a metaphor for everything. Despite herself, her mouth twitched. Everything. Purity, death, new beginnings, the blank page, this silence between words, the way. Okay, I get it. But she was almost smiling now, which annoyed her. She didn't smile at poets. She barely smiled at opposing counsel when they finally conceded. Her phone died with a tiny chime that sounded exactly like resignation. Oh no, she whispered. Blessing in disguise, Jake offered. Now you can't check your emails. Now I can't call my sister, or my mother, or anyone. True. He considered this. But also now you have to be here. Really here. With Iowa, and me, and... He gestured around the depot. Whatever this is. A rat scurried across the floor. The lights flickered again. The heater made a concerning grinding noise. This, Kimberly said slowly, might be the worst night of my life. Might be, Jake agreed cheerfully. Or we could make it interesting. Want to hear about the dream I had last week about a bakery that sells temporal pastries? She stared at him. Really stared. This guy, this broke-looking, overly optimistic poet, was suggesting they pass time with bedtime stories like children at sleepover. You're insane, she declared. Probably, but I'm also not wrong. We've got... He checked his phone. 8 hours minimum, could wallow in misery, could practice small talk about the weather, or dash. Or we could tell stories, real ones, weird ones, the kind you usually keep locked away. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, Kimberly heard herself laugh. Not the bitter bark she used in depositions, but something rusty and surprised. You know what? Why the hell not? But I'm warning you, my stories aren't pretty. Good, Jake's voice came through the dark. Neither are mine. The emergency lighting kicked in 20 minutes later, bathing them in an amber glow that made everything look sepia-toned and unreal. Jake had migrated closer, carrying the space heater like a peace offering. So, he said, settling onto the bench beside her, not close enough to be presumptuous, but close enough that she could see his notebook up close. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, sketches, coffee stains. Ground rules for story time? Kimberly considered this. In her profession, everything had rules, boundaries, clearly defined terms. No lies of omission, and nothing we wouldn't tell our therapists. Brutal honesty. I like it. He flipped through his notebook. Ladies first? Or should I lead with the temporal bakery? God, start with the bakery. I need to warm up to brutal honesty. Jake's face lit up with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for children and religious converts. Okay, so picture this. There's this bakery, right? Hidden between a dry cleaner and a shop that only sells left shoes. Don't ask why, that's a different story. The sign just says, yesterday's tomorrow, and the hours are flexible. Flexible how? They open when you need them to, not when you want them to, when you need them. Anyway, they don't sell regular pastries. They sell moments. Like you bite into a croissant and suddenly you're 5 again, sitting in your grandmother's kitchen while she teaches you to fold paper airplanes. Or you take a sip of their coffee and you're experiencing your first kiss, except this time you don't bump noses. Despite herself, Kimberly was leaning in. What's the catch? The catch is you can't choose which moment you get, and sometimes... He paused, his enthusiasm dimming slightly. Sometimes you bite into something that tastes like goodbye, like the last time you saw someone you loved, and you didn't know it was the last time. The heater hummed between them. Outside, the storm was picking up, rattling the windows in their frames. My mum, he continued quietly, had dementia, Alzheimer's, and for the last 2 years I kept thinking I'd go to that bakery if it existed. Buy a whole tray of eclairs or whatever, just to have one more real conversation with her. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable shifting in her chest. When did she die? 8 months ago. She didn't remember me for the last 6 months, but I kept visiting anyway. Read her poetry, mine and others. I think she liked the rhythm of it, even when the words didn't mean anything to her anymore. They sat in silence for a moment. The kind of silence that felt necessary rather than awkward. My turn? She asked finally. Your turn. She took a breath. Okay, real story. About 5 months ago I had this case. Divorce, obviously. 22 years of marriage, 2 kids, the whole suburban dream. The wife came to me because she'd found texts on her husband's phone. But here's the thing, the texts weren't what you'd expect. Not an affair. Number he was texting his dead brother, like full conversations. Hey Jim, kid got into college. Jim, Sarah made meatloaf again, count your blessings. Jim, I think I'm losing myself in this marriage. Jake was quiet, processing. Was he talking to someone pretending to be his brother? Number he had his brother's old phone, charged it every night, would write these texts but never send them, just save them in drafts. 3 years after the accident. Jesus. The wife thought he was having some elaborate affair. Turns out he was just grieving. Still. But she couldn't understand why he'd never told her, and he couldn't understand why she'd snooped. And I'm sitting there thinking about all the things I don't tell people, all the conversations I have with ghosts. What happened? They're still married, counselling. The husband keeps texting his brother, but now the wife reads them sometimes, says it helps her understand him better than 20 years of actual conversation. Jake nodded slowly. My dad left when I was 12. I wrote him letters for years, never sent them, still have them in a shoebox somewhere. What do they say? Mostly questions, why he left, whether it was because of something I did, whether he thinks about us, whether he knows I tried to be the man of the house at 12 and failed spectacularly. The lights flickered again, and this time they heard a transformer explode somewhere in the distance. They were fully committed to emergency lighting now. Your turn, Kimberly said, and make it weird. Jake grinned and she realised she liked his smile, not in a professional networking way, but in a way that made her stomach do something complicated. Okay, weird story, true story. When I was 16, I got a job at this movie theatre in Des Moines. Wait, you're from Iowa? Born and raised, don't hold it against me. Anyway, this theatre had been there since the 50s, and on slow nights I'd sneak into Screen 7 to do my homework. Screen 7 was weird. The movies changed. Changed how? Like you'd put in The Princess Bride, but the movie that played would be The Princess Bride if Wesley had actually died, or if Buttercup had married Humperdinck out of spite, or if the whole thing was a metaphor for the Cold War. That's impossible, right? That's what I thought. So I started documenting it, bringing friends, testing different movies. Turns out Screen 7 showed alternate endings. Not just alternate versions, it showed what would happen if the characters made different choices. And nobody else noticed. The manager knew, said it had been happening since 1967, said some nights the screen would just go blank for 20 minutes and people would emerge crying or laughing or completely silent. Said management kept it quiet because it was good for business. Kimberly raised an eyebrow. You're making this up. Am I? I can draw you a map. Fine. What did you watch? Everything I could get my hands on, but there was one rule. You could only watch each movie once. After that, Screen 7 would just show the regular version, no matter how many times you tried. What was your favourite alternate ending? It's a Wonderful Life, where George Bailey decides to leave Bedford Falls, becomes a travel writer, sees the world, falls in love with a war correspondent in London, comes back 20 years later as a stranger, walks through town, realises most people are better off without him. Not bitter, just different, more complex. That's dark. No, that's the thing. It wasn't dark, it was true. Like brutally, uncomfortably true about how sometimes the best thing you can do for people is not be their everything. She looked at him then. Really looked. This scruffy poet with flour on his cuffs and stories about magic bakeries was saying something she'd never heard from anyone else. Not from her clients who clung to marriages like life rafts. Not from her mother who still asked when she was going to settle down. Not from herself in 17 years of dating men who made sense on paper. My turn, she said. Really weird story. Also true. Hit me. I keep a list. On my phone. Well, kept before it died. A list of all the couples I've divorced and why they split. Not for legal reasons, just personal curiosity. How many couples? 347. And you know what the number one reason is. It's not infidelity. It's not money problems. It's not even the in-laws. What is it? They stop being curious about each other, like truly curious. Not how was your day curious. More like, what do you dream about when you dream in colour curious. They start seeing each other as functions. Wife function. Husband function. And then one day they realise they're living with a stranger who just happens to share their Netflix password. Jake was quiet for a long moment. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard. Is it? I always thought it was hopeful. How? Because curiosity isn't finite. You can get it back, if you want to. If you're brave enough to admit you don't know everything about the person you've been sleeping next to for 20 years. The storm outside had turned into something biblical. Snow pressed against the windows until they couldn't see out anymore. The depot felt like a spacecraft, untethered from the real world. Tell me something you've never told anyone, Jake said suddenly. For real. Kimberly hesitated. This was dangerous territory. The kind of conversation that happened in therapy or AA meetings or 3 a.m. phone calls you regretted in the morning. I've never been in love, she heard herself say. Not really. I thought I was a few times. But it was always strategic. Like I picked men the way I pick cases. Good chance of success. Limited risk of catastrophic failure. Why? Because, she said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears. My dad left when I was 9. Just vanished. No note, no forwarding address. And my mum fell apart. Completely. Couldn't get out of bed for months. I had to feed my little sister, check her homework, lie to teachers. I swore I'd never let anyone have that much power over me. So you became a divorce lawyer? So I became a divorce lawyer, and I'm very good at it. I protect people from the fallout of failed love, document it, quantify it, divide it into equitable portions. But you don't let yourself feel it. Feeling it is the problem. That's what breaks people. The feeling. Jake reached into his bag and pulled out a thermos. Coffee is probably awful. Bus station vending machine, but at least it's warm. She accepted the cup, their fingers brushing briefly. The coffee was indeed awful, but the warmth was perfect. My turn for radical honesty, Jake said. I'm not really going to a poetry retreat. Colour me shocked. No, I mean, there is no retreat. I made it up. I'm actually running away. My ex-fiancée married my brother 6 weeks ago. Big wedding. Whole family there. Except me. I told them I had a retreat. Booked a bus ticket to nowhere. Been riding buses for 3 days. Kimberly felt her lawyer instincts kicking in. Your brother? My older brother? Seth. The responsible one. The one who took over the family farm. The one everyone always said would make something of himself. Unlike me, the artsy loser who went to college for creative writing. When did you find out? About them? 6 months ago. Grace, my ex, said she needed space to think. Then she started spending time at the farm, getting to know my family better. By the time I realised what was happening, they were engaged. And your family knew? Mum called it a blessing. Said Grace had always fit in better with them anyway. Said maybe now I'd come to my senses and settle down. Jesus. The worst part? She's right. Grace does fit in. She laughs at Seth's jokes about crop yields. She makes perfect dinner rolls from scratch. She never once complained about living in a town with one stoplight. She's everything I'm not. Kimberly found herself getting angry on his behalf, which was new. And what does she do? First grade teacher. She's amazing with kids, patient, nurturing. The kind of person who knows how to make Halloween costumes from scratch. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? I meant, does she write? Does she see the world like you do? Does she understand why someone would drive 500 miles for a poetry reading? Or stay up until 3 a.m. because the words are finally coming right? Jake blinked at her. Number she doesn't. Then she's not amazing. She's just someone else. Someone who probably needed to marry your brother more than she needed to understand you. When did you become a relationship counsellor? I've been one for years. I just usually see people after everything's already broken. At 2 a.m, the space heater gave up with a sound like a dying robot. The temperature dropped immediately, visible breath forming between them in the amber light. Well, Jake said, rubbing his hands together, this is cosy. That's one word for it. Kimberly was already shivering. Her business-appropriate wool coat hadn't been designed for Iowa blizzards. Here. Jake dug into his backpack and produced a mess of scarves, what appeared to be a spare sweater, and several bus blankets he'd apparently hoarded. Emergency supplies. Boy Scout training die hard. You were a Boy Scout. Eagle Scout, actually, which is ironic considering I can't tie my shoes properly half the time. She accepted a scarf and watched him create a nest of sorts on the bench. Despite everything, the cold, the circumstances, the fact that she was about to miss her sister's wedding, she felt oddly calm. Kimberly, Jake said carefully, we should probably share. Body heat. Purely practical. She raised an eyebrow. Smooth. No, I mean, God, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant... Jake. Yeah? Shut up and make room. She settled next to him, careful to maintain some distance even as they arranged the blankets. The intimacy felt strange. She hadn't shared space like this with anyone in... She couldn't remember how long. Better? He asked. Better. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching their breath mist in the cold air. Kimberly found herself studying his profile in the dim light. He had the kind of face that was interesting rather than conventionally handsome. Too angular, features too thoughtful, but there was something about the way he held himself that suggested he was comfortable with exactly who he was. Can I ask you something? She said finally. After everything we've shared tonight, you're still asking permission. Fair point. Why poetry? Jake considered this, absently tapping his pen against his notebook. My mum used to read to me, not just kids' books. Real poetry, Neruda, Dickinson, Hughes. I was maybe 6 and I didn't understand most of it, but I loved the sound, the rhythm, the way words could stack on top of each other and suddenly mean something completely different. And then Dad left and she kept reading. More, actually. Like poetry was the only thing that made sense when nothing else did. I started writing my own when I was 12. Terrible stuff, but it helped. What did you write about? Everything 6-year-olds write about when they're trying to make sense of the world. Why the sky is blue, where the dogs dream, why dads sometimes don't come home. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable in her chest. Not pity exactly, but recognition. I started planning when my dad left. Everything. Every day mapped out. Homework schedule, meal plan, chore chart. Control was my poetry. Did it help? Yes and no. I never missed a deadline, never forgot anything, but I also never relaxed, never let things just be messy and uncertain. Until tonight. Yeah, until tonight when I'm literally stuck in Iowa with a poet and no phone and my entire family probably thinks I've been murdered. There are worse fates. Are there? But she was smiling. Jake pulled his notebook closer. Want to hear something I wrote tonight? While you were glaring at your dying phone? Let me guess. Haiku about blizzards being metaphors for the human condition. Worse. Free verse about accidental companionship. Oh God. Yes, absolutely. Hit me with your worst. He cleared his throat dramatically. Stranded, an ode to Cedar Falls Depot, by Jake Morrison. 2 strangers walk into a blizzard. Sounds like the start of a bad joke, but here we are, trading stories like currency while winter holds us hostage. She counts broken marriages like rosary beads. I collect metaphors like other people collect stamps. Neither of us planned this unexpected confession booth, this Arctic waiting room of truth. But sometimes the best stories are the unplanned ones, the detours that force you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Kimberly was quiet for a long moment. That's not terrible. High praise from a divorce lawyer. I mean it. It's... She struggled to find the right words. It's honest, and honesty is rare in my line of work. Honesty is rare everywhere. True. She hesitated. Can I tell you something? And promise not to psychoanalyze it or turn it into a poem? Promise. I think I engineered this, subconsciously. Engineered what? Missing the wedding. I took the last bus when I could have flown. Didn't leave myself any backup options. Like part of me wanted to have an excuse not to be there. Why? Because watching other people get married is hard when you've spent 8 years helping people get divorced. Because my sister is perfect and I'm not. Because she's getting everything our mother wanted for us and I'm 35 and still don't know what I want for myself. Maybe that's not a bug, it's a feature. How so? Maybe not knowing what you want means you're still open to possibilities. Maybe perfection is overrated. Maybe... He stopped abruptly. What? I was about to say something disgustingly optimistic and poetic. Caught myself just in time. She laughed. A real laugh this time. Don't hold back on my account. I'm stuck here anyway. Fine. Maybe the universe stuck us here because we both needed to stop running. You from the idea that love equals catastrophe. Me from the idea that I'm not good enough for anyone who actually knows me. That's the most disgustingly optimistic thing I've ever heard. I warned you. They were sitting closer now, the cold and the conversation drawing them together incrementally. Kimberly noticed details she'd missed before, the way Jake's hands moved when he talked, the small scar on his left eyebrow, the fact that he smelled like coffee and something else, maybe lavender soap. Jake, she said softly. Yeah? I'm glad we're stuck here. He turned to look at her and something passed between them. Not quite a decision, but an acknowledgement. The space between them felt charged, electric. Kimberly. Don't talk, she said, and leaned in. The kiss was tentative at first, then deeper. Jake tasted like terrible coffee and hope. Kimberly felt something crack open in her chest. Not breaking, but opening. Like a door she'd kept locked for years, finally giving way. When they pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. That was, Jake started. Yeah, are we... I don't know. She rested her forehead against his. I haven't done this in a very long time. Done what? Kiss someone without a 3-year plan. He laughed softly. How does it feel? Terrifying. Also, she paused, considered lying, decided against it. Also right. They kissed again, slower this time, hands finding their way under sweaters and scarves. The depot felt like their own private universe, the storm outside creating a bubble where normal rules didn't apply. We should probably, Jake murmured against her neck, talk about what this means. Or, Kimberly said, surprised by her own boldness, we could not talk for a while. I like the second option better. They didn't sleep much that night. Between kisses and whispered conversations and the increasingly creative ways they found to share body heat under the thin blankets, sleep seemed less important than this moment, this connection, this unexpected gift they'd been given by a broken-down bus in a Midwest blizzard. Around 4 a.m., wrapped in Jake's arms with the snow still falling outside, Kimberly had a thought that would have terrified her 12 hours earlier. Maybe her sister's wedding wasn't the most important thing happening that weekend after all. You're thinking too loud, Jake murmured, half asleep. Sorry, just processing. Process later. Sleep now. Yeah, she said, settling more comfortably against him. Sleep now. But she didn't sleep. Instead, she lay there listening to Jake's breathing, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and marvelling at the fact that she wasn't panicking. For the first time in years, she wasn't making contingency plans or exit strategies, or calculating the probability of disaster. She was just here, present. With this man who wrote poems about melancholy bakeries and alternate movie endings, and who kissed like every moment mattered. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside their makeshift shelter, Kimberly felt warmer than she had in years. The replacement bus arrived at 7:15 a.m., its headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. Kimberly woke to the sound of an engine and the feeling of Jake's arms still around her. For a moment she stayed perfectly still, trying to hold on to the dreamlike quality of the night. Then reality crashed in like cold water. "Jake," she whispered, shaking him gently. "The bus is here." He blinked awake, momentarily confused, then seemed to remember where he was. His smile was soft, intimate in a way that made her stomach flip. "Morning," he said, voice rough with sleep. "Morning." They disentangled themselves awkwardly, gathering scattered scarves and blankets. Kimberly caught a glimpse of herself in the depot's dusty mirror and winced. Her carefully styled hair was a disaster, makeup smudged, business clothes rumpled beyond repair. "You look beautiful," Jake said, as if reading her mind. "I look like I spent the night in a bus station." "Exactly. Beautiful." Her phone had regained just enough battery to turn on, immediately buzzing with a cascade of missed calls and texts. 43 missed calls from her mother, 17 from her sister, text messages filled with increasing panic. "Oh God," she muttered, scrolling through them. "Mum thinks I'm dead. Rosa thinks I've been abducted. Someone apparently called the police." "You should call them." "I know, but..." She looked at him helplessly. "How do I explain this? How do I explain you?" Something shifted in Jake's expression. "You don't have to explain me." "That's not what I meant." But it was too late. The magic of the night was already evaporating, replaced by the harsh light of morning and all the complications they'd temporarily forgotten. "Look," Jake said, pulling on his jacket, "we should probably talk about what happened, what it means." "Jake, no, it's okay. I know this was just circumstance. We were stuck. We got caught up in the moment. I'm not expecting..." "Would you shut up for a second?" Kimberly surprised herself with her vehemence. "You're doing that thing where you decide what other people feel before they get a chance to tell you." He closed his mouth, looking uncertain. "I don't know what last night means," she continued. "I don't know how to integrate made out with a poet in a bus station during a blizzard into my regular life. But I know it wasn't just circumstance. I don't do that. I don't kiss people because I'm bored or cold or emotionally compromised." "So what was it?" "I don't know." The admission came out louder than she intended. I plan everything, Jake. Everything. And this, none of this was planned, and it should terrify me, but it doesn't, and that terrifies me even more. Jake was quiet for a long moment. Then, what if we don't figure it out right now? What? What if we get on the bus and you go to your sister's wedding and I continue my journey to nowhere and we just see? See what? See if this feeling survives outside of this depot. See if curiosity is enough to bridge whatever gap exists between a divorce lawyer from Chicago and a runaway poet from Iowa. She studied his face, looking for signs of false hope or naive optimism, but his expression was clear, honest. I have to go to the wedding, she said finally. I know. It's important to my family. I know. But after... Kimberly took a deep breath. This was insane. Everything about this was insane. But standing there in the cold morning light, still tasting coffee and possibility on her lips, she couldn't make herself care about being sensible. Come with me, she said. Jake's eyes widened. To the wedding? No, God no. That would be complicated. But to Odessa. We're both going there anyway. We could continue this conversation. Maybe grab dinner. See if anything we said at 3 a.m. still makes sense in daylight. You want to date me? I want to see you again. Beyond that, I have no idea. A slow smile spread across Jake's face. I accept your terrifying lack of a plan. We're doing this. We're seeing what happens. Small distinction, but important for commitment-phobic divorce lawyers. She punched him in the arm. Don't psychoanalyze me. Wouldn't dream of it. Come on, our chariot awaits. On the bus, they sat together but didn't talk much. The other passengers, more of them this time, created a buffer of reality that made late-night confessions seem impossible. Kimberly called her mother, managed to calm the worst of her fears, and arranged to meet her sister at the church. Jake wrote in his notebook, occasionally showing her snippets. Observations about the landscape, fragments of poems, a sketch of her profile that she secretly loved but pretended to hate. When they reached Des Moines for the connection, Jake stood to transfer to a different bus. This is me, he said. My bus to Nebraska leaves in 20 minutes. No, Kimberly said, making a decision she'd been mulling over for the last hour. This is us. What? I'm getting off here too, taking the next bus to Odessa, with you. But your sister's wedding. We'll survive without me for a few more hours, and I'll still make the reception, which is the part with the open bar anyway. Jake stared at her. You're sure? I mean, I wasn't actually going to Nebraska, I just picked a direction. I'm not sure about anything, but I'm doing it anyway. They switched buses together, settling into seats near the back. This time Jake took her hand openly, threading their fingers together. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For taking a chance, for being curious, for not running away from whatever this is. Kimberly squeezed his hand. Don't thank me yet. You haven't met my family. Fair point. How terrifying are we talking? On a scale of 1 to root canal? Yeah. Full-on dental surgery without anesthesia. Great, can't wait. But first we need to establish some ground rules. More rules? This sounds serious. It is. No mentioning that we met because you were running away from your brother's wedding. Check. No poetry about anyone named Rosa or Kimberly Sr. Check. And absolutely no hand-holding in front of my great-aunt Teresa. She asks invasive questions. How invasive? Last family wedding, she asked my cousin Rebecca when she was planning to give her parents grandchildren approximately 18 times in 3 hours. Noted. No hand-holding. Unless I initiate it. Complicated rules for pretend not dating. We're not pretending anything. We're just being discreet about our lack of plan. Jake laughed, the sound attracting attention from other passengers. Has anyone ever told you that you're incredibly endearing when you're trying to maintain professional distance? Usually people just find me intimidating. Oh, you're definitely intimidating, but also endearing. It's a compelling combination. The bus rolled on through the Iowa countryside, past farms covered in fresh snow that sparkled in the morning sun. Kimberly found herself relaxing into the journey, into the uncertainty, into the warmth of Jake's hand in hers. At 11 a.m. her phone rang. Rosa. "Where the hell are you?" her sister's voice shrieked through the speaker. "On a bus! I'll be there for the reception, I promise." "That's not good enough, Kim. Mum is having a meltdown. I don't have anyone to hold my flowers during the ceremony, and are you with someone?" Kimberly glanced at Jake, who was pretending not to listen while clearly hanging on every word. "Define with someone." "Oh my God, you are, Kim, if you're bringing some random hookup to my wedding reception." "He's not a random hookup, he's—" She paused, looking at Jake. What was he? "He's Jake." Rosa's tone shifted, sensing something different in her sister's voice. "Who the hell is Jake?" "Someone I met last night. It's complicated." "Complicated? How? Are you having a midlife crisis? Did you join a cult? Are you in witness protection?" "Rosa, breathe. Everything's fine. I'll explain everything when I get there." "You better. And Kim?" "Yeah?" "Don't let Mum corner you alone. She's on a rampage about your biological clock." "Thanks for the warning." After she hung up, Jake raised an eyebrow. "Witness protection?" My sister's imagination tends to run wild. "Runs in the family, apparently. What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. Just that your whole no-plan plan is pretty imaginative for someone who schedules everything." She considered this. "Maybe I'm having a midlife crisis. At 35? Quarter life was at 25. Midlife is negotiable." "Fair point. How's the crisis treating you so far?" "Well, I'm on a bus to Iowa with a poet I kissed in a snowstorm, so probably better than anyone's midlife crisis involving a motorcycle. Less expensive too." "True, though the emotional therapy bills might even out." The wedding reception was held in the community centre of Odessa, a town smaller than the bus depot in Cedar Falls. Jake stayed in the bathroom while Kimberly made her entrance, figuring she needed time to smooth over her absence with family before introducing her its complicated situation. Rosa spotted her immediately and pounced. "You missed the ceremony," her sister hissed, pulling her into a corner. "Mum spent the whole time alternating between crying about your broken phone and muttering about your inability to commit to anything." "I'm sorry, really. The bus broke down, I got stuck." "Save it for Mum. Tell me about Jake." "I told you it's complicated." "Uncomplicate it. Now." Kimberly glanced around the crowded hall, buying time. Through the window she could see Jake pacing outside, running his hands through his hair, probably writing mental poems about community centres and last-minute wedding crashes. "We met on the bus, got stranded together during the blizzard, found out we were both running from things, talked all night, kissed a little, decided to see what happens next." Rosa's eyes widened. "You kissed someone you just met? Don't sound so shocked." "Kim, you haven't brought anyone to a family function since David from law school, and you dated him for 2 years before we even knew he existed. This is different." "How?" "I don't know. It just is. He's present. Really present. And he makes me want to be present too." Rosa studied her face carefully. "You like him?" "I do. And he likes you back?" "Apparently." "Then bring him in. Let's meet this mystery poet who's got you acting like a human being instead of a client management system." "Rosa." "Kit Kat. For once in your life, just do something without overthinking it to death." Kit Kat. Her sister hadn't called her that since they were kids, sharing a king-size chocolate bar and plotting revenge against the neighbourhood bully. "Fine, but if Mum starts planning our wedding before the salad course, you're running interference." "Deal." Kimberly found Jake still pacing outside, now on a phone call. "No, I'm fine. Yes, at a wedding. No, not Seth's wedding. A different wedding. What do you mean, who brings poets to weddings?" He spotted her and smiled, wrapping up quickly. "I gotta go. Love you too, Mom." "Everything okay?" "My mum. She's apparently heard through the family grapevine that I'm gallivanting around Iowa with a mystery woman." Small towns have surprisingly efficient intelligence networks. Oh God, I'm sorry. Don't be. It's the most interesting thing that's happened in our family since, well, you know. Ready for this? As ready as anyone is for being the +1 at a wedding filled with strangers who will definitely judge my thrift store sweater. They'll love you. You're charming. I'm weird. Charmingly weird. Is that the same as weird? Jake? Yeah. Shut up and come inside. The reception was everything Kimberly had expected. Loud, crowded, filled with relatives she saw twice a year, and neighbours who'd known her since she was in diapers. Jake handled it all with surprising grace, engaging in small talk about weather and farming with people who would normally make him want to hide behind his notebook. He was like a social chameleon, she realised, adapting to each conversation while never losing that slightly bemused artist quality. Her mother, Carmen, was a different story. So, she said, cornering them at the punch bowl, you're the poet. Yes, ma'am, Jake replied politely, and you're not a lawyer. No, ma'am. Or an accountant. Definitely not. Good. Kimberly dates too many men in suits. She turned to Kimberly. This one's scruffy, but he has kind eyes. Mom dash. And he looks at you the way a man should look at a woman he's interested in. Like you're something rare. We're not. It's not, Kimberly floundered. Relax, mija. I'm not planning your wedding. Yet. But I like that he makes you flustered. You're always so in control. Jake caught her eye over her mother's head and winked. The casual intimacy of it made her stomach flip. The evening progressed in a blur of introductions, careful explanations, we met on the bus, and increasingly ridiculous questions from relatives. By the time they cut the cake, Kimberly had heard theories about their relationship ranging from secret long-distance romance to arranged marriage gone rogue. During the father-daughter dance, Rosa pulled her aside. He's perfect for you, her sister whispered. We've known each other for 12 hours. So, David practically lived with you for 6 months before I knew he existed, and look how that turned out. Rosa, I'm just saying, maybe for once don't calculate the risks. Don't build a dossier on his credit score and long-term compatibility. Just see what happens. When did you become a relationship counsellor? When my sister finally showed up to my wedding looking happy instead of professionally competent. Kimberly glanced across the room where Jake was entertaining her Tio Miguel with what appeared to be an elaborate hand gesture story. Her uncle was laughing, actually laughing, which hadn't happened at a family function in years. He fits, she admitted quietly. He does, even in that ridiculous sweater. It's a poet thing. The sweater or the fitting in? Both. Around 9 p.m, as the party was winding down, Jake found her on the porch, looking out at the snow-covered town. Pretty crazy day, he said, sliding his arms around her waist from behind. Crazy month, crazy year, crazy decade, if we're being honest. How are you holding up? Better than expected. Your charm offensive was impressive. I think my great-aunt Teresa wants to adopt you. She offered. I'm considering it. Don't you dare. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the occasional car drive past on Main Street. Kimberly? Yeah? What happens now? It was the question she'd been avoiding all day. In the bubble of the wedding, surrounded by family and celebration, it had been easy to pretend that tomorrow didn't exist. But Jake was leaving for wherever unemployed poets go. And she had to drive back to Chicago, to her office, to her perfectly organised apartment and her colour-coded calendar. I don't know, she admitted. And that's okay. You don't have to know. But I want to. I want there to be a plan, a strategy, some way to make this work without completely upending both our lives. What if we don't need a plan? What if we just keep being curious? Curious how? Curious about each other, about what we want, about whether this feeling survives in daylight, in different cities, in the real world. She turned in his arms to face him. The real world is complicated. Everything's complicated if you think about it too much. I always think about it too much. I know, it's one of your more endearing features. Jake? Yeah? Kiss me. He did, slow and sweet and tasting like wedding cake. When they broke apart, Kimberly had made a decision. Chicago, she said. What about it? Come to Chicago with me for a week. Let's see what happens when we're not stranded, when we have actual beds and working phones and real life intruding. Jake blinked. Seriously? This is crazy. We've known each other for 36 hours. I know. Everything before this felt slower somehow. She took a breath. I'm not saying forever. I'm saying let's try normal and see if this feeling survives. Are you offering me a place to stay? I'm offering you a chance to date me properly, with planning and scheduling and probably spreadsheets. Spreadsheets sound romantic. They're not, but they're honest, and you said honesty was important. I did say that, didn't I? So, what do you think? Jake pretended to consider, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Well, I do love spreadsheets, and I've never actually been to Chicago in winter. It's terrible. Freezing and grey and everyone's miserable. Sounds perfect for a poet. Jake? Yeah? Is that a yes? Kimberly Ramirez, divorce attorney extraordinaire, creator of spreadsheets and slayer of romantic illusions. I would love to come to Chicago and see what happens when we try to turn a bus station meet cute into actual reality. Good answer. I have my moments. 6 months later, they were living together in Kimberly's apartment. She'd cleared out her home office to make room for his writing desk, an adjustment that would have been unthinkable before a broken-down bus and a snowstorm changed everything. Jake's poetry collection, Terminal Stories, launched a modest success. The title poem was about accidental companionship in unexpected places, though he never admitted to Kimberly that she was the inspiration. Kimberly shifted her practice toward collaborative divorce, helping couples separate without destroying each other. The change reduced her income by 30% and increased her job satisfaction by impossible-to-measure amounts. They met every Wednesday at Delilah's Diner on Lincoln Avenue, a 24-hour place with terrible coffee and excellent pie. Jake would write, Kimberly would review cases, and they'd compare notes on how many of their bus station stories had come true. They fought sometimes, about Jake's tendency to avoid confrontation, about Kimberly's need to control outcomes, about whose turn it was to do laundry. But they also got really good at apologising, at checking in, at maintaining the curiosity that had brought them together. On the anniversary of their meeting, Jake surprised Kimberly with a gift, a collection of bus tickets, arranged in a frame. Your backup plan, he explained, in case you ever want to run away. And go where? Anywhere. Everywhere. Nowhere in particular. Jake? Yeah? I'm good right here. And for once in her life, she meant it without qualification or contingency planning. Sometimes the best stories were the unplanned ones, the detours that forced you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Sometimes the last bus to Odessa turned out to be exactly where you needed to be. Her wake in the water. Charlie Winslow stood before her advanced projects class at Boston Preparatory Academy, wearing a threadbare sailing jacket that had belonged to her mother. Having skipped a grade due to her mathematical and scientific aptitude, she was tackling her senior project at 16 while most of her peers were still juniors. 17 pairs of eyes stared back at her, most already glazed with the particular boredom that comes from watching classmates present college track research projects. For my senior project, Charlie said, her voice steadier than her hands, I'll be sailing around the world, solo. Ms. Nakamura, who had been absently marking rubrics, looked up sharply. In the third row, Charlie's best friend May Wong dropped her phone. It clattered against the tile floor, the sound punctuating the silence that followed Charlie's announcement. That's, Ms. Nakamura began, but Charlie spoke over her. I've prepared a comprehensive overview of my route. She clicked to the next slide, revealing a map with a thin blue line circumnavigating the globe. I'll be following Joshua Slocum's historic journey, the first person to sail around the world alone. My departure is scheduled for June 15th, immediately after graduation. Charlie had known this would be shocking. She'd anticipated the confused murmurs now rippling through the classroom. What she hadn't expected was the look of absolute betrayal on May's face, or the way Parker Chen was already typing furiously on his phone, no doubt live texting the entire presentation to his network of gossip-hungry followers. Her father's entrance wasn't scheduled for another 10 minutes. Charlie had carefully timed her presentation to ensure Edward Winslow, maritime attorney, overprotective father and widower, would arrive just as she finished outlining her safety protocols. Instead, he appeared in the doorway as she clicked to her third slide. Windfall, the 30-foot sailboat she'd spent the last year secretly restoring. Charlotte. His voice cut through the room like the prow of a ship through still water. What is this? Charlie's heart sank, but she steadied herself against the podium. My senior project presentation, Dad. Ms. Winslow has just informed us she plans to sail around the world, Ms. Nakamura said, recovering her professional composure. Perhaps we should discuss this after class. There's nothing to discuss. Edward stepped into the room, his tailored suit incongruous among the teenage audience. This presentation is over. Charlie felt heat rise in her cheeks. I'm not finished. Yes, you are. Her father's gaze was arctic. You cannot possibly believe I would allow this. Charlie's carefully rehearsed presentation crumbled. This confrontation wasn't supposed to happen here, not in front of her entire class. She'd planned to handle her father's objections privately, armed with research and rational arguments. Dad, I've been planning this for months. I've already what? Deceived me. Made plans behind my back? His voice rose with each question. Do you have any idea how dangerous, how utterly irresponsible? I've restored Windfall myself, Charlie interrupted, gesturing to the image on the screen. I've learned navigation, weather prediction, emergency protocols. I've been documenting everything on my channel. Edward's expression shifted from anger to confusion. What channel? As if on cue, May held up her recovered phone, its camera lens pointed at the unfolding drama. Wake Watch, she said. 30,000 subscribers and climbing. Charlie hadn't intended to reveal her growing online following this way. The YouTube channel had started as documentation of Windfall's restoration, a way to connect with other sailing enthusiasts and create a record of her work. It had grown far beyond that, becoming a platform where she shared her dream, her preparations, and the technical challenges of preparing for a circumnavigation. This stops now, Edward said, his voice dangerously quiet. Get your things. We're going home. The room fell silent except for the soft sound of May's finger tapping her phone screen, ending the recording. That afternoon, #SailGirl began trending. The attic of the Winslow home in Marblehead smelled of cedar and salt. Charlie had retreated there after 3 hours of arguing with her father, a standoff that had ended with him locking himself in his study with a bottle of Glenlivet. She'd heard the ice cubes clinking against crystal as she climbed the stairs. She hadn't meant to find her mother's journals. She'd been searching for an old topographical chart she'd stashed behind a steamer trunk. Instead, she found a waterproof case containing 5 leather-bound books, each filled with Catherine Winslow's elegant handwriting. April 15th, 1996. The Atlantic is merciless today. 30-foot swells and winds that slice through foul-weather gear. Harris wants to turn back. I told him we're closer to Lisbon than Boston, so we might as well keep going forward. Catherine Winslow had been a competitive sailor. Charlie knew that much. She died when Charlie was 7, her body consumed by an aggressive cancer that had taken her from diagnosis to grave in 11 months. What Charlie hadn't known was that her mother had once planned her own circumnavigation, A journey cut short by pregnancy, then marriage, then motherhood. March 22nd, 2001. Took Charlie out on the harbour today. She's only 4, but she already has better sea legs than Edward ever will. She stood at the bow with her hair blowing wild, laughing every time spray hit her face. My little Selkie. Charlie read until her vision blurred with tears, then with darkness as the attic windows reflected only the night sky. Her phone buzzed incessantly. May had texted 16 times, finally sending, "Your confrontation video has 50,000 views. Call me." Below May's messages was an email notification from someone named Marco Diaz at Artemis Sailing Gear. "Dear Ms. Winslow, your Wake Watch channel has come to our attention. Artemis Sailing Gear would like to discuss partial sponsorship of your journey, conditional upon parental consent and safety protocols." Charlie stared at her phone, then back at her mother's journals. There, in Catherine's final volume, was a detailed outline for a solo circumnavigation. Routes, supply lists, port considerations, all carefully researched and never used. Her father had lost his wife to cancer. That was why he kept Charlie so close, why the thought of her sailing away terrified him. But Charlie hadn't just inherited her mother's love of sailing, she'd inherited her meticulous planning, her respect for the sea's dangers. Charlie opened her laptop and navigated to Wake Watch. The confrontation video had indeed gone viral. Beneath it were thousands of comments. Is she really going to sail around the world? How old is she? This is some rich kid fantasy. She'll never do it. I've been following her restoration videos. She actually knows what she's doing. Her dad is right. This is crazy. She'll die out there. Charlie closed the laptop. Then, with her mother's final journal in hand, she descended the attic stairs. It was time for a different kind of negotiation. Captain Joanna Reeves arrived at the Winslow home precisely at noon the following Saturday. She wore practical canvas pants, boat shoes, and a weathered blue jacket with Olympic rings embroidered on the breast pocket. Her silver hair was cropped short and deep lines mapped her sun-weathered face. "You're late," she said when Charlie opened the door. "You're exactly on time," Charlie replied. "For sailing, on time is late." Joanna handed Charlie a heavy canvas bag. "Your father is expecting me?" Charlie nodded, leading the Olympic medalist into the living room where Edward waited, arms crossed defensively. "Mr. Winslow," Joanna didn't offer her hand. "I understand you have concerns about your daughter's project." Edward's posture remained rigid. "My concerns are that my 16-year-old daughter wants to risk her life for what appears to be internet fame." Joanna's weathered face cracked into a smile. "Is that what you think this is about?" "Isn't it? This Wake Watch business?" "Is a modern logbook," Joanna interrupted. "Sailors have been documenting their journeys for centuries. Your daughter simply uses the tools of her generation." Charlie remained silent. She'd been taking private lessons with Captain Reeves for 18 months, learning far more than the basics her father knew she'd studied at the community sailing centre. Joanna had competed in 3 Olympics, circumnavigated twice, and now coached elite sailors. She had also, Charlie had recently learned, been her mother's friend. "Charlie has natural talent," Joanna continued, "better instincts than sailors twice her age. But more importantly, she respects the sea. She prepares. She studies." "She's a child," Edward insisted. "Jessica Watson was 16 when she circumnavigated. Laura Decker was 14 when she started her journey," Charlie finally spoke. "I've been watching their videos, learning from their mistakes. Those girls had years of experience." "Charlie has been sailing since she was 7, Joanna said, "and I've been training her intensively for over a year." Edward's eyes narrowed as he looked at his daughter. "You told me those were general sailing lessons." "They were." Charlie met his gaze. "Just advanced ones." For 3 hours they talked. Charlie presented her safety protocols, her planned route, her communication schedule. Joanna outlined the qualifying voyages Charlie would need to complete before attempting the full circumnavigation. a series of increasingly challenging solo trips along the New England coast. If, and only if, she passes these tests would I consider her ready, Joanna concluded. Edward stared out the window toward the harbour where, unknown to him until yesterday, his daughter's boat waited. And if I say no? Charlie's heart sank, but Joanna merely shrugged. Then she'll do it when she's 18 instead, with less preparation and more resentment. Edward turned back to them, his expression unreadable. These qualifying voyages, how long would they take? The entire summer, Charlie said quickly, hope flickering within her. Her father was silent for a long moment. I'll consider it, he finally said. If, and only if, you complete every qualifying voyage to Captain Reeves's satisfaction. He believed she would fail, Charlie realised. He was agreeing only because he thought the reality of solo sailing would scare her into abandoning the dream. Charlie extended her hand formally. Deal. As they shook, her phone buzzed with a notification. WakeWatch just hit 100,000 subscribers. The ocean was calling, and now the world was watching. The first qualifying voyage was meant to be simple. Marblehead to Provincetown and back, a 24-hour trip around the curved arm of Cape Cod. Charlie had made this journey a dozen times with her father before her mother died, before he'd become afraid of losing anyone else to the vastness beyond his control. 6 hours in, the GPS failed. Charlie sat in Windfall's cabin, the device dismantled on the small fold-out table, trying to reconnect loose wiring with fingers numbed by the unseasonably cold June air. Her phone recorded the process for her growing audience, propped against a mug of cooling tea. So that's the thing about solo sailing, she narrated, forcing cheerfulness into her voice. You're the captain, navigator, engineer, and when things break, you're the repair service too. What she didn't say was that she'd forgotten to bring the backup handheld GPS, that Joanna would mark this as a critical error, that her viewers wouldn't see her real reaction. 5 minutes of frustrated tears before pulling herself together. Online, Charlie Winslow was becoming a symbol of Gen Z determination. Bold, unflappable, articulate beyond her years. The real Charlie. The one who hesitated at the shriek of rigging in high winds, who sometimes woke disoriented and afraid when sleeping alone on the boat, remained safely behind the camera. By the time she approached Provincetown Harbour, the GPS was functional again, but a dense fog had settled over the water. Charlie reduced sail and navigated by compass, the heavy antique instrument that had been her mother's now secured in a custom mount near the helm. I'm using traditional navigation now, she told her invisible audience, voice low as if the fog might be listening. No electronics, just compass bearings and charts. The harbour entrance should be... She squinted through the grey nothingness. Right about there. The harbour appeared out of the mist like a conjurer's trick, exactly where she'd calculated. Charlie felt a rush of satisfaction that had nothing to do with viewership metrics. Later, after securing Windfall to a mooring, she uploaded the day's footage using the harbour's Wi-Fi. Comments flooded in immediately. This girl is going to die out there. My dad says no way a 16-year-old can sail around the world. She fixed that GPS like a boss, though. Charlie closed the laptop, suddenly exhausted. The constant documentation was draining in a way actual sailing wasn't. Out on the water, she felt a clarity that disappeared the moment she had to perform for the camera. She slept fitfully that night, waking to a message from her father. Weather turning. Coming to get you. Charlie checked the forecast. A summer squall was indeed moving up the coast, but nothing Windfall couldn't handle. She texted back, heading home now, we'll beat the weather. She left before dawn, recording a time-lapse of the sunrise that would later become one of her most shared clips. By mid-morning, the skies darkened. Charlie reduced sail again, securing everything below deck and donning foul-weather gear as the first fat raindrops struck the cabin. The squall hit with surprising force. Windfall pitched in the growing swells, running with just a scrap of headsail. Charlie, tethered to the boat with a safety line, fought the wheel as the wind tried to push them sideways to the waves. This was the moment she should have been recording. Her face determined against the elements, spray soaking her hair, a perfect visual metaphor for the inner strength her followers projected onto her. Instead, her camera remained secure and dry below, and Charlie focused entirely on keeping her heading. 3 hours later, soaked and chilled but exhilarated, she motored into Marblehead Harbour. Her father waited on their dock, face pale with worry. Nearby, Captain Reeves stood watching with arms crossed and a slight smile. "You should have waited out the storm," Edward called as she approached. "The boat handled it fine," Charlie replied, throwing him a dock line. "So did I." That evening she edited out her navigational error, presenting a seamless narrative of competence. As the video uploaded, May called. "You don't answer my texts anymore," her friend complained. "Are you coming to Parker's party Friday?" Charlie hesitated. She had 2 more qualifying voyages scheduled before Friday, and equipment to check afterward. "I can't. I need to..." "Prepare for your next grand adventure." May's voice held an unfamiliar edge. "Do you realise none of us have seen you all summer? You've got time for your subscribers, but not your actual friends." "That's not fair," Charlie protested. "This is important to me." "And we're not," May sighed. "Look, I'm managing your social accounts while you're at sea because I care about you, but it feels like I'm supporting someone who's already left us behind." The conversation ended awkwardly. Charlie stared at her phone, then opened the Wake Watch analytics. Her subscriber count had just passed 250,000. The disconnection between her growing online community and her shrinking real-world one left her uneasy. The final qualifying voyage would be her most ambitious. Boston to Nova Scotia and back, a journey of over 500 nautical miles that would keep her at sea for at least a week. Edward had been strangely quiet when she'd announced her departure date, simply nodding and asking about her safety protocols. "He's coming around," Joanna had said when Charlie mentioned it during their final briefing. "He sees what I see. You're ready for this." "The big journey or just this qualifier?" Charlie asked. Joanna's weathered face creased with one of her rare smiles. "Both, but don't get cocky." Windfall slipped out of Boston Harbour on a perfect July morning. Charlie recorded her departure, then settled into the rhythms of open water sailing. For the first time all summer, she felt truly at peace. 3 days out, she encountered a small fishing vessel headed toward the Grand Banks. The grizzled captain hailed her, concerned about a young sailor alone so far from shore. When Charlie explained her journey, he laughed in disbelief, then offered her fresh cod and ice for her cooler. "My daughter follows you online," he called as they parted ways. "She thinks you're fearless." Charlie waved but didn't correct him. The disconnect between her public image and private reality had grown into a chasm. Online, #SailGirl was trending again after she'd posted footage of herself weathering 20-knot winds while simultaneously repairing a torn mainsail. What her followers didn't see were her moments of doubt, the loneliness that sometimes overwhelmed her, even as thousands watched her journey, the pressure to appear constantly confident, capable, calm. On the 4th day, sailing through fog again, she nearly collided with a container ship. The massive vessel appeared suddenly out of the mist, its horn blaring a warning that sent Charlie scrambling to alter course. Windfall heeled sharply as she came about, the container ship passing less than 100 yards behind her stern. Hands shaking, Charlie sat in the cockpit long after the danger had passed. Had she been broadcasting live, her followers might have offered advice, called for help, sent encouragement. But in the moment of actual crisis, she had been entirely alone. It was a sobering realization. That night, anchored in a sheltered Nova Scotian cove, she recorded her daily update without mentioning the near miss. Instead, she described the beauty of the coastline, the clarity of the stars, the joy of making landfall in a new country. Looking at her reflection in the laptop screen after the upload completed, Charlie barely recognized herself. Who was this poised young woman speaking confidently about celestial navigation? When had she learned to curate her experiences so carefully, to create a narrative that was true but not wholly honest? The return journey proved easier than the outward voyage, blessed with favourable winds and clear visibility. As Massachusetts Bay came into view, Charlie felt a surprising reluctance. At sea, her purpose was clear. Returning meant facing her father's final decision, the expectations of her followers, the complicated reality of balancing her online and offline lives. Edward waited at the dock again, but this time Captain Reeves stood beside him. To Charlie's surprise, a small crowd had gathered nearby, mostly strangers holding phones. But May was there too, her expression a complex mixture of pride and hurt. "You're back early," Joanna called as Charlie approached. "Good conditions?" Charlie nodded, throwing dock lines with practiced ease. Following seas most of the way from Cape Sable, Edward stepped forward to secure the boat, his movements efficient despite his business attire. He worked in silence until Windfall was properly moored, then turned to his daughter. "Captain Reeves tells me you've passed all her qualifications." Charlie glanced at her mentor, who nodded slightly. "I have," Charlie said. "Does that mean?" Edward looked out across the harbour, then back at his daughter. The crowd had grown closer, several phones openly recording. "We'll discuss it at home," he said quietly. Later, in the kitchen of their Marblehead house, Edward placed a folder on the table between them. "I've drawn up conditions," he said. "Daily check-ins, predetermined ports of call, a detailed safety protocol that you will not deviate from under any circumstances." Charlie stared at him. "You're saying yes?" Edward's face was a study in conflicted emotions. "I'm saying I can't stop you. You've proven you have the skills. You've experienced advisors, and according to your followers," he stumbled over the unfamiliar terminology, "you have people watching out for you around the world." He opened the folder, revealing legal documents, insurance papers, and a notarized permission form. "Your mother would have supported this," he said, his voice rough. "She had the same dream, you know." "I know," Charlie whispered. "I found her journals." Edward looked startled, then nodded slowly. "Of course you did. You're so much like her. Determined, capable, unafraid." He pushed the folder toward her. "I'm still terrified of losing you, but I'm more afraid of breaking your spirit by forcing you to stay." Charlie felt tears threatening. This was the moment she should be recording, the culmination of her campaign, the victory she'd fought for all summer. Instead, she simply hugged her father, whispering thank you against his shoulder. That night she announced her departure date, September 1st, immediately after her 17th birthday. The video went viral instantly, drawing attention from major news outlets and additional sponsors. Windfall would sail fully equipped with the latest navigation technology, weather monitoring systems, and multiple cameras for documenting the journey. As subscribers and sponsorship offers flooded in, Charlie felt a strange hollowness. She'd gotten exactly what she wanted. Why then did victory feel so complicated? The answer came the night before her departure. She found her father in the study holding her mother's compass, the one that had guided Charlie through fog and storm all summer. "She wanted you to have this when you were ready," Edward said, placing it in her hands. "I think she'd agree that time is now." The compass was heavy, its brass case engraved with a simple message: "Find your true north." In that moment, Charlie understood that her journey had become something larger than a personal challenge or an online spectacle. It was a continuation, a legacy, a dialogue across time with the mother she had lost and the woman she was becoming. The compass would not be shown on camera. Some treasures belonged to the private self, not the public persona. Some journeys couldn't be measured in views or followers or sponsorship dollars. Tomorrow, Charlie Winslow would sail into the open ocean, away from everything familiar and secure. The world would be watching, but she would be seeking something cameras couldn't capture, a horizon line where the person she projected and the person she truly was might finally converge. The Atlantic stretched before Windfall like a living entity, sometimes calm and contemplative, other times roiling with uncontainable energy. 23 days into her journey, Charlie had settled into the rhythms of solo sailing. 4-hour watches followed by catnaps, constant small adjustments to sail trim, and the daily ritual of documenting her experiences for an audience that had swelled to over 1 million subscribers. Day 23 at sea, she narrated, the camera capturing her sun-bronzed face against the endless blue backdrop. Position is approximately 40 degrees north, 30 degrees west, making good time with a steady northeasterly wind. What the camera didn't capture was the profound silence that followed after she stopped recording. The absolute solitude that no 17-year-old in the hyper-connected modern world had likely experienced before. No matter how many comments flooded her uploads, no matter how many notifications pinged when she connected her satellite system, Charlie was fundamentally alone out here. And surprisingly, she had grown to treasure this solitude. The person she was between recordings, quiet, contemplative, sometimes singing off-key to herself while adjusting rigging, felt more authentic than the polished persona she presented online. 3 days later, a storm system caught her off guard. Windfall pitched violently as Charlie struggled to reduce sail, the wind howling through the rigging like a living thing. Rain slashed sideways, stinging her face and hands as she fought with the mainsail. "Talk to me, girl," she muttered to her boat. "We've got this." Below decks, her equipment recorded the storm automatically, cameras secured to capture the drama from multiple angles. Charlie had positioned them during calmer weather, understanding instinctively what her audience would want to see. Now, as she battled elements that threatened to overwhelm her, some detached part of her mind considered how this footage would play online. The slight figure against the massive waves, the determination in her face illuminated by lightning. She rode out the storm through the night, snatching moments of rest while tethered securely in the cockpit. By dawn, the wind had subsided, leaving Windfall in a gentle swell beneath clearing skies. Charlie checked her position, then laughed aloud. Despite the storm's fury, she'd maintained her course almost perfectly. Some combination of skill, instinct and luck had kept her on track through the chaos. She uploaded storm footage with minimal commentary, too exhausted for her usual cheerful narration. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Viewers awed by the raw power on display, concerned for her safety, impressed by her composure. One comment caught her attention. "They say the ocean doesn't care if you live or die. It just is. Watching this makes me understand that in my bones." Charlie stared at those words for a long time. The ocean's indifference was precisely what made it honest. Unlike the parasocial relationships forming between her and her followers, the sea made no pretense of caring. It simply existed, and you either adapted to its reality or failed. Gibraltar appeared on the horizon like a mirage, the famous rock hazy in the morning light. Charlie felt a surge of emotion at seeing land after weeks of nothing but water and sky. She had crossed her first ocean. Windfall had carried her safely to another continent. The Marina Bay was chaotic after the ordered solitude of the Atlantic. Charlie docked with practiced efficiency, then sat in the cockpit, oddly reluctant to step onto land. Her sea legs had become her normal state. The thought of solid ground felt almost alien. When she finally disembarked, the contrast between her online fame and physical reality hit her with unexpected force. No one at the marina recognized her. She was just another sailor, notable only for her youth, and the fact that she was travelling alone. The anonymity was refreshing. Charlie walked through Gibraltar's streets unobserved, savouring the sensation of being merely present rather than performed. She bought fresh fruit at a market, exchanged pleasantries with locals, and visited a maritime museum where Slocum's journey was mentioned in a small exhibit. That evening she uploaded footage from her Atlantic crossing, adding commentary about her arrival and first impressions of Gibraltar. Then she walked to a small pub near the marina, ready to celebrate her achievement with a non-alcoholic toast. "Sorry, no minors," the doorman said, blocking her entrance. Charlie was explaining that she only wanted dinner when she heard her name called. A group of women emerged from the pub, weathered faces, capable hands, the unmistakable bearing of experienced sailors. "You're Charlie Winslow," said the tallest of them. A woman perhaps 50 with salt and pepper hair cropped short. "Wake Watch, right? We've been following your journey." "You crossed the Atlantic solo," added another, her accent Australian. "That earns you a seat at our table regardless of age." Inside, Charlie found herself surrounded by members of an all-female sailing crew preparing for their own Atlantic crossing, in the opposite direction. They peppered her with questions about conditions, equipment performance, navigation challenges. None of them asked about her subscriber count or social media strategy. Their interest was purely practical, sailor to sailor, with no concern for the narrative she'd constructed for her audience. "Why do it so young?" the Australian asked after they'd been talking for an hour. "The ocean will still be there in 10 years. Charlie considered her answer carefully. "My mother was a sailor. She died when I was 7. I think. I'm looking for parts of her out there." The women nodded, understanding something Charlie had never articulated in her videos. "And the online thing?" asked another crew member. "All the cameras and followers?" "It started as documentation," Charlie admitted. "Then it became funding. Now it's complicated." The women laughed, a knowing sound. "The sea doesn't care about your subscriber count," said the tall woman. "Out there you're just another soul trying not to get swallowed." Charlie smiled. "That's exactly why I love it." Later, alone in Windfall's cabin, she recorded a brief update that mentioned meeting the female crew, but omitted their conversation. Some experiences, she was learning, belonged only to her, not to Wake Watch or its audience. The Mediterranean presented different challenges than the Atlantic: busier shipping lanes, variable winds, greater concern for security in certain ports. Charlie found herself constantly checking AIS data, adjusting course to avoid commercial vessels, navigating crowded harbours. Her 1 millionth subscriber joined as she sailed past Sicily. The milestone should have felt momentous, but Charlie received the news with complicated emotions. The number represented validation, certainly, but also pressure. 1 million people waiting for her next update, 1 million opinions on her choices, 1 million variations of investment in a journey that was, at its core, deeply personal. 2 weeks later, approaching a port in the eastern Mediterranean, Charlie faced her first major ethical dilemma. Political tensions had flared in the region during her passage. Her planned stop was now potentially unsafe, according to both her father's research and warnings from local contacts. Altering course would mean adding 3 days to her journey and missing a scheduled live broadcast. Maintaining her original plan would generate dramatic content, but expose her to unnecessary risk. Charlie spent a night weighing her options, consulting weather patterns, security advisories, and the opinions flooding her inbox. Ultimately, she chose safety, announcing her decision in a brief video update. The backlash was immediate and harsh. She's bailing because she's scared. So much for following Slocum's exact route. Sponsors probably forced this decision. Knew a teenager couldn't handle the real challenges. Charlie was still processing these reactions when an email arrived from her father. He had hired a social media manager to help her navigate the growing attention. A well-meaning gesture that nonetheless felt like another layer of artifice between her authentic experience and her public presentation. That night, alone in her cabin with Windfall anchored in an alternate port, Charlie recorded but did not upload a raw, unfiltered video journal. "I don't know who I am out here anymore," she confessed to the camera. "Am I sailing for myself? for my mother's memory, for the audience, for the sponsors. The person I am when I'm not recording feels increasingly distant from the person I show to the world, and I'm not sure which one is real. She saved the file to a private folder, then stepped into the cockpit to watch stars emerge above an unfamiliar coast. Tomorrow, she would face her followers with renewed confidence, explaining her decision with logical clarity. Tonight, she allowed herself to acknowledge the fractures forming between her journey and its documentation. As Windfall rocked gently at anchor, Charlie made a decision. When she reached the Suez Canal, she would follow Slocum's route around Africa, instead of taking the modern shortcut. Not because it would make better content, but because somewhere between Boston and this distant shore, the journey itself had become more important than its reception. The true adventure, she was beginning to understand, lay not in what her audience saw, but in what they would never see. The private transformations that occurred in moments of solitude, challenge, and choice. The Indian Ocean stretched before Windfall like an ancient deity. Beautiful, temperamental, demanding respect. Charlie had chosen the longer route around Africa rather than transiting the Suez Canal, a decision that had divided her audience but earned respect from serious sailors. 5 months into her journey, she was discovering layers of herself previously hidden beneath the comfortable routines of her former life. Her videos had become more thoughtful, less reliant on spectacle. Subscriber growth had plateaued, but those who remained followed with greater investment. The community, calling themselves the Crew, had evolved from passive viewers to active participants, offering weather analysis, technical suggestions, and emotional support. Charlie's satellite connection became increasingly unreliable as she sailed farther from established shipping lanes. These communication gaps created anxiety among her followers, but gave her precious windows of true solitude. During these offline periods, she began keeping a handwritten journal separate from her video logs, private reflections she had no intention of sharing. After a particularly challenging week battling contrary currents off Madagascar, Charlie made an unplanned stop at a small island community. Her equipment needed repairs, her provisions needed replenishing, and something less tangible needed restoration as well. The elderly couple who welcomed her had circumnavigated twice in their younger years, long before social media existed. Their weathered sailboat rested in a protected cove, permanently moored but still seaworthy. "We found this place during our second journey," Elena explained as she poured tea in thick ceramic mugs, "and we knew immediately. This was home." Her husband Thomas nodded. "The sea gives you what you need, not what you want. Sometimes what you need is a place to stop sailing." For 3 days, Charlie lived without uploading content. A tropical depression made satellite connections impossible, but even if communications had been available, she found herself reluctant to document this interlude. The elderly couple showed her how they collected rainwater, grew vegetables in soil they'd gradually cultivated, maintained their boat with limited supplies. "You're quite famous, apparently," Thomas remarked one evening. "Elena's niece sent us articles about you." Charlie felt her shoulders tense. "Does that bother you?" "Not at all," Eleanor smiled. "But I wonder if it bothers you." The question lingered with Charlie as she helped repair fishing nets, learned to identify edible plants, and slept more deeply than she had in months. When weather conditions improved, she found herself reluctant to leave. "The journey changes you," Thomas said as he helped her prepare Windfall for departure, "but not always in ways you can show on camera." When she finally regained satellite connection, Charlie discovered that her absence had sparked wild speculation. Rumours of capture by pirates, secret romances, equipment failure. Rather than addressing each theory, she created a simple video showing the island, introducing Elena and Thomas, with their permission, and explaining what she'd learned during her unexpected sanctuary. The authenticity of this less polished content resonated differently with her audience. comments reflected genuine connection rather than parasocial projection. She seems different, more present somehow. This is the first time I feel like we're seeing the real Charlie. Anyone else notice she wasn't performing here? Just being? Charlie read these observations with mixed emotions. Had her audience sensed her performative nature all along? Was the person they were now praising, the quieter, more reflective Charlie, closer to her authentic self? As Windfall sailed into the open Pacific, Charlie began integrating these questions into her journey, both the physical one carrying her toward Cape Horn and the internal one carrying her toward an identity that could withstand both isolation and observation. The Pacific Ocean humbled even experienced sailors. Its vastness created a psychological challenge unlike any other body of water. 3 weeks might pass without sighting land or another vessel. Whales sometimes surfaced near Windfall, their massive forms making the sailboat seem absurdly fragile. Albatrosses followed for days, their effortless flight a reminder of how humans remained visitors in this realm, never truly belonging. 8 months into her circumnavigation, Charlie faced a serious equipment failure. Windfall's water maker, essential for converting seawater to drinking water, malfunctioned during a routine maintenance check. Without it, her water reserves would last perhaps 2 weeks, far short of the time needed to reach her next planned port. Charlie documented the problem honestly, showing her diagnostic process and repair attempts. When her initial fixes failed, she faced a critical decision: divert hundreds of miles to an unplanned port or drastically reduce water consumption while continuing to troubleshoot. Her followers mobilized immediately. Marine engineers offered technical advice. Pacific sailors suggested alternative routes to closer harbors. The comment section became a crowdsourced repair manual. Following a suggestion from a retired naval officer who followed her channel, Charlie disassembled the unit completely, identifying a corroded connection no previous diagnostics had revealed. The repair was delicate, requiring steady hands despite Windfall's constant motion. During the process, Charlie forgot she was recording. Her focus narrowed to the task, her narration becoming a technical monologue rather than a performance. When the watermaker finally hummed back to life, her unfiltered cry of triumph was perhaps the most genuine moment she'd ever shared online. As Windfall continued westward, Charlie realized that the crisis had shifted something fundamental in her relationship with her audience. They had become active participants rather than passive viewers. She had allowed them to see her vulnerability without artificially heightening drama. The resulting connection felt more authentic than anything she had experienced since starting her journey. Cape Horn appeared on navigation charts long before it became visible on the horizon. Charlie studied weather patterns obsessively as Windfall approached the notorious passage, the southernmost tip of South America, where the Atlantic and Pacific met in perpetual conflict, had claimed countless vessels throughout maritime history. Slocum himself had chosen the Strait of Magellan instead, a technically challenging but less dangerous passage. Charlie had intended to follow his example, but recent geological events had made parts of the strait temporarily unnavigable for vessels of Windfall's draft. The Horn would be her only option. Edward Winslow, monitoring her journey with the help of professional meteorologists, urged caution. "There's a system developing," he warned during their weekly satellite call. "Consider waiting it out in the Falklands." Charlie checked her own forecasts, which showed deteriorating conditions, but nothing she considered beyond Windfall's capabilities. More concerning were the pressures she hadn't discussed with her father, schedule expectations from sponsors, the narrative momentum her followers anticipated, her own desire to maintain the pace that would complete her circumnavigation in under 15 months. "I'll be careful," she promised, "but I think we can beat the worst of it." 3 days later, Windfall approached Cape Horn in 30-knot winds and heavy seas. Charlie conducted a detailed equipment check, secured everything below decks, and prepared storm sails. Her live stream that evening drew record viewership, the intensity of conditions creating dramatic visuals her audience found captivating. What neither Charlie nor her distant meteorologists could predict was how rapidly the storm system would intensify overnight. By dawn, wind speeds had nearly doubled. Massive waves struck Windfall with percussion-like force, sending spray higher than the mast. The autopilot struggled to maintain course, eventually failing and forcing Charlie to hand steer continuously through conditions that demanded her complete attention. She activated the emergency satellite beacon during her final broadcast before losing all communications. The last image her followers saw was Charlie's face, determined despite obvious fear, shouting over the wind, "I'll update when I can. Windfall is strong and so am I." For 72 hours, Charlie Winslow disappeared from the world's view. In Boston, Edward Winslow coordinated search efforts with maritime authorities from multiple nations. The Chilean Navy dispatched vessels toward Charlie's last known coordinates. Satellite imagery was analysed for signs of the small sailboat in the vast, storm-tossed expanse. Mei Wong managed the crisis online, countering rumours and maintaining hope among Charlie's followers. Captain Reeves provided technical expertise to search coordinators, explaining Windfall's capabilities and Charlie's training. Social media exploded with hashtags, "Find Charlie and your Wake Watch Watch" trending globally. News outlets ran stories questioning whether teenagers should attempt such journeys, whether social media encouraged dangerous risk-taking, whether Charlie's sponsors bore responsibility for encouraging her ambitions. Meanwhile, 100 miles east of Cape Horn, Charlie fought for survival completely disconnected from her audience. The storm had damaged Windfall's mast, torn away the satellite communication array, and flooded the cabin with enough seawater to disable most electronic systems. Using manual bilge pumps, emergency repairs, and the navigation skills she'd refined over months at sea, Charlie gradually established control over her situation. The storm eventually subsided, leaving Windfall damaged but afloat in calmer seas beneath clearing skies. For the first time since leaving Boston Harbor, Charlie sailed in complete isolation. No cameras recording, no audience watching, no comments awaiting response. The silence was simultaneously terrifying and liberating. Without the performative layer that had become second nature, she confronted her true motivations for the journey and discovered a resilience that had nothing to do with being observed. Under jury-rigged sails and using her mother's compass for primary navigation, Charlie guided Windfall toward the Chilean coast, tapping Morse code messages on emergency frequencies but receiving no response. On the fourth day of silence, a Chilean fishing vessel spotted the damaged sailboat making slow but deliberate progress toward land. The captain recognized the distinctive blue hull from news reports and approached cautiously, eventually establishing communication through handheld radio. Charlie's first message to the waiting world was characteristically understated. "Windfall and I are both a bit battered, but we're coming in." The world had pronounced Charlie Winslow lost at sea. For 3 days, cable news ran stories about the promising young sailor presumed dead after attempting to round Cape Horn. Psychologists discussed the risks of encouraging teenage adventures. Maritime experts debated whether social media fame had pushed her beyond prudent seamanship. Then came the report of her survival, initially dismissed as rumour until confirmed by the Chilean Navy. The story transformed overnight from tragedy to triumph. Charlie Winslow hadn't just survived Cape Horn. She had navigated its aftermath with damaged equipment and no outside assistance. In the small Chilean fishing village where Windfall was towed for repairs, Charlie faced the consequences of her fame in unexpected ways. Journalists arrived before her father could reach her. Sponsors issued statements claiming her survival validated their support. Social media exploded with competing narratives about what her experience meant. Through it all, Charlie remained largely silent. She sent a brief message confirming her safety, then focused on assessing Windfall's damage and her own physical condition. The separation from constant documentation gave her space to process what had happened, not just the storm, but the entire journey thus far. Edward arrived 3 days later, having navigated bureaucratic hurdles and travel complications with the same determination his daughter had shown against the elements. Their reunion, far from cameras and microphones, involved few words but a long embrace that communicated everything necessary. "I thought I'd lost you," he finally said, his voice rough. "For a while there, I thought I'd lost me too," Charlie replied. During the 6 weeks required for Windfall's repairs, Charlie resided at a small coastal hotel. There she met Captain Isabella Vega, a woman in her 60s who had sailed commercially for decades, before retiring to operate charter boats along the Chilean coast. "So you're the famous Charlie Winslow," Isabella said when they first met at the local maritime office. "The internet girl who discovered the real ocean." Charlie might have once bristled at the characterization. Now she simply nodded. "The real ocean found me, I think." They began having coffee together each morning on the hotel's terrace overlooking the harbour where Windfall was being repaired. Isabella never asked about follower counts or content strategies. Instead, she shared stories of sailing before GPS, satellite phones or rescue beacons, when venturing offshore meant genuine isolation and self-reliance. "I watched some of your videos," Isabella admitted one morning, "before your adventure at the Horn." "And?" Charlie prompted when the older woman hesitated. "You were sailing well, but living for the camera," Isabella said bluntly. "It's a common mistake nowadays. People climb mountains while thinking about their Instagram caption. They sail oceans while mentally editing their footage." Charlie stared into her coffee. "And now?" Isabella smiled. "Now you have the eyes of someone who's seen the horizon without wondering how it will play online. It makes a difference." When Windfall was finally declared seaworthy, Charlie faced a decision about how to complete her journey. Her communication equipment had been restored, her sponsors eager for her to resume regular content creation. Yet something fundamental had shifted during those days of silence after Cape Horn. The night before her departure, she recorded a video unlike any she'd shared before. "I nearly died at Cape Horn," she began, her voice steady. Not because the storm was unmanageable, though it was at the extreme edge of what Windfall and I could handle. "I nearly died because I made decisions based partly on content expectations rather than pure seamanship." She explained her realization with unflinching honesty, how the pressure to maintain narrative momentum had influenced her choice to push forward despite warning signs, how the performance of confidence had sometimes overshadowed genuine caution. "For the remainder of my journey, I'll be changing my approach," she continued. "I'll share weekly updates rather than daily documentation. I'll focus on the sailing experience rather than creating content about sailing." Comments reflected the division this announcement created among her followers. Some expressed deeper respect for her new perspective. Others unsubscribed, disappointed by the reduced entertainment value. Sponsors responded with carefully worded support that barely masked their concern about diminished visibility. Edward, who had returned to Boston after ensuring Charlie's recovery, expressed quiet pride during their next satellite call. "You remind me of your mother more every day," he said. "Not just in how you sail, but in how you choose your course." The Atlantic crossing toward home became a period of integration for Charlie. With reduced pressure to document every experience, she found herself more present in the journey itself. Weekly updates focused on meaningful observations rather than manufactured drama. When unexpected mechanical issues arose, a problem with the rudder assembly that caused sluggish steering, Charlie solved it independently without crowdsourcing solutions. The repair itself became a metaphor for her transformation. She had learned to trust her own judgment, to value function over appearance, to solve problems rather than showcase them. Her changing approach continued dividing her audience. Viewership numbers decreased, but engagement deepened among those who remained. The community calling themselves the Crew evolved from spectators to genuine supporters, respecting her boundaries while celebrating her accomplishments. Back in Boston, Edward prepared for his daughter's return. The girl who had sailed away nearly 14 months earlier had been replaced, through experiences both broadcasted and private, by a young woman who understood both the value of connection and the necessity of solitude. During their weekly calls, father and daughter began planning Charlie's future, not just her homecoming, but what would follow. Maritime architecture interested her, as did environmental conservation. The journey had awakened interests and revealed abilities that would shape her choices long after Windfall returned to its home port. 2 weeks from Boston, fate offered one final test. Edward suffered a heart attack, not life-threatening but serious enough to hospitalize him. May broke the news to Charlie during their scheduled communication window. "He's stable," May assured her, "but the doctors are keeping him for observation. He wanted me to tell you not to worry, to focus on finishing your journey safely." Charlie faced the choice between rushing home and completing her circumnavigation properly. The girl who had departed Boston might have chosen the former, eager for reunion and resolution. The woman now guiding Windfall through the North Atlantic understood that honouring her father meant completing what she had started, as he would want her to do. "Tell him I'm on my way," Charlie said, "on schedule as planned. Tell him I'm bringing Mum's compass home." During this final stretch, an unexpected weather system developed off the New England coast. Drawing on everything she'd learned, Charlie navigated it with skill and confidence, with no cameras watching and no audience to impress. The storm became not an obstacle, but a fitting conclusion to a journey that had tested her against the elements repeatedly, each time leaving her stronger. When Windfall finally sailed into Boston Harbour on a clear October morning, the welcome was substantial but not overwhelming. News crews gathered alongside sailing enthusiasts and curious onlookers. Social media representatives positioned themselves for optimal coverage. A modest flotilla accompanied the blue-hulled sailboat on its final approach. Edward, released from the hospital the previous day against medical advice, waited on the dock alongside May, Captain Reeves, and others who had supported Charlie's journey from its inception. The contrast with her departure was stark. She returned not as an excited teenager hungry for adventure and validation, but as a composed young woman who had found something more valuable than either. In her final broadcast from Windfall, Charlie reflected on how the journey had changed her, thanking her followers, but explaining her decision to step back from constant documentation. "The ocean taught me that some experiences can't be shared, only lived. That observation changes both the observed and the observer, that the moments that transform us most profoundly often occur when no one is watching." She concluded with words that resonated far beyond her journey. "We live in a world that values visibility over substance, reach over depth. But the horizon doesn't care about your follower count. The wind doesn't check your engagement metrics. The sea demands your full presence, not your performance." After securing Windfall to its home dock, Charlie stepped into her father's embrace. Later, in a private moment aboard the boat that had carried her around the world, she placed her mother's compass in its original wooden box, completing one circle while looking toward others yet to be drawn. 6 months after her return, Charlie stood before a graduating class at the Maritime Academy as a guest speaker. Her speech focused not on her circumnavigation, but on the unexpected lessons it had taught her about ocean conservation, responsible exploration, and the difference between documenting experience and actually living it. Wakewatch continued as a platform, though with significantly different content. Rather than showcasing personal adventure, it now highlighted environmental issues Charlie encountered during her journey: plastic pollution in remote Pacific atolls, changing migration patterns of marine species, coastal communities adapting to rising sea levels. Her book about the experience, Finding True North, focused more on internal transformation than adventure thrills. Critics praised its honesty about the complicated relationship between genuine experience and curated presentation. Young readers appreciated its lack of easy answers or simplified inspiration. Windfall remained in the harbour, gradually being retrofitted for a new journey, this time with Charlie as captain of a small crew of young women learning to sail. The programme, sponsored by a foundation rather than consumer brands, emphasised technical skills, environmental awareness, and minimal social media documentation. Edward had shifted his legal practice to focus more on maritime environmental protection, inspired by his daughter's experiences and observations. Their relationship had evolved from protection and rebellion to mutual respect and partnership. May, now studying film at Boston University, frequently visited the harbour to help plan educational content, her creative skills complementing Charlie's practical knowledge in ways that benefited both. On a bright spring morning, Charlie stood on Windfall's deck watching her first crew of trainees board with their gear. Their faces showed the same mixture of excitement and apprehension she had felt 14 months earlier, though their journey would be shorter and shared rather than solitary. As final preparations were completed, Charlie felt her phone vibrate with notifications, remnants of the online life that had once seemed so central to her identity. She looked at the screen briefly, then smiled and powered it off, tucking it into a secure compartment below. The real journey, the one that mattered, would unfold on the water, in conversations during night watches, in skills shared and challenges overcome together. It would exist in the physical world of wind and waves, not in the virtual space of likes and shares. As Windfall motored out of the harbour for the first training voyage, Charlie thought of something Captain Isabella had told her during those reflective mornings in Chile. The sea gives every sailor two priceless gifts: the person you discover yourself to be when no one is watching, and the stories you choose not to tell. Charlie had found both, and in that discovery lay an adventure far greater than circumnavigation. The ongoing journey of living authentically in a world obsessed with performance, of finding value in private moments amidst the pressure for constant visibility, of knowing which stories to share and which to hold close, like treasures too precious for display. The Saboteur's art. Beck's fingers registered the humidity first. 92%. Enough to make ordinary men sweat through their shirts, but more importantly, enough to compromise the stability of the Russian-made RDX he suspected lay at the heart of the device. The air in the gallery's restoration room was thick with ghost particles of oil paint and varnish, making each breath a canvas of scent. This was the moment, the silence before detonation, where Major Beckett Sloane had always found his centre. 15 years of diffusing the world's deadliest devices had taught him that bombs were just puzzles with consequences. This one, however, was different. It had been placed deliberately to destroy evidence, not people, and its signature wasn't governmental or terroristic. It was corporate. "You've got 19 minutes before the external security protocols reset," Daisy's voice crackled through his nearly invisible earpiece. Her former CIA analyst's precision was the backbone of this operation, as it had been for the last 2 years since Beck's rebirth as Lucien Voltaire. "Won't need more than 12, Beck murmured, pressing his gloved hand against the underside of the mahogany restoration table. His fingers found the metallic anomaly exactly where his thermal scan had indicated. Found it. Garrett Hoffman's signature. "You're sure?" Daisy's voice sharpened. Beck's jaw tightened imperceptibly. "I'd know their work in my sleep." He would. After all, it was a bomb manufactured by Colonel Warren Hoffman's conglomerate that had destroyed the US Embassy in Kronstadt. The very bombing Beck had been framed for failing to prevent. 5 years in a military prison tended to burn certain details into memory. The bomb beneath the table wasn't designed to flatten a building. It was meant to destroy a single painting, specifically a recently authenticated Vermeer that had surfaced after being lost for nearly 6 decades. A Vermeer that, according to Beck's painstaking research, contained embedded microfilm documenting a weapons for hostages exchange that would destroy Hoffman's pending defense contracts if it ever came to light. Beck extracted a specialized thermal cutter from his matte black pack and began creating an access panel in the table's underside. The restoration room's darkness was punctuated only by the faint blue glow of his specialized equipment. With practiced movements, he exposed the device, disappointingly basic, nothing like the complex challenges he'd tackled in his military days. Amateur work, he whispered, more to himself than to Daisy. Timed incendiary. They're just burning evidence, not sending a message. Can you disarm it? Beck allowed himself the ghost of a smile. Already done. He disconnected the detonator but left the rest of the components intact. Evidence. Then he turned his attention to the painting resting in its archival frame on the tabletop. The astronomer's daughter depicted a young woman measuring celestial distances with antique instruments, moonlight bathing her concentrated face through an open window. Worth 60 million euros conservatively, but the microfilm hidden in its stretcher frame was priceless. Beck carefully extracted the film using specialized tools. 40-year-old documentation of Hoffman's predecessor company, arming both sides of a forgotten African conflict. The beginning of an empire built on calculated chaos. Package secured, he murmured. Time to leave your calling card and get out, Daisy replied. From his breast pocket, Beck withdrew 2 items, a single strand of deep crimson silk ribbon and a piece of polished metal shrapnel, the latter extracted from his own shoulder after the embassy bombing. He placed them carefully beside the now harmless bomb. As he slipped out through the museum's blind spots between security cameras, Beck knew that tomorrow's headlines would be electric. Ghost thief strikes again. Lucien Voltaire claims another masterpiece. None would mention the prevented fire or the microfilm now on its way to carefully selected journalists. That was the point. In his former life, Beck had disabled bombs to save lives in the short term. Now he was playing a longer game, dismantling an empire of corruption one strategic move at a time, leaving only silk and shrapnel as his signature. Outside, the Lisbon night embraced him with salt air from the nearby Atlantic. He removed his gloves and slipped into the identity of an American tourist, faintly intoxicated after a night of fado music and too much port. Another perfect extraction. Another piece of evidence against the man who had destroyed his life. But as Beck disappeared into the labyrinthine streets of Alfama, he couldn't shake the growing suspicion that someone was finally connecting the dots between his targets. Nash Price, once his brother-in-arms, now Hoffman's head of security, had been spotted in Madrid 3 days earlier, methodically visiting scenes of Beck's previous operations. It was only a matter of time before Nash recognised the signature for what it was, a message meant specifically for those who had betrayed him. The silk, a reminder of Beck's mother who had raised him among museums and precious textiles. The shrapnel, a promise of retribution. Beck touched the scar beneath his collarbone unconsciously. 5 more targets, 5 more pieces of evidence. Then Hoffman's empire would collapse under the weight of its own corruption, and perhaps then the nightmares would finally stop. The ones where Beck was still buried under embassy rubble, listening to the screams of those he couldn't save. Extraction complete, he whispered into his comm as he slipped into a waiting car with diplomatic plates. Next target is the Geneva auction. Daisy's voice carried a rare note of concern. Nash is getting closer. He requested personnel files from your old unit yesterday. Beck watched the museum disappear in the side mirror, its majestic facade hiding centuries of secrets. Now 1 fewer. Good, he said simply. It's time he remembered who taught him everything he knows. The car accelerated into the night, carrying Beck toward the next piece of a puzzle 5 years in the making. Behind him, silk and shrapnel waited to be found, a ghost promise of things to come. Nash Price had never considered himself a superstitious man. 15 years in special operations had beaten such tendencies out of him, yet he couldn't shake the chill that ran through him as he stared at the evidence bag containing a single crimson silk ribbon and a polished piece of shrapnel. "Third one this month," said the Portuguese inspector, a weary man with nicotine-stained fingers. "Same MO as Barcelona and Vienna. No prints, no DNA, no witnesses." Nash nodded absently, his mind elsewhere. The shrapnel piece had been professionally polished, but he recognised the distinctive fragmentation pattern of a Russian-made RPOA thermobaric weapon, the same type that had collapsed the eastern wing of the Kronstadt embassy 5 years ago. The wing where Beck had died, where Nash had left him to die. "I'll need copies of your security footage," Nash said, his American accent sharp against the inspector's melodic Portuguese English. "What makes you think Colonel Hoffman has any connection to this art theft?" The inspector's eyebrow raised sceptically. Nash chose his words carefully. "These aren't random targets. There's a pattern we're tracking across multiple countries." What he didn't say, that each stolen artwork had a hidden connection to Hoffman's weapons deals, that the bomb maker's signature left beside the disarmed device matched manufacturing techniques that only a handful of people in the world would recognise. People like Beck. But Beck was dead. Nash had verified it himself, had stood at the prison funeral after the fire claimed Beckett Sloan and 2 guards during a routine transfer, had felt relief mixed with lingering guilt as the empty casket was lowered into Virginia soil. Nash's secure phone vibrated. Hoffman. "Tell me you have something," the colonel demanded without preamble. "It's him," Nash replied, stepping away from the inspector. Silence stretched across the connection. Then, "Beck is dead." Someone who knows his methods, then. Someone with intimate knowledge of our operation in Kronstadt. Nash kept his voice neutral, and our other operations as well. "Find them," Hoffman ordered. "The Geneva auction is in 72 hours, if those documents surface." "They won't," Nash cut in with more confidence than he felt. "I'm tripling security personally." After disconnecting, Nash stared out through the museum's Renaissance-era windows at Lisbon's sun-drenched streets. Something about this thief, this ghost called Lucien Voltaire by the press, nagged at his subconscious. The precision, the targets, the calling card that felt like an accusation. If Beck were alive... Nash banished the thought. 5 years of nightmares were enough. He'd made his choice in Kronstadt when he'd sealed the emergency doors, trapping Beck inside with the secondary devices. It had been Beck, or the evidence of Hoffman's weapon sales, and Nash had family to protect, leveraged by Hoffman's promises and threats. His phone vibrated again, a text from an unknown number. Some fires never stop burning. Nash's blood went cold. "You've been compromised," Daisy announced without preamble, as Beck entered the abandoned lighthouse keeper's cottage on Portugal's rugged Atlantic coast. Her fingers flew across 3 separate keyboards, screens illuminating her face in ghostly blue light. Beck set down his equipment bag calmly. "Nash? He's mobilising resources I've never seen before. Private contractors, former intelligence assets. He's called in every favour he has." Daisy turned one screen toward him, showing surveillance photos of Nash at various European airports over the past week. "He knows it's you, Beck. Not the how yet, but the who." Beck absorbed this without visible reaction, though something cold and clarifying crystallised in his chest. Sooner than planned, but not unexpected. He moved to the window, gazing out at the relentless waves crashing against jagged rocks below. Behind him, the cottage walls were covered with maps, timelines and photographs. 5 years of meticulous planning. "We move up the timetable," he decided, "all of it." Daisy stared at him. That's insane. Geneva alone requires weeks of... 3 days is enough, Beck interrupted. Call Dante. Dante. The enigmatic art forger who'd become Beck's unlikely ally after Beck had spared him during a Europol raid years before. The man who could replicate any document, any painting, any security protocol with uncanny precision. The final piece needed for Geneva. 20 minutes later, a weather-beaten Citroën rattled up the lighthouse path. The man who emerged moved with an artist's economy, each gesture precise, deliberate. His face bore the distinctive scar of a knife fight across his left cheek, interrupting his otherwise immaculate silver beard. "This is premature," were Dante's first words as he entered. His accent was untraceable, sometimes French, sometimes Eastern European, sometimes nothing recognizable at all. "It's necessary," Beck countered, unrolling architectural plans for the Geneva auction house across the table. "Nash knows." Dante's eyes narrowed. "Then you're already dead." "Again," Beck added with grim humour. "The documents aren't ready," Dante protested. "The magnetic watermarks alone require..." "I don't need perfection," Beck cut in. "I need enough to cast doubt, enough to make journalists dig deeper." Dante studied him with the calculating gaze of someone who had spent decades discerning the authenticity of priceless objects. "This isn't about exposing Hoffman anymore, is it? This is about Nash." Beck didn't answer immediately. The truth was more complicated than even Daisy knew. Nash's betrayal at the embassy had been the most personal, yes, but Beck had come to understand the leverage Hoffman had held over his former friend. Nash's sister, chronically ill with an experimental treatment funded solely by Hoffman's discretionary budget. A moral sacrifice wrapped in loyalty to family. "It's about finishing what I started," Beck finally replied. "Geneva is where Hoffman is auctioning the intelligence files from 3 separate conflicts. The buyer list includes both sides in each conflict." "And you're going to what? Steal them out from under armed guards?" Dante scoffed. Beck's slight smile didn't reach his eyes. "Number, I'm going to let them be sold, after you've modified them." Understanding dawned on Dante's scarred face. "You're not removing evidence, you're adding to it, making each buyer believe they've been double-crossed." Beck nodded once. "When warlords and intelligence agencies believe they've been betrayed, they don't file lawsuits, they retaliate." Daisy looked up from her screens. "That's not justice, Beck. That's chaos." "It's equivalence," Beck corrected. "Hoffman built an empire by selling weapons to opposing sides. Now his clients will learn they're not the only ones he's dealing with." The room fell silent except for the distant roar of waves. Beck knew how it sounded, less like the calculated mission of justice he'd begun, and more like pure vengeance. Maybe they were right. Maybe 5 years in military prison had broken something fundamental in him. Or maybe he'd simply learned to fight fire with fire. "I'll need the guest list for the auction," Dante finally said, capitulating, "and optical samples of Hoffman's signature authorization stamps." Beck withdrew a small drive from his pocket. "It's all there, along with the identity you'll use to access the building tomorrow." As Dante reviewed the files, Daisy approached Beck by the window. "This isn't what we planned," she said quietly. "Setting Hoffman's clients against him, there will be collateral damage." Beck watched a distant fishing boat fighting against the current. "There already has been, for years." "And Nash?" she pressed. "What happens when he comes for you? Because he will." Beck's hand unconsciously moved to the scar beneath his collarbone, the place where surgeons had removed the shrapnel that had become his calling card. "When the time comes," he said, "I'll give him a choice. The same choice he gave me." The auction house resembled a fortress disguised as a palace. 18th century grandeur on the outside, 21st century security within. Beck observed it from his hotel window across Lake Geneva, thermal imaging revealing guard positions like constellations against the night sky. Nash had indeed tripled security. Former Special Forces operators patrolled in subtle rotation patterns. Signal jammers pulsed at regular intervals, biometric scanners had been hastily installed at all entrances, all expected, all accounted for in Beck's revised plan. His phone vibrated. Dante. I'm in position. Documents are placed. Beck acknowledged with a single tap code. In 12 hours the auction would begin, ostensibly featuring rare manuscripts and historic documents, but the real transactions would occur in private rooms afterward, where intelligence files detailing arms shipments, shell corporations and offshore accounts would change hands for millions. Dante had spent 36 sleepless hours modifying these files, inserting evidence that Hoffman was double-dealing with opposing factions. The beauty was in the subtlety. Bank transfer dates slightly altered, weapon shipment quantities marginally increased, just enough to suggest systematic betrayal without appearing obviously falsified. Beck's hotel room door opened without a sound. He didn't turn around. You should have better security, Seraphine Dubois observed in her distinctive Franco-Algerian accent. The museum curator had been an unexpected variable, a woman whose path had crossed Beck's 3 operations earlier when he'd prevented the destruction of artifacts from her exhibition in Marseille. She'd tracked him ever since, finally confronting him in Barcelona with an unexpected proposition. She would help him access collections and auction houses in exchange for his protection of irreplaceable cultural heritage endangered by Hoffman's shadowy deals. If Nash's people were coming for me, Beck replied, they wouldn't knock. Seraphine moved beside him at the window, her reflection a study in controlled intensity. Unlike Daisy's technical pragmatism or Dante's artistic detachment, Seraphine brought scholarly precision to Beck's operation, along with connections throughout Europe's cultural institutions. The false provenance documents are in place, she reported. The auction registrar accepted them without question. Lot 37 now has historical ties to 3 separate conflict zones exactly as you specified. Beck nodded. This was the linchpin, creating a documented chain of ownership that would lead investigators toward Hoffman's weapons transactions once the chaos began. There's a complication, Seraphine added. Nash brought in a facial recognition specialist. They're scanning against military databases, including those officially listed as deceased. Beck turned from the window. This was unexpected. Nash leveraging resources beyond Hoffman's considerable reach. Personal resources, calling in favours from his time in special operations. He knows it's you, Seraphine concluded. Not knows, Beck corrected, suspects, hopes, fears. He moved to the room's centre table where building schematics and security protocols were meticulously arranged. 5 years of planning, accelerated into 3 days of improvisation. The risk had increased exponentially, but so had the potential impact. You should withdraw, Seraphine urged. We have enough evidence planted, let it unfold without your presence. Beck shook his head once. It won't work unless Nash sees me. He needs to make a choice. Seraphine studied him with archaeological precision, as though cataloguing the artifacts of his obsession. This was never just about exposing Hoffman, was it? This is about redemption. Beck didn't answer. Instead, he activated his secure communications. Daisy, what's the status on the venue's emergency protocols? Daisy's voice came through crisp and focused. Fire suppression system is bypassed. I can trigger alarms on your command. Elevator overrides are in place. And our exit? 3 options secured, including the maintenance tunnel beneath the northeast service corridor. Beck nodded, though she couldn't see him. Years of defusing bombs had taught him to always have multiple extraction paths. Tonight would determine whether all that planning had been enough. His phone vibrated with an encrypted alert from Dante. Someone's testing my documentation. Advanced verification protocols initiated. Beck checked his watch. The accelerated timeline was unravelling. Nash was moving faster than anticipated, testing security measures that weren't scheduled for activation until tomorrow. They're sweeping the building now, he told Seraphine, 12 hours early. Her eyes widened slightly. That's not possible unless Unless they know exactly what they're looking for, Beck finished, the auction is a trap. He made a decision instantly, military training overriding caution. New plan, we move now. As Beck gathered his specialized equipment, Seraphine watched him with growing concern. What about Dante? He's still inside. Dante knew the risks. Beck checked his custom-designed tactical vest containing tools rather than weapons. This was always going to end with a direct confrontation. Between you and Nash, Beck paused, meeting her gaze directly. Between who we were and who we've become, outside, Lake Geneva reflected moonlight like scattered silver. Beyond it, the auction house's illuminated facade concealed the corrupt transaction that had brought Beck back from the dead. For 5 years he had operated in shadows, dismantling Hoffman's empire piece by calculated piece. Tonight he would step into the light and force a reckoning. With Hoffman, with Nash, with himself. Beck secured his communications device and moved toward the door. "Beck," Seraphine called after him. "The signature, your ribbon and shrapnel, what do they actually mean?" He paused without turning back. That some things survive the explosion. Nash knew something was wrong the moment the auction house's subtle lighting flickered. Just once, barely noticeable to anyone without combat experience. Power supply interruption, lasting milliseconds. Someone accessing the electrical system. He touched his earpiece. All teams, condition yellow. Sweep sectors 1 through 4. His security contractors responded with professional brevity, mobilizing through the elegant reception hall where Geneva's elite mingled before the night's exclusive auction. Men in custom tuxedos and women draped in generational wealth remained oblivious to the hunters moving among them. Colonel Hoffman materialized at Nash's elbow, champagne flute an unconvincing prop in his military calloused hand. "Problem?" "Maintenance issue," Nash lied smoothly. He'd learned from Beck long ago, never alert the principal until you're certain. But he was certain. Every instinct honed through a decade of high-risk operations screamed that Beck was here. Not dead, not gone. Here. "Secure the merchandise," Nash ordered through his comm system. "Protocol Sigma." Protocol Sigma. Immediate relocation of high-value assets to secondary secure location. In this case, the intelligence files and weapons documentation that constituted the auction's true purpose. Hoffman's eyes narrowed. "That's excessive for a maintenance." "It's him," Nash interrupted, voice low. "Beck is alive." The colour drained from Hoffman's face. "Impossible! You confirmed—" "I confirmed what we were meant to see." Nash scanned the growing crowd, cataloguing faces, postures, anomalies. Prison fire conveniently destroying records and DNA samples. No remains ever positively identified. "Find him," Hoffman hissed. "If those files are compromised—" Nash was already moving, leaving the colonel mid-sentence. The auction house's magnificent grand staircase offered strategic overview of the main floor. From this vantage point, Nash systematically eliminated individuals who couldn't be Beck. Wrong height, wrong movement patterns, wrong-handedness. His earpiece crackled. "Sir, we've got a situation in document room C. Dante Keller's credentials are showing inconsistencies." Dante Keller. The name meant nothing to Nash, but the location did. Document room C housed the complete dossiers for tonight's most sensitive transactions. "Detain him. I'm on my way." As Nash descended the stairs, the lights flickered again, longer this time. Emergency generators kicked in seamlessly, but several security monitors reset. Precisely 17 seconds of vulnerability. Elegant, Nash thought grimly. Just like Beck would do it. Document room C was secured by 2 contractors flanking a reinforced door. Inside, a silver-haired man with a distinctive facial scar sat calmly at a workstation, hands visible on the table. "Mr. Keller," Nash began, circling the seated man, "except Interpol has no record of a document authenticator by that name working in Europe." The man smiled faintly. "Perhaps you're looking in the wrong databases." Nash studied him. "Where is Beck?" Major Sloane died 5 years ago, Dante replied evenly, quite tragically. No, Nash leaned closer. He didn't. And you're going to tell me exactly what he's planning. Dante's smile deepened. He said you were intelligent, but not intelligent enough to ask the right question, which is, why tonight? Why this auction? Dante's scarred face remained impassive. You've been chasing his ghost across Europe for months. Why would he suddenly allow himself to be discovered? Cold realization washed over Nash. This man wasn't the target, he was the distraction. The building's fire alarms activated in cascading sequence sector by sector. Evacuation protocols engaged automatically. Through his earpiece, Nash heard his security team reporting conflicting emergency signals across multiple systems. Lock down the files, Nash ordered, already moving toward the exit. No one enters the secure vault. But even as he said it, Nash knew where Beck would be. Not in the document rooms or the vault or any location being actively protected. He would be where no one was looking. The service corridor connecting the auction house to its administrative wing was deserted, emergency lighting casting angular shadows. Nash drew his sidearm, advancing with practiced silence. At the corridor's end, a maintenance door stood slightly ajar, leading to the building's original foundation, a centuries-old stone substructure that predated modern security systems. Nash pushed through, descending worn stone steps into a catacomb-like space. The air grew cool and damp. His tactical light cut through darkness, illuminating ancient brick archways. You still favour your right side when clearing corners. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, acoustics distorted by stone. Beck's voice, unchanged despite 5 years. Nash steadied his weapon. You're supposed to be dead. I was. Beck stepped into the edge of the light beam, face half illuminated. Older, leaner, a new scar bisecting his left eyebrow. But unmistakably Beck. For 317 days, that's how long it took to accept that the man I was had died in that embassy. Nash kept his weapon raised. Whatever you're planning, it's over. The building's locked down. Is it? Beck's slight smile carried no warmth. Check your phone. Nash hesitated, then withdrew his secure phone one-handed. The screen displayed multiple news alerts, all time-stamped within the last 4 minutes. Breaking. Classified documents. Implicate defense contractor in illegal arms sales. Hoffman International accused of double-dealing with warring factions. Exclusive. Evidence links US defense contractor to embassy bombing. What have you done? Nash whispered. I didn't expose Hoffman, Beck replied calmly. You did. All of you. 5 years of classified files just hit 17 news outlets simultaneously. Every double deal, every offshore account, every weapons test disguised as insurgent activity. That's impossible. Those files are secured in a vault no one can access, Beck finished. They were, until Hoffman's own security protocols triggered emergency backup procedures. The same protocols that automatically upload insurance copies to secure servers that Daisy has controlled for 11 months. Nash lowered his weapon gradually as understanding dawned. The alarms, the power fluctuations. You wanted us to initiate lockdown protocols. The harder you tried to protect the files, the more thoroughly you distributed them. Beck stepped fully into the light now. 5 years of planning, Nash. Did you really think I'd leave anything to chance? Above them, muffled shouting penetrated stone. Security teams mobilizing, too late to contain what had already been released. They'll hunt you forever for this, Nash said quietly. Maybe. Beck seemed unconcerned. But first they'll hunt Hoffman, and you. Everyone who was part of the Kirenstad operation. Everyone who profited from it. Nash holstered his weapon slowly. Why am I still alive, Beck? Why this elaborate setup instead of a bullet? Beck studied him, his expression unreadable. Because you deserve to choose. The same choice you gave me 5 years ago when you sealed those embassy doors. I had no choice, Nash protested. Hoffman had my sister. Everyone has a choice, Beck's voice hardened. I'm giving you yours now. Walk out there and testify against Hoffman. Tell the truth about Kieranstad. Protect what's left of your humanity. Or run and become exactly what you made me. A ghost with nothing left but vengeance. Nash stared at his former friend, the weight of 5 years pressing between them. What about you? What's left after this? For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Beck's face. I don't know. That's the thing about demolition. You're never sure what remains until after the dust settles. From his pocket, Beck withdrew the signature items, a crimson silk ribbon and the polished shrapnel fragment. He placed them carefully on a stone ledge between them. The last ones, he said quietly, the mission's complete. Without waiting for response, Beck turned and disappeared deeper into the ancient foundation. Nash could have pursued him, should have, by any professional standard. Instead, he remained motionless, listening to fading footsteps echo against stone laid centuries before either of them existed. Above, chaos was unfolding, Hoffman's empire collapsing under exposed truth, a reckoning 5 years in the making. Nash's phone vibrated with incoming calls from Hoffman, from contractors, from handlers up the chain. He silenced them all, staring instead at the silken shrapnel Beck had left behind. A signature, a message, a choice. When Nash finally emerged from the foundation into the Swiss night, alarms still blaring and emergency vehicles converging on the auction house, his decision was made. Not for Beck, not for himself, but for the truth that had festered too long in darkness. Tomorrow would bring federal investigators, intelligence hearings, immunity negotiations, the dismantling of an enterprise built on calculated betrayal. As for Beck, Lucien Voltaire, the ghost who had orchestrated it all, perhaps he would finally rest, or perhaps, like the silk ribbon and shrapnel that had become his signature, he would transform into something new, something forged in fire but no longer defined by it. Either way, as Nash surrendered his weapon to approaching security personnel and asked to speak with federal authorities, he understood the final message in Beck's signature. Some things survived the explosion, changed but unbroken. And sometimes, those are the most dangerous things of all. End. Curtain call. The first time Julian Mercer tasted stage dust, he was 7 years old. Not the sanitized, OSHA-compliant atmosphere of modern Broadway, but the authentic, slightly toxic blend of ancient velvet particles, makeup residue, and the accumulated exhalations of generations of performers that hung in the air at the Beaumont Theatre in 1983. He'd inhaled deeply, feeling the grit settle in his lungs like communion. "You don't want to do that, kid," a stagehand had muttered, passing by with a prop table. "That stuff'll crystallize in your lungs. Theatre cancer. Real thing." But Julian hadn't cared. At 7, he'd already recognized his native element. Now, at 13, Julian stood in the wings of the Imperial Theatre as thunderous applause crashed through the auditorium like a tidal wave. His debut as Gavroche in the American premiere of Les Miserables had just concluded, and Broadway had a new wunderkind. Jules, they were already calling him. Theatre people gravitated toward diminutives like moths to footlights. 5 curtain calls, his mother Victoria whispered fiercely, gripping his shoulder with fingers hardened by decades of rigging lights and shifting scenery. Her touch was always slightly too firm, as if she were perpetually afraid he might drift away. That's more than Patti LuPone got in Evita. Julian nodded but said nothing. The rush of performance still coursed through him, that strange alchemy of terror and euphoria that made the rest of life seem two-dimensional by comparison. He didn't have words for it yet, wouldn't for years, but he recognised even then that he'd been granted access to something most people spent their lives seeking: purpose. Backstage was controlled chaos. Cast members in various states of costume removal congratulated him with a slightly perplexed enthusiasm, adults reserved for children who display unsettling competence. Julian accepted their praise with practised humility, a skill his mother had drilled into him with the same rigour she'd applied to his diction exercises. Humble in triumph, dignified in defeat, she'd recite, a mantra from her own chorus girl days, back when she'd believed her break was just one audition away. That dream had faded by increments, transforming instead into fierce ambition for her son. Julian. A voice cut through the backstage tumult, resonant and commanding. Victor Lang, the director, moved toward them with the deliberate grace of someone accustomed to being watched. In his 50s, with silver temples and imperious posture, Lang was Broadway royalty, with 3 Tonys and a mythology of brilliant productions and spectacular meltdowns. "Mr. Lang," Julian said, extending his hand with rehearsed poise. Lang ignored the hand and instead cupped Julian's face, tilting it toward the harsh backstage lights. The gesture was invasive, clinical, like a horse trader examining merchandise. "You have something," Lang said simply. "Something real. Don't let them ruin it." Before Julian could respond, Lang was intercepted by a reporter from the Times, leaving the boy with a cryptic warning that would only make sense years later. "Vultures are circling," Victoria muttered, watching Lang charm the journalist. "But we're ready for them, aren't we?" Julian nodded automatically, though a small voice inside questioned who exactly they were, and whether the protective circle his mother drew around him was keeping dangers out, or keeping him in. The stage door area thronged with autograph seekers, a phenomenon Julian found both flattering and mystifying. He'd perfected a signature months ago at his mother's insistence, practicing until the flourishes looked spontaneous rather than laboured. "Jules, over here." A girl perhaps 2 years older than him pushed through the crowd brandishing a playbill. Unlike the other admirers, she had an insider's confidence, standing with one hip cocked in an attitude of casual entitlement. "Lila Hart," she announced, offering the programme. "I'm in Brighton Beach down the street. You were good tonight. Not technically perfect, but interesting." Julian blinked at this backhanded compliment, oddly refreshed by its honesty amid the evening's hyperbole. "Thanks," he said, signing her programme. "I tripped during Little People. Nobody noticed, but I did." Leela grinned. "I noticed, but it worked. Made you seem more desperate, more real." Before Julian could respond, a man's voice called out, "Lila, car's waiting." "That's my father," she said with an eye roll that contained volumes of adolescent judgment. "See you around, Jules. We child prodigies should stick together." She paused, then added with sudden gravity, "It gets weird. Fast." As she disappeared into the crowd, Julian felt the first flicker of connection with someone who might understand the peculiar bubble he inhabited. But the moment was short-lived as Martin Gray, another child actor from the production, sidled up beside him. "Quite the performance," Martin said, his voice pitched to sound casual though his eyes were calculating. "Though I hear they're expanding my role next month." At 12, Martin already had the sharp elbows and political instincts of a seasoned Broadway veteran. Where Julian approached performing with intuitive abandon, Martin was all technique, his performances flawless but somehow airless. "That's great," Julian replied, meaning it. Competition wasn't in his nature. The stage felt too much like home to be a battlefield. As the crowd eventually dispersed and the cold reality of a school night descended, Victoria hailed a cab back to their Upper West Side apartment. It wasn't luxurious, but it was a step up from the Queen's Walk-Up where they'd lived before Julian's career took off. The Times critic was there, Victoria said as they rode home, the city lights painting stripes across her tense face. And someone from the Post. Tomorrow will be big. Julian nodded absently, watching the Manhattan streets blur by. The applause still echoed in his ears, but beneath it lay something hollower, a space opening up inside him, vast and hungry. Each performance filled it temporarily, but the emptiness always returned, a little larger each time. At home, while Victoria called relatives to report the triumph, Julian stood before the bathroom mirror, removing the stage makeup that aged his cherubic features into Gavroche's street-hardened visage. As the character's grime washed away, Julian studied his own face with detached curiosity. Who was this boy beneath the role? Sometimes he wasn't entirely sure. "Big day tomorrow," Victoria said from the doorway, her expression soft with rare contentment. "Reviews, interviews, your life is changing, Jules." Julian nodded, meeting his mother's eyes in the mirror. "I know," he said, though he didn't, not really. Couldn't know that tonight marked a border crossing from which there was no easy return. Into a country where childhood operated under different laws, where his worth would be measured in reviews and box office receipts, where he would forever be both more and less than simply himself. Outside the apartment window, the Manhattan skyline glittered with promise and warning in equal measure. By the summer of 1984, Julian Mercer had become that peculiar New York phenomenon, a celebrity known within a 10-block radius of Times Square, yet able to ride the subway in relative anonymity everywhere else. At 14, he had graduated from Les Miserables to a critically acclaimed revival of The Member of the Wedding, where his performance as John Henry had reduced hardened theatre critics to tears. The Algonquin Hotel's lobby hummed with the distinctive cadence of theatre people, that particular blend of projected confidence and neurotic insecurity. Julian sat perched on an oversized chair, legs dangling, as Victoria negotiated with his new agent, a shark-like woman named Rebecca who specialised in exceptional juveniles. "The film offer is substantial," Rebecca said, sliding a contract across the polished table, "but it would mean 6 months in California. Broadway will forget him." "Broadway has the memory of an elephant," Victoria countered, scanning the figures with practiced nonchalance that didn't quite mask her excitement. "And film reaches more people in a weekend than theatre does in a year." Julian tuned them out, focusing instead on a man seated across the lobby, a theatre critic whose recent review had described Julian's performance as unnervingly adult, raising uncomfortable questions about the nature of childhood itself. Julian wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but he recognised the discomfort lurking beneath the praise, as if his talent was somehow unseemly, a party trick performed by a precocious child who should be outside playing kickball instead. "Jules?" His mother's voice pulled him back. "Rebecca asked you a question." "Sorry," he mumbled, turning back to the table where both women watched him expectantly. "I asked if you want to do the film," Rebecca repeated, her tone suggesting this was a mere formality. "It's a wonderful opportunity." Julian considered this. The script was good. A period drama set during Prohibition where he'd play the sickly son of a bootlegger. But something in him resisted leaving New York, leaving the immediacy of the stage for the fragmented unreality of film production. "Can I think about it?" he asked, earning a sharp glance from his mother. Rebecca smiled indulgently. "Of course, but they're seeing other actors tomorrow, so..." The implied deadline hung in the air as his mother steered him toward the exit, her grip on his shoulder communicating volumes of frustration. "What's to think about?" she demanded once they were on the street. "This is what we've been working toward." "I thought Broadway was what we were working toward," Julian countered. surprising himself with his boldness. Victoria's expression softened fractionally. Broadway's a stepping stone, Jules. Always has been. As they argued their way down 44th Street, Julian spotted a familiar figure ahead. Lila Hart, now 16 and fresh off a Tony nomination. Since their first meeting, they'd developed a strange friendship, occasionally meeting for ice cream or arcade games when their schedules aligned. With her, Julian didn't have to be Jules the Prodigy. He could just be awkward, confused Julian. "Lila," he called, waving. She turned, her face lighting with recognition before clouding slightly at the sight of Victoria. "Hey, Jules!" She approached, offering him their customary fist bump. "Mrs. Mercer." "Miss Hart," Victoria replied with professional courtesy. She'd never quite approved of the friendship, viewing Lila, who came from theatre royalty, her father a legendary producer, as potential competition rather than an ally. "I've got a meeting," Victoria said, checking her watch. "Julian, be at the theatre by 5. She hesitated, then added, "And think about what we discussed." As she walked away, Lila raised an eyebrow. "Trouble in paradise?" Julian shrugged. "Film offer in California." "Ah." Lila nodded knowingly. "The great Broadway exodus. My dad says it's inevitable. Talent flows west like the gold rush, leaving behind the diehards and the deluded." They wandered into Bryant Park, finding a secluded bench where they could watch chess players battle with the intensity of gladiators. "Did you take it?" Lila asked. "Haven't decided." "But your mum wants you to." Julian nodded, plucking absently at a loose thread on his jeans. "She says it's the logical next step." Lila snorted. "Adults love logical next steps, as if life follows some cosmic career ladder." She paused, studying him. "What do you want?" The question hit Julian like a physical blow. What did he want? Had anyone ever asked him that? Had he ever asked himself? His path had seemed predestined since that first community theatre production, when a director had pulled Victoria aside and whispered that overused but intoxicating word, special. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "I love performing, but sometimes I feel like..." "Like what?" "Like I'm playing a role off stage too. Julian Mercer, Broadway phenom, and if I stop, everyone will be disappointed." Lila nodded slowly. "The curse of the prodigy. They love what you can do, not who you are." She gazed across the park. "My mum walked away. Did you know that? 3 Tony nominations, then just quit. Teaches yoga in Santa Fe now." "Were people mad?" "Furious. Dad didn't speak to her for a year." Lila's smile was tinged with sadness. "But she says she finally sleeps through the night." Something about this revelation settled in Julian's chest like a stone. The possibility of another path existing alongside the one that had seemed so inevitable. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Well, if it isn't the Wonder Twins." Martin Gray approached, his growth spurt having transformed him from the compact boy of last year into a gangling adolescent whose limbs seemed to operate independently of one another. Despite this awkward transition, he'd managed to land a plum role in a new musical after Les Miserables. "Martin," Julian acknowledged, genuinely pleased to see him despite their complicated rivalry. "How's Starlight Express going?" "Bruising," Martin replied, indicating a spectacular purple mark on his forearm, a souvenir from the show's demanding roller skating choreography. But the Times loved it, so... He shrugged with practiced modesty. "I heard you're going Hollywood," Martin continued, his tone casual though his eyes were sharp. "Abandoning the theatre for the big bucks." It's just one film, Julian protested, though the decision still hung in the balance. That's how it starts, Martin said, with the world-weary air of someone repeating adult conversations. Then you get a taste for swimming pools and convertibles. Ignore him, Lila cut in. He's just worried you'll become too famous to remember the little people. The three of them fell into the easy banter of child performers, discussing directors' quirks, comparing stage mothers, swapping horror stories about schooling requirements and labour laws. Despite their differences, they shared a bond forged in the crucible of early fame, living adult professional lives in still developing bodies. Later, as Julian made his way to the theatre for that evening's performance, he found himself thinking about Lila's mother in Santa Fe, sleeping through the night. What would that be like, to exist without the constant pressure of expectation, to make choices based on desire rather than opportunity? The theatre loomed ahead, its marquee featuring his name in lights that would burn for a few hours before going dark. Temporary immortality, 8 shows a week. Inside, he found Victor Lang waiting in his dressing room, an unusual occurrence that set Julian immediately on edge. The director had taken a curious interest in Julian's career since Les Mis, occasionally appearing at performances or sending cryptic notes of encouragement. "I heard about the film," Lang said without preamble, settling into Julian's makeup chair with the entitlement of the truly powerful. "Congratulations." "I haven't decided yet," Julian replied, hanging up his street clothes. Lang raised an eyebrow. "No? Interesting." He studied Julian with that same penetrating gaze from their first meeting. "You know, most would leap at the chance." "I'm not most people," Julian said, immediately regretting the pretentiousness of the statement. But Lang merely nodded. "No, you're not, which is precisely why you should be careful about your choices." He leaned forward, suddenly intense. "Film freezes you in amber, Julian, preserves you at a moment in time. The stage allows you to evolve, to make mistakes, to grow." Julian considered this. "My mother says—" "Your mother," Lang interrupted gently, "wants what's best for you, but she's thinking like a manager, not an artist." The 5-minute call saved Julian from having to respond. Lang rose smoothly, moving toward the door before pausing. "Whatever you decide," he said, "make sure it's your decision, not your mother's, not your agent's, yours." He smiled slightly. The truly exceptional ones always know their own minds, even when they're young. After Lang departed, Julian sat at his dressing table staring at his reflection as he began applying the makeup that would transform him into John Henry. In the mirror, he watched himself disappear beneath the character, layer by careful layer, and wondered which version was real. Julian, the uncertain teenager, or Jules, the consummate professional who never missed a cue. The question followed him on stage that night, hovering like a spectre as he performed the familiar scenes with mechanical precision, and for the first time, beneath the hot lights and watchful eyes of the audience, Julian felt something new and terrifying: doubt. The first sign of trouble came during rehearsals for Purgatory, an experimental off-Broadway production that marked Julian's 15th birthday and his first foray into explicitly adult material. The play, a contemporary retelling of Dante's Inferno set in Reagan's America, had drawn controversy even before casting was announced. With Julian as the teenage protagonist navigating literal and metaphorical underworlds, the production promised to be either a spectacular breakthrough or a catastrophic miscalculation. "Again!" barked Diane Winters, the director, a woman with cropped silver hair and an unfiltered camel permanently attached to her lower lip. "You're holding back, Julian. This scene needs raw desperation." Julian nodded, sweat trickling down his spine despite the rehearsal room's aggressive air conditioning. The scene in question required him to break down after discovering his character's father's suicide. a moment of emotional nakedness that had thus far eluded him. "Let's take 5, Diane said finally, frustration evident in the tight line of her mouth. As the other actors dispersed, she approached Julian, pitching her voice for his ears only. "What's happening in there, kid? You haven't struggled with emotional accessibility before." Julian shrugged, unable to articulate the strange paralysis he'd been experiencing lately. How could he explain that each time he reached for the character's grief, he encountered a wall of numbness, as if some essential connection had been severed? "I'm sorry," he managed finally. "I'll figure it out." "See that you do," Diane replied, not unkindly. "We open in 3 weeks. In the rehearsal room's corner, Victoria watched with barely concealed anxiety. Since Julian's decision to turn down the film offer, a choice that had created the first serious rift between them, she'd been handling him with a brittle combination of disappointment and overprotectiveness. "Everything okay?" she asked as he approached. "Fine," Julian replied automatically. "Just need to find the right approach." Victoria nodded, though her eyes remained concerned. "You know, if this material is too intense—" "It's not," Julian interrupted, a flash of irritation surprising them both. "I can handle it." The truth was more complicated. After nearly a decade performing, Julian had developed a precise internal technology for accessing emotions on command. But lately that well had begun to run dry, each performance requiring him to dig deeper while yielding diminishing returns. It wasn't that the emotions were too intense, it was that they weren't intense enough. Outside the rehearsal space, autumn had transformed New York into a symphony of gold and crimson. Julian walked the 15 blocks to their apartment alone, having persuaded Victoria to finish some errands rather than accompany him. These solitary journeys had become precious, rare moments of anonymity between the scrutiny of rehearsals and the claustrophobic concern at home. Near Columbus Circle, a figure fell into step beside him, Victor Lang, looking characteristically immaculate in a camel haircoat. "Walk with an old man?" Lang asked, though he had already matched his stride to Julian's. "How did you know where to find me?" Julian asked, unsurprised by the director's uncanny appearance. Over the past year, Lang had become a peculiar constant in his life, appearing at performances, sending obscure books, occasionally inviting Julian to previews of productions he was directing. "I know everything that happens in New York theatre," Lang replied with the serene confidence of someone stating simple fact, "including that you're struggling with Winter's play." Julian shot him a suspicious glance. "Have you been talking to Diane?" "I don't need to. Word travels." Lang guided them onto a park bench overlooking the afternoon chess players. "The question is why you're struggling." Julian stared at the ground, scuffing his sneakers against fallen leaves. "I can't access it," he admitted finally. "The emotion, it's like trying to cry underwater." Lang nodded thoughtfully. "The well is running dry." "Yes, exactly." Julian looked up, startled by the perfect articulation of his problem. "It happens," Lang said, "especially to those who start young. You've spent years giving pieces of yourself away. Eventually there's a reckoning." "So what do I do?" "Live," Lang said simply. "Experience, fill the well." He reached into his coat, extracting a small leather notebook. "Here, start writing things down. Not for performance, for you. Observations, feelings, questions." Julian accepted the notebook hesitantly. "I'm not a writer." "Everyone is a writer," Lang countered. "Some just don't know it yet." He stood, adjusting his coat with precise movements. "The greatest actors draw from life, Julian, not technique. It's time you had some experiences that weren't about performing them later." Before Julian could respond, Lang was walking away, leaving him holding the empty notebook like a challenge. That night Julian opened the notebook, pen hovering over the blank page. What was there to say? His life had been so thoroughly documented, in reviews, interviews, playbills, that the idea of private expression felt almost transgressive. Finally he wrote a single line. Sometimes I can't remember what's real and what's just a good performance. The words, once released, opened a floodgate. Soon he'd filled 3 pages with fragmented thoughts about his mother's ambition, his growing sense of isolation, his fear that beneath the roles lay nothing but emptiness. When he finally stopped, hand cramping, a peculiar lightness had replaced the day's frustration. The notebook became his secret companion over the following weeks. As Purgatory moved from rehearsal to previews, Julian found himself writing constantly, on subway rides, during breaks, in the pre-dawn hours when sleep eluded him. The practice didn't immediately solve his performance issues, but it created a space where he could acknowledge the growing chasm between his public and private selves. Opening night arrived with the usual flutter of nervous anticipation. The house was packed, the audience peppered with critics and industry insiders curious about Julian's transition to more mature material. Backstage, the energy was electric, actors pacing and muttering lines while stagehands executed final checks with military precision. 5 minutes, Jules, called the stage manager, using the nickname that had once felt like an honour but increasingly seemed like a character Julian was expected to play off stage as well. In his dressing room, Victoria fussed with his costume, a deliberately shabby punk aesthetic featuring combat boots and a leather jacket adorned with political buttons. "Remember," she said, her voice tight with nervous energy, "the Times critic is here, and someone from New York Magazine. This could be a turning point." Julian nodded absently, his attention caught by his reflection. At 15, his features had begun their transition from cherubic to angular, occupying that uncanny territory between boy and a man. Would the audience accept this evolution, or would they, like his mother, prefer him frozen in perpetual childhood? "Julian?" Victoria frowned, noticing his distraction. "Are you listening?" "Yes," he replied automatically. Times critic, turning point. Her expression softened fractionally. "I know this production has been challenging, but you've always risen to challenges." Julian met her eyes in the mirror, struck by the desperate hope in her gaze. How much of her own dreams had she transferred to him? What would happen if he failed to fulfill them? "Places," called the stage manager from the hallway. As Julian took his position in the darkness of stage left, the familiar pre-performance jitters settled in his stomach. But tonight, something else accompanied them, a strange detachment, as if part of him were observing from a distance. When the lights came up, he found himself moving through the first scene with mechanical precision, his body executing the blocking while his mind remained curiously disengaged. Then came the pivotal moment, his character discovering his father's body. Julian knelt by the actor playing the corpse, prepared to deliver the anguished monologue that had eluded him in rehearsals. As the silence stretched, panic fluttered in his chest. The emptiness yawned wider than ever, a void where emotion should be. In desperation, Julian reached not for his character's grief but for his own, for the confusion of watching his mother's dreams consume his childhood, for the loneliness of having more fans than friends, for the terror of possibly being hollow at his core. To his shock, the emotions rose like a wave, overwhelming and authentic. The monologue that emerged was technically imperfect, ragged, stumbling, punctuated by genuine tears, but it carried a raw truth that silenced the theatre. When Julian finally looked up, the audience sat in stunned silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Backstage after the performance, Julian was met with praise tinged with a new wariness, as if his colleagues sensed they'd witnessed not just acting but something more personal and therefore more dangerous. Even Victoria seemed unsettled, her congratulations carrying an undertone of concern. "You were different tonight," she said carefully as they rode home in silence. "Good different?" Julian asked, though he already knew the answer. "Intense," she replied, choosing her words with uncharacteristic care. "Almost too authentic." Too authentic. The phrase lingered in Julian's mind as he lay awake that night, staring at his bedroom ceiling. Was that the problem? Had he crossed some invisible line between performance and reality? And if so, could he find his way back? In the darkness, he reached for Lang's notebook, now half filled with his increasingly honest observations. On a fresh page he wrote, "Tonight I forgot how to pretend. I just was, and it terrified everyone, especially me." The reviews for Purgatory were the most polarised of Julian's career. The Times lauded his unflinching emotional honesty, while more conservative outlets questioned the appropriateness of casting a 15-year-old in such dark material. What no one disputed was the raw power of his performance, a quality that carried through the entire 3-month run, earning Julian his first Drama Desk nomination and unprecedented attention from Hollywood. By the spring of 1985, Julian had reached a strange crossroads. Professionally, doors were opening in every direction. Film offers, television, prestigious theatre companies courting him for their upcoming seasons. Personally, he felt increasingly unmoored, disconnected from the meteor-like trajectory of his career. The notebooks, he'd filled 3 since Lang's initial gift, had become both sanctuary and confessional. In their pages, Julian explored questions he couldn't voice aloud. Who am I when I'm not performing? What do I actually want? Would anyone care about me if I stopped being exceptional? These musings had begun to manifest in small acts of rebellion. He'd started cutting school, spending hours in the public library's reading room devouring plays, novels, poetry, anything that spoke to the growing unrest inside him. Words he'd discovered could be as transformative as performance, offering new ways to process the world. "You missed your fitting," Victoria said when he finally returned home one April afternoon, her voice carefully neutral though her eyes betrayed her anxiety. "Sorry," Julian replied, not looking up from the copy of Salinger he'd been lost in on the subway. "I lost track of time." "That's happening a lot lately." Victoria sat across from him at their small kitchen table. "The Goodman people have been calling. They need to know about Chicago." The Goodman Theatre had offered Julian the lead in their summer production, a role that would require relocating to Chicago for 4 months. The opportunity was significant, but the thought of another temporary home, another temporary self filled Julian with unexpected dread. "I'm not sure about Chicago," he admitted, finally meeting his mother's gaze. Victoria's expression tightened. "What's not to be sure about? It's the Goodman. Directors from all over the country will see you." "Maybe I need a break." The words hung between them like a thrown gauntlet. Victoria's face went through a rapid series of emotions: shock, disbelief, calculation. "A break," she repeated finally, "from acting?" Julian shrugged, uncomfortable with the directness of the question. Maybe just from everything, for a while. "This isn't like deciding not to join the baseball team, Julian. This is your career. People are counting on you." "People like you," Julian thought but didn't say. Instead, he opened his book again, a clear dismissal that would have been unthinkable even 6 months earlier. Victoria watched him for a long moment, then left the room without another word. The silence that followed was worse than any argument, a cold withdrawal that spread through their apartment like fog. The next afternoon found Julian in Washington Square Park, watching chess hustlers separate tourists from their money with elegant efficiency. The day was unseasonably warm, the park crowded with NYU students sprawled on blankets, street musicians competing for acoustic territory, and the usual assortment of eccentric park regulars. Penny for your existential crisis. Julian looked up to find Lila standing before him, her hair now dyed a defiant purple, her theatre kid aesthetic replaced by punk sensibilities that would have horrified casting directors. "Layla, what happened to you?" he asked, taking in her transformed appearance. She grinned, dropping onto the bench beside him. "Liberation. Also my dad's apoplexy. 2 birds, 1 stone." She studied him critically. "You look like hell." "Thanks." "No, seriously, you okay? I heard about purgatory. Sounded intense." Julian hesitated, weighing honesty against his habitual guardedness. "I think I might be done," he said finally. "With what?" "Acting. All of it." To his surprise, Lila didn't look shocked. She merely nodded, as if she'd been expecting this confession. "I wondered when you'd hit the wall." "The wall?" "The point where you can't separate yourself from the roles anymore, where every performance takes a piece you can't get back." She picked at her chipped black nail polish. "I hit mine last year, after the revival closed." Julian stared at her. "But you're still performing. I saw you in that showcase last month." Lila shook her head. "Different. That was my work, a piece I wrote. Performing my own words instead of someone else's. It changes everything." "You write?" "Since forever. Started with angry poems about my dad. Evolved from there." She pulled a dog-eared manuscript from her backpack, offering it hesitantly. "It's a play. About us. Not literally, but you know. Child performers. The weird bubble we live in." Julian accepted the manuscript with a peculiar sense of reverence. "Can I read it?" "That's kind of why I brought it," Lila admitted. "I've been carrying it around for weeks, waiting to run into you. You're the only one who'd get it." That night, Julian devoured Lila's play in one sitting, a darkly comic piece about 2 teenage actors navigating the surreal landscape of adult ambition and childhood fame. The dialogue crackled with authenticity, the characters moving through their strange half-world with wounded dignity. But what struck Julian most was the underlying compassion for the driven stage parents, the exploitative directors, even the child performers themselves with their precocious egos and fragile insecurities. In the play's final scene, the protagonist chooses to walk away from a major role, prioritizing sanity over success, a decision presented not as defeat, but as hard-won self-preservation. The parallels to Julian's current crossroads were impossible to ignore. Julian's phone call woke Lila at midnight, her groggy hello transforming into alert attention as he spoke. "It's brilliant," he said without preamble. "Your play is the truest thing I've ever read about our lives." "Really?" The vulnerability in her voice was a stark contrast to her purple-haired bravado. "Really, it needs to be produced. People should see it." "Yeah, well, good luck with that. Who's going to produce a play by a 17-year-old burnout?" Julian hesitated, an idea taking shape, simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. What if I helped? I know people, directors, producers. "Like Victor Lang?" Lila asked, her tone suddenly sharp. "Be careful there, Jules. Lang has a reputation." "What kind of reputation?" A pause. "The exploitative kind, especially with talented young men." Julian frowned, thinking back on his interactions with the director. There had been an intensity to Lang's interest, certainly, but nothing overtly inappropriate. Still, Lila's warning triggered a vague unease that he filed away for future consideration. "There are other people," he said finally, "and anyway, that's not what I meant." He took a deep breath. "What if we produced it ourselves? What if I played the lead?" The silence on the other end of the line stretched so long that Julian wondered if the connection had been lost. "You want to act in my play?" Lila finally asked, her voice small with disbelief. "Not just act in it. Produce it. Find space, funding, put together a team." The idea gained momentum as he spoke, excitement building. "I've been saving almost everything I've earned. It's enough to mount a small production." "You're talking about risking your reputation on an unknown playwright's first work." "I'm talking about believing in something that matters," Julian countered. "Something real." The next morning, Julian approached Victoria at breakfast, manuscript in hand. Their silent standoff had persisted for days, communication reduced to terse necessities and pointed avoidance. "I need to talk to you," he said, sliding Lila's play across the table, "about my next project." Victoria glanced at the title page, confusion evident. "Prodigies, by Lila Hart. What is this?" "It's brilliant," Julian said, "and I want to produce it, star in it. Off-Broadway, maybe even off at first, but—" "Produce?" Victoria interrupted. Her coffee cup paused midway to her lips. "You're a performer, not a producer." "I can be both. Other actors do it all the time." Established actors with track records and industry connections. She pushed the manuscript back toward him. "This is a detour you can't afford right now. The momentum from purgatory." "I don't care about momentum," Julian interrupted, surprising them both with his vehemence. "I care about this play. It says things I've been trying to say for years." Victoria studied her son with a calculating gaze that had assessed countless audition opportunities. "This is about Chicago, isn't it? You're looking for an excuse to turn down the Goodman." "This is about me finally having a choice," Julian replied, keeping his voice steady. "About doing something because I want to, not because it's the next logical rung on some career ladder I never chose." The declaration hung between them, weighted with implications neither was ready to fully examine. Victoria's expression shifted through a series of calculations before settling into resigned determination. "Let me read it first," she said finally. "If it's as good as you say, maybe we can find a compromise." It wasn't full support, but it was the first crack in Victoria's resolute management of his career. A small acknowledgement of Julian as something more than a professional trajectory to be optimized. Over the next weeks, Julian's vision gained tentative momentum. Victoria, after reluctantly acknowledging Lila's talent, made calls to industry contacts. A small theatre in the village agreed to a limited run. Auditions were scheduled, though the lead roles were predetermined. Julian as the male protagonist, Lila in the supporting female role. She'd insisted on keeping her parts small, preferring to focus on the writing. The project gained unexpected gravity when Victor Lang, having somehow caught wind of the production, offered to direct. Julian, recalling Lila's warning, approached the offer with caution. "Why would you want to direct an unknown play with a teenage playwright?" he asked when Lang invited him to lunch at Sardi's. Lang smiled, his expression unreadable. "Let's call it investment in the future, yours and Ms. Hart's." He sipped his wine thoughtfully. "I've been watching your evolution, Julian. The questions you're asking yourself, they're the right ones." "What questions?" "About authenticity, about the cost of performance, about who you are when the applause stops." Lang leaned forward. "This play, it's your way of answering those questions, isn't it?" through someone else's words but still your truth. The assessment was unnervingly accurate. Julian shifted uncomfortably in his seat, feeling suddenly exposed. "Lila might not want you involved," he said finally. "She has concerns about your methods." Lang's smile tightened imperceptibly. "My methods get results." But I understand her hesitation. He signalled for the check. "Think about it. My involvement would guarantee attention for the production. Sometimes the devil you know is preferable to the one you don't." As Lang departed, Julian was left with the uncomfortable question of what exactly he did know about the enigmatic director, and whether the promised attention was worth the potential complications. The first rehearsal was scheduled for a sweltering June afternoon in a rented studio space with temperamental air conditioning and windows painted shut decades earlier. Julian arrived early, script in hand, stomach churning with an unfamiliar nervousness. For the first time in his career, he wasn't merely executing someone else's vision, but helping to shape a project from the ground up. Lila arrived next, vibrating with anxious energy, her purple hair now streaked with defiant green. "This is really happening," she said, her voice pitched between terror and exhilaration. "It's really happening," Julian confirmed, handing her a coffee. Black, no sugar, just as she'd drunk it since they were 13 and determined to appear sophisticated. They'd ultimately declined Lang's offer, opting instead for an up-and-coming female director named Rachel, whose experimental work had impressed them both. Victoria had objected strenuously. Lang would put butts in seats, but Julian had held firm, this small victory cementing his growing artistic autonomy. As the cast assembled, a mixture of young professionals and promising NYU students, Julian felt a strange doubling effect. Here he was, preparing to portray a character whose fictional struggle mirrored his own real-life conflicts. The boundaries between performance and reality, already dangerously porous, seemed ready to dissolve entirely. Rehearsals progressed with a typical pattern of breakthroughs and setbacks. Julian found himself approaching the work differently, less focused on technical perfection and more on emotional honesty. His growing friendship with the cast created a collaborative atmosphere unlike anything he'd experienced in his career. Then, 3 weeks before opening, disaster struck. A pipe burst in the theatre, flooding the stage and rendering the space unusable for at least a month. The production, operating on razor-thin margins, faced potential collapse before reaching an audience. "We're finished," Victoria declared when Julian shared the news, her tone suggesting secret relief at this convenient derailment of his detour. "The insurance won't cover alternative venues, and there's no availability anywhere else this late in the season." Julian stared out their apartment window, watching a summer storm wash Manhattan's grime into the gutters. There has to be something, some space we haven't considered. Victoria shook her head. "I've called everyone, Julian. Unless you want to perform in a high school auditorium in Queens." "Wait," Julian interrupted, a memory surfacing. "What about the warehouse?" The warehouse was a decommissioned factory space in the meatpacking district that occasionally hosted experimental productions. Julian had attended a dance performance there the previous year, raw, industrial, with exposed brick and soaring ceilings. "That's not a real theatre," Victoria objected. "No proper lighting grid, no backstage area." "But available," Julian countered, "and maybe perfect for this particular show." He grabbed the phone, already dialing information for the number. Sometimes disasters become opportunities, right? Isn't that what you always say? As Julian threw himself into salvaging the production, negotiating with the alternative venue, reimagining the staging for the new space, calming panicked investors, he experienced a new kind of fulfillment. The stress was still present, but it was different. Born of creation rather than evaluation, of problem-solving rather than pleasing critics. 1 week before opening, Julian found himself alone in the warehouse late at night, sitting centre stage with his notebook. Around him, the transformed space held the promise of what was to come. Simple platforms suggested different levels. Carefully positioned industrial lamps created pools of light and shadow. Mismatched chairs awaited their audience. "I built this," he wrote. "Not just me, but I was part of it. For the first time, I'm not just the product being sold, but the person doing the selling. The person making choices. It terrifies me. It thrills me." A noise from the entrance interrupted his reflection. Victor Lang stood framed in the doorway, his elegant silhouette incongruous against the industrial backdrop. "Ambitious," Lang commented, his voice echoing in the cavernous space as he approached, transforming catastrophe into opportunity. "How did you know where to find me?" Julian asked, closing his notebook. "I make it my business to know what's happening in New York theatre," Lang replied, echoing their earlier conversation, including last-minute venue changes for promising new productions. He sat beside Julian on the edge of the platform, gazing out at the empty chairs. "I came to wish you luck, and to give you this." He extracted an envelope from his coat. "Consider it an investment in your future as a producer." Julian accepted the envelope hesitantly, opening it to find a check with enough zeros to leave him momentarily speechless. "I can't accept this." "You can and you will," Lang said firmly. "Call it a loan if your pride demands it. But this production deserves proper lighting, decent chairs for the audience, programs that don't look like they were photocopied at the corner store." "Why do you care so much?" Julian asked, the question that had lingered throughout their unusual relationship. Lang was silent for a long moment, his profile sharp against the shadowed wall. "Because 30 years ago, I was you," he said finally. "A boy with too much talent and too little protection, navigating a world designed to use people up and discard them." He turned, meeting Julian's gaze directly. "The difference is, no one intervened for me." The confession hovered between them, simple yet weighted with unspoken history. Julian found himself reassessing their entire relationship. The books, the mentorship, the unexpected appearances. Had Lang truly been looking out for him all along, in his own complicated way? "Thank you," Julian said finally, "for this and everything else." Lang nodded once, rising with characteristic grace. "Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you've created something that matters." He moved toward the exit, pausing at the threshold. "And Julian, remember what I told you about making your own decisions. This is what I meant. This moment. This choice." As the door closed behind Lang, Julian looked down at the check in his hand, a gesture that represented both opportunity and obligation. The line between exploitation and mentorship, between control and support, had never seemed so delicately drawn. With opening night rapidly approaching, Julian found himself straddling two worlds, the familiar territory of performance and the uncharted realm of production. Days were consumed with technical rehearsals, budget adjustments, and last-minute staging changes to accommodate the unconventional space. Nights were devoted to refining his performance, finding the precise emotional calibration for a character whose journey so closely mirrored his own. The night before opening, Julian returned home exhausted to find Victoria waiting up, a rare bottle of champagne chilling in the refrigerator. "What's the occasion?" he asked, dropping his backpack on the counter. "Tomorrow," she replied simply, extracting 2 glasses from the cabinet. "Your first production." The acknowledgement, so casually delivered, stopped Julian in his tracks. Throughout the process, Victoria had been professionally supportive but emotionally reserved, as if waiting for the experiment to fail so they could return to their established patterns. "You think it's going to work?" he asked, accepting the glass she offered. Victoria considered this, her expression unusually unguarded. "I think it already has." She raised her glass. "To new beginnings." As they clinked glasses, Julian recognised the gesture for what it was. Not just celebration, but reconciliation. A tentative acknowledgement that perhaps his path might diverge from the one she'd envisioned without ending in disaster. "Mom," he began cautiously, "after this run ends, I've been thinking." "About taking a break," she finished for him. "I know." "How?" Victoria smiled wryly. "I read your notebook, left it open on the coffee table last week." Julian's indignation battled with unexpected relief. The secret finally exposed, the conversation no longer avoidable. That was private. "Yes," she admitted, not defensive but matter-of-fact. "It was, and I shouldn't have read it, but I'm glad I did." She took a careful sip of champagne. "You're a good writer, Jules. Maybe as good as you are an actor." The compliment, so unexpected, left Julian momentarily speechless. "I'm not sure what I want to do next," he admitted finally. "I just know I need some time to figure it out." Victoria nodded slowly. "Time is the one thing I never gave you, is it? Always rushing to the next opportunity, the next role." "You were doing what you thought was best." "I was," she agreed, her eyes suddenly bright with unshed tears. "But maybe what's best isn't always what's right." She reached across the table, covering his hand with hers. "Take your time, Julian. Find your voice as a writer, a producer, whatever you want. I'll still be here." In that moment, in their small kitchen with the buzz of anticipation and champagne warming his veins, Julian felt something shift and settle. Not an end, but a beginning. Not a door closing, but windows opening, revealing vistas he'd only begun to imagine. The final performance of Prodigies concluded on a Sunday evening in August 1986, 3 years after Julian's Broadway debut. The limited run had been extended twice due to unexpectedly enthusiastic reviews and steady word of mouth, culminating in a sold-out final week that attracted industry attention far beyond their modest expectations. Julian stood backstage, listening to the applause wash through the transformed warehouse like waves against a shore. Beside him, Lila gripped his hand, her face flushed with the peculiar cocktail of triumph and loss that accompanied endings. "Curtain call," the stage manager whispered, gesturing them toward the stage where the rest of the cast already stood in a line, bathed in warm light and appreciation. As Julian stepped into view, the applause intensified, punctuated by scattered cheers and a few standing patrons in the front rows. He moved to his position beside Martin Gray, who had, in one of the production's more surprising developments, taken a supporting role despite his rising Broadway status. The gesture had healed old competitive wounds, transforming rivalry into genuine friendship. Taking their bows, the cast stepped back to allow Lila her moment as playwright. Julian watched her face as she absorbed the audience's response, saw the precise instant when she understood that her words had mattered, had reached people, had created something real. Her expression in that moment, wonder tinged with determination, mirrored exactly what he'd felt at his first curtain call years earlier. The symmetry wasn't lost on Julian. As the house lights came up and the audience began dispersing, he felt a peculiar sense of completion, not of his journey, which continued to unfold in unexpected directions, but of a particular chapter that had begun with dust in his lungs and applause in his ears. Backstage transformed into an impromptu celebration, champagne flowing freely despite several cast members being underage. Julian moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations with the easy grace of someone who had lived half his life in the public eye. The familiarity of the ritual, the post-show euphoria, the hyperbolic praise, the promises to collaborate again soon, highlighted how much had changed beneath the surface. Quite an achievement, came a familiar voice. Victor Lang stood in a quiet corner, immaculate as always in a summer weight suit that somehow resisted the warehouse's persistent heat. "I wasn't sure you'd come," Julian said, genuinely pleased to see the director despite their complicated history. Lang offered a rare, genuine smile. "I wouldn't have missed it, though I maintain it would have been even better with proper theatrical lighting." Julian laughed. "Your cheque bought us the lighting board, remember?" Money well spent. Lang studied him with that familiar penetrating gaze. "You've changed." "For better or worse?" "Better," Lang said decisively. "You found your footing, your voice." Julian nodded, unable to disagree. The past 3 years had transformed him, not in the dramatic fashion of television movies, but in the incremental shifts of genuine growth. The sabbatical from acting had stretched from months into years, filled instead with writing, producing, and eventually directing workshop productions that allowed him to remain connected to theatre without the constant pressure of performance. "I'm thinking of going to college," Julian said, the decision solidifying as he voiced it. "Maybe Yale, their playwriting program." Lang nodded approvingly. Education is never wasted on the talented. Unlike some directors, I don't believe formally training an instinctive gift ruins it. Quite the opposite. "Would you write me a recommendation?" "With pleasure." Lang hesitated, then added, "though it likely won't be necessary. Your work speaks for itself now." The conversation was interrupted by Victoria's arrival, her professional demeanour softened by evident pride. "There you are," she said to Julian before acknowledging Lang with a cautious nod. Their relationship had thawed over the years, mutual respect gradually replacing initial suspicion. "I was just telling Julian how impressed I am with the production," Lang said smoothly, "and with your son's evolution as an artist." "Yes," Victoria agreed, her gaze softening as it rested on Julian. "He's always been full of surprises." The three of them stood in momentary silence, each aware of the journey that had brought them to this particular crossroads. Julian thought of his first Broadway dressing room, of Lila's fist bump outside the stage door, of Martin's competitive barbs, of Lang's cryptic warnings and unexpected support, of his mother's ambitions slowly transforming into acceptance. "I should circulate," Lang said finally. "Congratulations again, Julian. The piece was remarkable." As he moved away, Victoria turned to Julian. "He's right, you know. What you've accomplished here, it's something special." Julian smiled, recognising how significant this acknowledgement was, coming from the woman who had once measured success exclusively in Broadway marquees and Tony nominations. "Thanks for everything." A commotion near the backstage door drew their attention, Lila laughing as she accepted a bouquet from an admirer. Her transformation had paralleled Julian's own, from precocious performer to serious artist, finding her voice through words rather than interpretation. "She's going places," Victoria observed. "Her next play should be on Broadway." "Maybe," Julian agreed, "if that's what she wants." The qualifier hung between them, a simple acknowledgement of the lesson that had taken them years to learn. Success measured solely by external metrics was as hollow as applause in an empty theatre. Later, after the celebratory crowd had dispersed and the warehouse stood silent save for the distant rumble of late-night traffic, Julian found himself alone on the stage. The ghostlight cast long shadows across the space, transforming the modest set pieces into something more mysterious, more liminal. From his pocket he extracted Lang's original notebook, worn now, its pages filled with 3 years of observations, questions, and gradually emerging answers. On the final blank page he wrote, "Endings become beginnings if you let them. The curtain falls only to rise again." The warehouse door creaked open, admitting Lila with 2 paper cups of coffee balanced precariously in one hand. "Thought I'd find you here," she said, crossing to join him on the edge of the stage. Proper brooding artistic pose and everything. Julian accepted the coffee gratefully, not brooding, reflecting. Same difference. She bumped his shoulder with hers. "So? Yale?" "You heard." "Martin overheard you talking to Lang. Yale Drama is getting 2 applications from our little group. I sent mine in last week." Julian grinned. "Of course you did. Always one step ahead." They sat in comfortable silence, drinking bitter coffee and listening to the building's subtle symphony of settling timbers and distant water pipes. "Do you miss it?" Lila asked finally. "Performing?" Julian considered this, trying to separate nostalgia from genuine longing. Parts of it, he admitted. The immediate connection with an audience. That moment when a scene is flowing so perfectly it feels like flying, he shrugged. But the cost was too high. "It doesn't have to be," Lila pointed out. "You could go back on your terms. Choose projects that matter, directors who respect boundaries." "Maybe someday." Julian smiled at her skeptical expression. "I'm serious. I haven't sworn off acting forever. I just needed to figure out who I am when I'm not playing someone else." "And? Who is Julian Mercer these days?" The question hung between them, simple yet profound. Julian thought about the boy who had tasted stage dust and mistaken it for communion, who had given pieces of himself away until he feared nothing remained. He thought about the young man who had gradually reclaimed those pieces, reassembling them into something new and authentically his own. "Still figuring it out," he said finally, "but I'm getting closer." Lila nodded, understanding the journey because she'd walked a parallel path. "We should probably clean up," she said eventually, gesturing toward the scattered programs and abandoned cups that mark the audience's passage. "In a minute," Julian replied, reluctant to break the moment. "Let's just be here for a bit longer." As they sat side by side in the dimly lit warehouse, Julian felt a rare contentment settle over him. The applause had faded, the critics had moved on to the next production, the future remained unwritten, and for the first time that uncertainty felt like freedom rather than failure. Outside, Manhattan continued its perpetual motion, taxis navigating rain-slicked streets, ambitious youngsters arriving with dreams intact, veterans departing with stories to tell. The city that had witnessed Julian's evolution would do the same for countless others, a backdrop against which personal dramas played out in endless variation. Julian closed his notebook, slipping it back into his pocket. There would be time for more words tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days that followed. Time to discover which stories he wanted to tell, which voices deserved amplification, which truths had yet to be explored. The final curtain had fallen on his life as a child performer, but the stage door remained open, leading to possibilities he was only beginning to imagine. The Pixel Queen and the Prodigal Coda. Theo Brennan's fingers trembled as he tried to adjust his headset. The livestream counter ticked past 20,000 viewers, all waiting for his studio's big reveal. 3 years of work, 2.5 million in venture capital, and the collective dreams of his 7-person team all converged on this moment. "Just breathe," he whispered to himself, the microphone fortunately muted. On screen, the trailer for Everpath played, a procedurally generated open-world game his team had poured their souls into. The audience chat scrolled by in a blur of emojis and exclamations. Someone wrote, "This better not be another No Man's Sky situation." The comment lodged in Theo's brain like a splinter. As the trailer ended and his webcam feed expanded to fill the screen, the first question came in. Your procedural generation looks suspiciously similar to Helios Engine's proprietary algorithm. Care to comment? Theo's mouth went dry. The accusation was baseless. They'd built their engine from scratch, but his prepared remarks evaporated. He felt the familiar tightness in his chest, the tingling in his extremities. We didn't... The words wouldn't form. The chat exploded with speculation. Then came the second question. Sources say your team missed 3 milestones and your lead designer quit last month. Is Everpath even playable yet? The room began to spin. 20,000 people watched as Theo Brennan, once heralded as indie gaming's next visionary, had a full-blown panic attack on camera. His gasping breaths and wide-eyed terror were clipped, memed, and shared across gaming forums within minutes. By evening, number Everpath Meltdown was trending. 3 weeks later, Theo stood on his grandmother's porch in Manzanita, Oregon, a small duffel bag at his feet. The salty breeze from the Pacific stung his face. He hadn't called ahead, partially because he wasn't sure she'd answer, partially because he wasn't sure he could explain what had happened without breaking down again. Lena Brennan's cottage looked exactly as it had during his childhood summers. Weathered blue siding, wind chimes made from arcade tokens, and a garden gnome flipping the middle finger to passers-by. The only new addition was a hand-painted sign reading Pixel Queen's Castle. Trespassers will be digitized. He knocked 3 times, each rap against the door loosening something tight in his chest. When the door swung open, Lena Brennan didn't look surprised to see her grandson for the first time in 8 years. At 74, she was still a formidable presence, 5'0" with a shock of silver-purple hair and reading glasses hanging from a chain of small plastic arcade tokens. She wore cargo pants with too many pockets and a faded t-shirt that read, "Gamer Granny, I was fragging noobs while you were in diapers." "Well," she said, eyes narrowing behind bifocals, "the prodigal programmer returns." Theo managed a weak smile. "Hey, Gran. You look like warmed over shit." "Feel worse than that." She studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she stepped aside. "You coming in? Or you want to keep letting the mosquitoes have a buffet?" The inside of Lena's home was a time capsule of technological eras colliding. A sleek modern laptop sat beside a working Commodore 64. In the corner stood an original Donkey Kong arcade cabinet. Shelves overflowed with dusty boxes of floppy disks, programming manuals and tournament trophies. The centerpiece of the living room wasn't a TV but a wall-mounted pegboard displaying handmade controllers spanning 4 decades. "Still got the Nintendo Power Glove, I see," Theo said, gesturing to the bizarre peripheral mounted in what looked like a shadow box. "Makes a fine conversation piece," Lena replied, shuffling to the kitchen. "Always reminds me that even brilliant people make spectacularly stupid things sometimes." The barb wasn't subtle. "Coffee or whiskey?" she called. "Is both an option?" "Irish coffee it is. Your old room's still upstairs. Sheets are musty, but the bed doesn't have anyone else claiming it at the moment." As Lena busied herself in the kitchen, Theo climbed the familiar creaking stairs to the 2nd floor. His childhood room remained preserved. Posters of game covers from the early 2000s, a small CRT television with his Super Nintendo still hooked up. Unlike the calculated nostalgia downstairs, this room felt genuinely frozen in time, waiting for a boy who had grown up and left it behind. He set his bag down and sat heavily on the bed, which protested with a squeak. Through the thin walls he could hear Lena talking to someone, her voice softer than it had been with him. "No, Marjorie, not tonight. Yes, I know it's your turn to bring the cookies, but something's come up. My grandson's here." "Yes, that grandson." "No, I don't know how long." "Yes, I'll tell him you said hello." Theo lay back, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars still stuck to the ceiling. He hadn't planned beyond getting here. No job, minimal savings, and a reputation in tatters. Coming to Lena's had been an act of desperation. She was his last living relative who might take him in, despite their complicated history. It wasn't that they didn't get along, it was that they got along too well in some ways. Both stubborn, both obsessed with games as more than entertainment. The rift had formed when Theo's father, Lena's only son, had disappeared from their lives. Lena had stepped in to help raise Theo, but she never spoke about her son, as if erasing him from memory. When Theo tried asking questions in his teens, Lena shut down. Eventually he stopped coming for summers, stopped calling, focused on building his future in gaming. A future that had spectacularly imploded. "Your coffee's getting cold," Lena called from downstairs. Theo sighed and pushed himself up. As he moved to the door, something caught his eye. A faded photograph tucked into the mirror frame. It showed a younger Lena in an arcade standing triumphantly beside a Gallagher machine, the scoreboard showing an impossible number. She couldn't have been much older than Theo was now. For the first time in weeks, Theo felt a flicker of curiosity that wasn't immediately smothered by despair. Theo woke to the sound of rhythmic clicking, the unmistakable clatter of an old mechanical keyboard. He fumbled for his phone. 6:17 a.m. No notifications. The gaming world had already moved on to its next controversy. He found Lena in what had once been a dining room but was now clearly her workshop. 3 monitors of varying ages formed a mismatched command center. She typed furiously on a keyboard older than Theo, its beige plastic yellowed with age. "Morning, sunshine," she said without looking up. "There's coffee, made it fresh an hour ago." "What are you working on?" Theo asked, voice still rough with sleep. "Knitting patterns." He peered over her shoulder at what was clearly not knitting patterns but lines of assembly code. "Since when does knitting involve hexadecimal?" "Since I decided it does," she replied, finally swivelling her chair to face him. "The Thursday night knitting circle meets here. We knit for an hour, then play Doom until midnight. The ladies wanted custom skins for their characters, so I'm modding." "You're teaching septuagenarians to play Doom?" "Bold of you to assume I needed to teach them. Wanda used to work for IBM in the 70s. Marjorie's son designs chips for Nvidia. Agnes once hacked her ex-husband's pacemaker." "She what?" "Just slowed it down enough to give him hiccups during his second wedding. Now are you going to stand there catching flies in your mouth, or are you going to do something productive today?" The question stung. Productivity had been Theo's religion until 3 weeks ago. Now the thought of opening a code editor made his palms sweat. "I thought I'd just settle in," he said lamely. Lena's eyes narrowed behind her glasses. "You're on dish duty then, and the attic needs clearing out. I've been meaning to digitize my old projects before the floppies degrade completely." Before Theo could protest, the doorbell rang. Lena pushed herself up with a grunt. "That'll be Leo. He comes by before school." She returned moments later with a skinny boy of about 11 trailing behind her. He wore an oversized NASA t-shirt and had the wary look of a child who expected adults to be disappointed in him. "Leo, this is my grandson Theo. Theo, this is Leo Cruz from next door. He helps me test games sometimes." The boy regarded Theo with sudden interest. "Are you the Theo Brennan who made Nanobots Rising? The speedrunning community still plays that game." Theo blinked in surprise. His first indie title had been a modest success 6 years ago, but hardly memorable. "Yeah, that's me." "Cool," Leo said simply, then turned to Lena. "Did you fix the input lag on level 6? "Check for yourself," Lena replied, gesturing to one of her computers. "I tweaked the code last night." As Leo settled in, Theo watched with bewilderment as his grandmother and this child discussed frame rates and optimization techniques with the easy rapport of long-time colleagues. "I'm heading up to clear the attic," Theo announced, feeling oddly like an intruder. The attic was a dust-covered time capsule, packed with cardboard boxes labelled in Lena's precise handwriting. Tournaments, 1982 to 1987. design docs, unreleased, press clippings, hardware, obsolete. Theo pulled down a box labelled prototypes and began sifting through it. Inside were dozens of cartridges and floppy disks, each in a protective sleeve with handwritten notes. Most bore the logo of Radiant Horizon Studios, a long-defunct game company Theo vaguely recalled his grandmother mentioning. At the bottom of the box, a metal case caught his eye. Unlike the other prototypes, this one had no company logo, just a hand-drawn label reading grit.exe and a small note, "For Daniel, someday." Daniel, his father's name. Theo's hands trembled slightly as he opened the case. Inside was a cartridge unlike any he'd seen before, custom-built with exposed circuitry visible through a clear plastic casing. Alongside it was a small notebook filled with Lena's handwriting, design documents, sketches of pixel characters, and pages of assembly code annotated with comments like "fixed jump physics" and "death animation too gruesome." The last entry was dated May 17th, 1986 and simply read, "Project shelved indefinitely." When Theo brought the metal case downstairs, Leo had already left for school. Lena was back at her keyboard, glasses perched on the end of her nose. "Found something," Theo said, placing the case on her desk. Lena's fingers froze mid-keystroke. She stared at the cartridge for a long moment before slowly closing the lid of the case. "That doesn't need digitizing," she said flatly. "What is it? I've never seen hardware like this." "A mistake. A waste of 8 months of my life." She pushed the case back toward him. "Put it back where you found it." "The label says it's for Dad." Lena's expression hardened. "Like I said, a mistake." Theo held his ground. "Gran, I've had a game blow up in my face too. Literally on camera in front of thousands of people. If anyone gets it..." "You don't get anything about this," she snapped, then immediately seemed to regret her tone. She removed her glasses, suddenly looking every one of her 74 years. "That game, it was supposed to be different. Personal. Not the arcade stuff I was known for." "Can I see it running?" "No." "Why not?" "Because it doesn't work," she said, then added more quietly, "It never worked right." Theo picked up the case again, studying the unusual cartridge. "What if I could make it work?" Lena laughed, a short dismissive sound. "You think you can fix something I couldn't?" "No," Theo said carefully, "but maybe we could fix it together." "This code is an absolute nightmare," Theo muttered, hunched over Lena's workbench. "Did you write this while actively hallucinating?" 3 days had passed since the discovery of grit.exe. Despite her initial reluctance, Lena had relented when Theo pointed out that the cartridge's custom circuits were showing signs of corrosion. If they didn't act soon, whatever was on it would be lost forever. "Watch your mouth," Lena replied, though without real heat. "That's cutting-edge 1986 assembly language you're looking at. We didn't have your fancy frameworks and autocomplete back then." They'd managed to extract the source code using a contraption Lena had built years ago for archiving her old work. Now they were attempting to understand what the game was supposed to do, and why it had never been finished. From what they could piece together, Grit was a side-scrolling platformer with an unusual premise. The player controlled a character navigating through a world that represented stages of grief. Each level transformed around the player, environments shifting from dark caves to stormy mountaintops, to serene beaches as the protagonists processed their loss. "It's surprisingly deep for a mid-80s game," Theo admitted, scrolling through the level designs. "Most games then were just go right and jump on things." Lena shrugged, but Theo caught the flicker of pride in her eyes. "Games have always been more than just toys, at least the good ones." A knock at the door interrupted them. Leo stood on the porch, backpack still on, practically bouncing with excitement. "Miss Brennan, I got an A on my coding project. I used that loop trick you showed me and..." He stopped when he saw Theo. "Oh, hey." "Come on in, smarty pants," Lena said, genuine warmth in her voice. "I've got cookies in the kitchen." As Leo chattered about his programming class, Theo found himself studying the easy relationship between his grandmother and this neighbourhood kid. There was none of the guardedness Lena showed with him, none of the sharp edges. "What's that?" Leo asked, peering at the screen. "Just an old game I never finished," Lena answered. "Can I see?" Before Lena could object, Theo clicked on a partially reconstructed level file. The screen filled with crude but effective pixel art. A character in a flowing red scarf stood at the edge of a storm-tossed sea. Leo's eyes widened. "Whoa! This is retro cool!" "It's just old," Lena corrected. "No way! This has that authentic pixel art style everyone's trying to copy now. It looks like it means something." Leo leaned closer. "What happens if the character jumps in the water?" "They drown," Lena said flatly. "Game over." "But there's something on that island," Leo pointed to a distant pixel formation. "How do you get there?" "You don't," Lena said, reaching over to close the file. "That's as far as I got." Later, after Leo had gone home, Theo found Lena sitting on the back porch staring out at the darkening sky. He handed her a mug of tea and settled into the adjacent chair. "Leo seems like a good kid," he offered. "He is. Smart as a whip, but terrible social skills. Reminds me of you at that age." They sat in companionable silence for a moment. "The game," Theo finally said. "It's about Grandpa, isn't it?" Lena's hands tightened around her mug. For a long moment, Theo thought she might shut down the conversation, as she always had in the past. Instead, she sighed. "Jack died in '85. Pancreatic cancer. Fast and brutal." Her voice was matter-of-fact, but her eyes had drifted somewhere distant. "The arcade community did a tournament in his honour, raised money for his medical bills. But after the funeral, I couldn't go back to making the same mindless games. So you started GRIT instead. I wanted to make something that mattered, something that captured what it felt like to keep going when you've lost someone." She took a sip of tea. Radiant Horizon thought I was having a breakdown. They wanted more Cosmic Crashers sequels, not some artsy game about grief. What happened? I quit. Decided to make it independently, but then... She trailed off. "Then what?" "Then your father told me he was leaving, that he couldn't handle raising you alone, couldn't handle Oregon, couldn't handle any of it. He dropped you here and said he'd be back in a week." Her voice grew tight. 3 months later, he sent divorce papers to your mother's lawyer and a postcard from Arizona. Theo absorbed this in silence. He'd always known his father had left, but the details had been kept from him. His mother had died when he was 4, a car accident he barely remembered. His father's abandonment had come just 2 years later. "I stopped working on the game," Lena continued. "It felt pointless. I'd already failed at the most important thing." "You didn't fail," Theo said quietly. "You raised me. For a while. Until you got old enough to start asking questions I didn't want to answer." The unspoken history stretched between them. Theo's teenage years when he'd pushed for information about his father, Lena's stubborn refusal to discuss him, the growing distance that followed. "I think we should finish it," Theo said suddenly. "What?" "Grit. I think we should finish it. Update it. Make it playable on modern systems." He turned to face her. "It was ahead of its time, Gran. Games about emotional journeys are exactly what the indie scene celebrates now." Lena shook her head. "That code is 39 years old. So we rewrite it. Keep the soul, update the body." Theo leaned forward, feeling the first genuine spark of excitement since his public meltdown. "I need a project that matters, that isn't about chasing market trends or impressing investors, and you deserve to see your vision completed." "And what happens when you get bored or frustrated and bail on this too?" The words were harsh, but Lena's tone wasn't accusatory, just weary. The question hit Theo like a physical blow. "Is that what you think? That I'm like him?" "I think the Brennan men have a history of not finishing what they start." Theo stood up, hands clenched at his sides. I'm not my father. Prove it, Lena said simply. By mid-June, Theo and Lena had fallen into an unexpected rhythm. Mornings began with coffee and arguments over code architecture. Afternoons were spent with Lena recreating her original pixel art at a higher resolution, while Theo built a modern engine that could capture the feel of the original. Evenings often included Leo, who had appointed himself their first beta tester and most vocal critic. The jump still feels floaty, Leo insisted, demonstrating on the test level for the 5th time. See? There's like a micro-hesitation before the character starts falling. The boy's right, Lena said, making a note. The original had snappier physics. Theo rubbed his eyes. I'll fix it tomorrow, again. Leo handed back the controller. It's still awesome, though. When can I show my friends? When it's ready, Lena and Theo replied in unison, then glanced at each other in surprise. After Leo left, they continued working in companionable silence until Theo's phone buzzed, a rare occurrence these days. He checked the screen and froze. What is it? Lena asked. You look like you've seen a ghost. Not a ghost, just someone from before. He showed her the screen, a message from Juno Park, his former creative partner. Heard through the grapevine you're working on something new. Want to catch up? Former girlfriend, Lena guessed. Former everything. Partner, girlfriend, co-developer. Theo put the phone down. We were building Everpath together until she got an offer from Horizon Studios. She left 6 months before the meltdown. Ah, the lead designer quit part of your public flameout. She didn't just quit. She took an improved version of our core mechanics to a major studio. He shook his head. At least that's what I told myself at the time. Looking back, I might have been projecting some issues. You think? Lena's tone was dry. What are you going to do? Ignore it? Lena snatched up his phone and began typing. Gran, give that back. Too late, she said, tossing the phone to him. She's coming for dinner tomorrow. I'm making my lasagna. You can't just... Yes, I can. I'm old. Being inappropriately direct is one of the few perks. The next evening, Juno Park arrived exactly on time, a bottle of wine in one hand and a small package in the other. At 29, she had the focused energy of someone accustomed to being the smartest person in the room, but working hard not to show it. Her black hair was cut in a sharp bob, and she wore a leather jacket over a t-shirt from the game studio where she now worked. Miss Brennan, she said, extending her hand to Lena. It's an honour to meet you. I did my master's thesis on women pioneers in game development. Call me Lena, Theo's grandmother replied, accepting the wine. Anyone who can put up with my grandson for 3 years deserves first-name privileges. Dinner was surprisingly comfortable, with Lena dominating the conversation by interrogating Juno about her new job and the state of the industry. Theo remained quiet, studying his ex-partner when she wasn't looking. There was no anger there anymore, he realised, just a lingering sadness for what they'd lost, professionally and personally. After dinner, Lena manufactured a transparent excuse to leave them alone, claiming she needed to water her begonias, despite the steady rainfall outside. Your grandmother is exactly as formidable as industry legend suggests, Juno said when they were alone. She grows on you, Theo replied, like a particularly stubborn fungus. Juno smiled, then her expression grew serious. I heard about what happened at GDX. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Wouldn't have changed anything. Theo shrugged, surprising himself with how much he meant it. The project was doomed. Too ambitious, too derivative, too hollow. Is that why you disappeared? Because of Everpath? Partly. It was more about what the meltdown revealed. Theo looked down at his hands. I was building games for all the wrong reasons. To prove something, to chase trends, to get the validation I thought I deserved. And now... He hesitated, then gestured toward the workstation where GRIT was taking shape. Now I'm helping my grandmother finish something she started almost 40 years ago. Juno's eyes widened as she took in the screen. Is that... Wait, are you the mystery developer behind Grit Remastered? Theo blinked in confusion. Behind what? You haven't seen it? Juno quickly pulled out her phone and showed him a gaming news site. There, prominently featured, was a blurry screenshot of their game under the headline, Lost Classic from Arcade Legend, Pixel Queen gets secret remaster. What the hell? Theo scrolled through the article in disbelief. It detailed how footage of an emotional retro platformer with modern enhancements had appeared on several gaming forums, sparking speculation about a comeback from Lena Brennan. The source of the leak was immediately obvious. Leo, Theo groaned. That little gremlin must have recorded our test session. It's going viral in indie circles, Juno said. People love the concept, a game about grief that predates the whole games as art movement by decades, finally being completed by the original creator. Theo felt his chest tightening. The familiar panic began to creep in. No, we're not ready for this. The game is barely functional. The story isn't finalized. We can't... Theo. Juno's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. This is good publicity. Organic interest. The kind studios pay millions to generate. You don't understand. I can't do this again. The expectations, the scrutiny. Do what again? Lena's voice came from the doorway. She stood there, a knowing look on her face that made it clear she'd never left. Fail publicly? Have a panic attack on camera? Yes, Theo exploded, exactly that. We started this project for us, not for some redemption narrative or publicity stunt. I didn't say anything about redemption, Lena replied calmly. That's your baggage, not mine. What's this really about, Theo? Juno asked gently. Because from where I'm standing, you've got something beautiful here, something worth sharing. It's about not being ready, Theo insisted. The game is broken, unfinished. It's always going to be broken and unfinished, Lena shouted, surprising them both with her vehemence. That's what creating anything worthwhile is. You think I was ready to raise a 6-year-old boy after my husband died and my son abandoned his child? You think any game is ever truly done rather than simply released? The room fell silent. Lena rarely raised her voice and never spoke so directly about the past. I didn't finish this game in 1986 because I was afraid, she continued, her voice quieter now. Afraid it wouldn't be good enough. Afraid it would make me feel more than I could handle. Don't make my mistake. Before Theo could respond, Lena turned and walked upstairs, the conversation clearly over as far as she was concerned. She's right, you know, Juno said after a moment. About what part? All of it. She stood up. I should go. But Theo, for what it's worth, I never stole your ideas for Horizon. I turned down their initial offer. They came back a month later, after you stopped listening to anyone on the team. The words hit like a revelation. How much of his narrative about Juno's departure had he fabricated to protect his ego? I'm sorry, he said, the words feeling wholly inadequate. I know. She headed for the door, then paused. One more thing. That package I brought. It's for your grandmother. A piece of tech history I thought she'd appreciate. After Juno left, Theo opened the small package. Inside was a pristine floppy disk labelled The Pixel Queen's Crown Jewels, a bootleg compilation of Lena's arcade work that had circulated in collectors' circles for years. With it was a handwritten note. Some legacies can't be erased, no matter how hard we try to forget them. That night Theo couldn't sleep. He sat in the living room staring at the old photographs on Lena's walls, snapshots of arcade tournaments, product launches, and gaming history. In many of them, a younger Lena held a small boy on her hip, Theo's father, Daniel. What had happened between them? What wound had never healed? At dawn, Theo made a decision. He went to his workstation and deleted the current build of GRIT. You did what? Lena stood in the doorway, still in her bathrobe, coffee mug frozen halfway to her lips. I deleted our work, Theo repeated, voice steady despite his exhaustion. He'd been up all night. But before you kill me, look at this. He gestured to the screen where a new project was open. Not the direct port they'd been building, but something different. Something more. What am I looking at? Lena asked, moving closer. Grit. Remastered. For real this time. Theo pulled up a design document he'd spent the night creating. We've been trying to rebuild your game, but we've been ignoring what it was actually about. On screen, he showed her a new concept. The original game would exist as a game within a game, discovered by a modern protagonist, a game developer returning to their hometown after a public failure. As they played through the unfinished pixels of the older game, the modern sections would reflect and expand upon its themes. 2 stories, 2 time periods, connected by shared experience, Theo explained. Your original vision preserved intact, but framed by something new we create together. Lena stared at the screen for a long moment. That's not terrible, she finally admitted. High praise indeed. But why delete what we had? Because we weren't making Grit. We were making a museum piece. Theo ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. After talking with Juno last night, I realised something. This project isn't just about finishing your game. It's about why you couldn't finish it then, and why I crashed and burned now. Lena sat down heavily. Go on. You were processing Grandpa's death through this game. I get that now. But something else happened too, didn't it? Something with Dad. Lena's face closed off, the familiar wall coming down, but Theo pressed on. We can't finish this game if we keep avoiding the truth it was meant to tell. So I'm asking you, one last time, what happened with Daniel? The silence stretched between them, taut as a wire. Finally, Lena set down her coffee cup. He blamed me, she said quietly, for your mother's accident. Theo felt the floor shift beneath him. What? I was supposed to pick her up that night. Had a tournament I couldn't miss. Asked her to take a cab. Lena's eyes focused on something distant. The driver fell asleep at the wheel. If I'd been there... That's why Dad left? Because he blamed you? Partly. He was already struggling after her death. But yes, that was the final break. She looked up at Theo, eyes bright with unshed tears. And he was right to blame me. My selfishness cost you your mother. That's bullshit. The words escaped before Theo could temper them. It was an accident. Tragic and terrible, but an accident. You don't understand? No, you don't understand. Theo knelt before her chair, taking her weathered hands in his. Dad left because he couldn't handle his grief. He abandoned his child, abandoned you, when you were grieving too. That wasn't your fault. None of it was. Lena shook her head, but Theo continued. You've been carrying this guilt for almost 30 years. You couldn't finish Grit because it was supposed to be about processing grief, but you wouldn't allow yourself to process yours. A single tear escaped down Lena's cheek. When did you get so insightful? Probably around the time I had a mental breakdown on camera and had to move in with my grandmother at 34. He squeezed her hands. We're both works in progress. For a moment they sat in companionable silence, the weight of unspoken history finally acknowledged between them. So, Lena finally said, wiping her eyes, this new version of GRIT, tell me more. 6 months later, Wally Ortega's retro gaming bar, 8-Bit Alley, was packed wall-to-wall with an improbable mix of aging arcade enthusiasts, indie game developers, and curious locals. A banner hung over the main cabinet. World Premiere, Grit, Remastered. Theo stood nervously by the bar, watching as Lena held court near the machine, Leo at her side acting as self-appointed crowd control. The boy had been promoted from unauthorized leaker to official community manager, a title he took with absurd seriousness, complete with a homemade badge. Nervous? Theo turned to find Juno beside him, nursing a craft beer. After their reconciliation, she'd become an unofficial advisor on the project, offering feedback during her occasional weekend visits to Manzanita. Terrified, Theo admitted. What if they hate it? What if they love it but for all the wrong reasons? What if you stop catastrophizing for 5 minutes and enjoy the fact that you actually finished something meaningful? Juno nudged him with her shoulder. Look at your grandmother. Across the room, Lena was demonstrating the original controls to a group of 20-something developers, her hands moving with the muscle memory of decades. There was an animation to her that Theo hadn't seen before. Not just energy, but a kind of unguarded joy. Ladies and gentlemen, Wally's voice boomed over the speakers. It's time for the moment we've all been waiting for. The official unveiling of the lost classic from the legendary Pixel Queen. The crowd cheered as Lena made her way to the front, adjusting her glasses with a self-conscious smile. Theo held his breath. They hadn't prepared a speech, neither of them good with prepared remarks. Well, Lena began, her voice steady despite the crowd. 39 years ago I started making a game about grief. I never finished it because I couldn't face my own. She paused, finding Theo in the crowd. Then my grandson showed up on my doorstep, crashed and burned in his own way, and somehow we ended up finishing it together. The room had gone quiet, the usual bar chatter suspended. Grit isn't like the games I made back in the arcade days. It's not about high scores or perfect runs. It's about continuing forward when everything hurts, about finding meaning in what remains. She cleared her throat. It's also about family, the ones we lose, the ones who leave us, and the ones we build in their absence. She gestured to Theo, who reluctantly made his way to the front. This young man taught me that it's never too late to finish what you start, that some stories take decades to tell properly. She turned to the gleaming arcade cabinet where their game waited. So here it is, GRIT Remastered, a game 39 years and 3 generations in the making. As the title screen appeared, the original pixel art upscaled alongside new, hand-drawn elements. The crowd erupted in applause. Theo felt a lump form in his throat as he watched the opening sequence they'd laboured over. A modern character finding an old cartridge in an attic. The worlds between then and now blurring as both protagonists began their parallel journeys. What followed was a blur of demonstrations, questions, and the distinct click of controllers as players worked through the first few levels. Industry press took photos. Streamers requested interviews. Through it all, Theo found himself watching not the game, but the faces of those playing it. Their concentration, their emotional reactions, their quiet nods of recognition at particularly resonant moments. Later, as the crowd thinned and the evening wound down, Theo found Lena outside the bar, sitting on a bench overlooking the night-dark Pacific. He sat beside her, neither speaking for a long moment. "We did it," he finally said. "We did," she agreed, then added, "Daniel would have liked it." The mention of his father, spoken without bitterness for the first time Theo could remember, hung in the cool evening air. "You think so?" "I know so. He had your creative streak before." She trailed off, then rallied. Before life got complicated, the game was originally for him, a way to help him process his mother's death. Theo nodded slowly. "I've been thinking about reaching out to him." "Have you now?" Lena's tone was carefully neutral. Not to reconcile, necessarily. Just to... Theo searched for the words. To close the loop. To stop running from that part of my history. Lena patted his hand. "One unfinished project at a time, kiddo." Inside, they could hear Wally calling for Lena. Someone from a gaming history podcast wanted a few words. She stood with a sigh. "Duty calls. You coming?" "In a minute." Left alone, Theo pulled out his phone and opened the Game Store app where their digital version of GRIT had gone live that morning. Already there were a handful of reviews, some from press who'd received advance copies, others from early adopters. One caught his eye. Not like anything else out there. A game that feels like it was made by real people who have lived through something. Authentic in a way most polished productions aren't. He smiled, pocketing his phone. The game wouldn't break sales records, it wouldn't revolutionize the industry, but it had done something more important. It had helped heal the people who made it. Inside, Lena was now showing Leo and a group of his friends how to access the game's secret level. A peaceful beach, where the only objective was to build a sandcastle before the tide came in. The same beach where she and Jack had honeymooned, where Daniel had taken his first steps, where Theo had spent childhood summers collecting shells. "There's no points here," he heard her explaining. "No enemies, no timer, just memory and creation." As Leo carefully built his digital monument, Theo thought about the past year, the public humiliation that had driven him home, the reluctant reconnection with his grandmother, the slow, painful process of excavating family history while rebuilding a forgotten game. He'd arrived broken, convinced his career was over, yet somehow in helping Lena complete her abandoned project, he'd found something he hadn't even known he was seeking. Not just redemption or a creative reset, but a genuine connection to his past and a pathway to his future. The virtual sandcastle on screen was taking shape now, pixel by pixel, imperfect but standing. Beyond it, the digital tide ebbed and flowed, a constant reminder of impermanence that somehow didn't feel threatening anymore. After all, some things remained, some things endured, some things, even after decades of silence, could be rebuilt. One pixel, one line of code, one honest conversation at a time, at the end.